with a beautiful finish going past Donnarumma. But then to me, the biggest takeaway of this match then went on to happen in the next 20 minutes with Italy showcasing that they can take this early hit and then completely bounce back with probably the best response you could ask for. 2 quick response goals in 20 minutes.
Yeah, the first goal off of a set piece on the corner kick. Floating ball over to Bastoni, and he's wide open. Albania completely loses him. He puts it behind to make it 1-1 very, very easily. The second one, Barella with a beautiful reaction finish. Yeah, ball straight up ball. That was amazing to see, bro. What a shot that he's able to generate from that opportunity. And within, 15 minutes after conceding, it's 2-1 for Italy. And that was the thing with conceding so early, we didn't even get to see Italy's shape at the beginning of the match. They just started off down a goal, basically. But 20 minutes into the match, the game kind of set itself up for Italy to just kind of take over here because Albania just couldn't get back into it, man. They really couldn't. It was all Italy from the moment that Albania scored that first goal. And Albania, it's weird, they didn't even have a bad game per se. I thought that they fought as hard as they could have. They were ultimately able to keep Italy just to a 2-1 margin. So Albania, I thought, had a great game, but they just couldn't craft any opportunities, man.
They got neutralized. I think ultimately they got neutralized because I'm looking at this Albanian team, and we spoke about the hype behind them going into this game and what their best traits are, what their strengths are, and it's definitely the counterattacking aspect. It's also the element of surprise, which is why if you give Albania, if you have a mistake, you give them the opportunity. They're going to take advantage like they showcase in the first 30 freaking seconds of the game. But then they show that once they have possession, once they're in control or having to create, they're not very good at that unless they catch you off guard or off the counter. And ultimately, Italy was really composed defensively about stopping all their potential attacks and just controlling and seeing this game out. So they really did win this game in the most Italian way, I would say, with just getting the lead and then just kind of staying put for the rest of the match and getting the result.
Yeah, because the second half, you could easily see that Italy kind of put their foot off the pedal a little bit, but they were still competing. They were still bossing the game for the most part. Albania almost got an equalizer, though, through Manai in stoppage time. That would have been crazy. Donnarumma is able to get a touch to it, ultimately keeping Albania at bay. That was a really big moment, but for the most part, as you just said, Albania could not generate any chances themselves, really, throughout that entire second half. I really applaud the effort, though. They tried so hard today, and I'm glad they did because the fans, dude, it was 90% Albanian. 90%. What a fan base that came out to support Albania today, and I'm glad that they were able to give them that goal at the very least.
Yeah, I wouldn't be disappointed after this. I wouldn't be able to, if I was Albania, I wouldn't be disappointed, bro. The atmosphere was crazy. Like the way they look in the stands, like I anticipated the Albanians would show out. Bro, they took over. They took over. I believe it was Dortmund Stadium. Took over and just showcased their love and passion. Now, I really like that. Looking at a comment here from Leon Danny, I assume he's an Albania fan. He says, for 9 minutes, I thought we were going to win the Euros.
Dude, it low-key felt like that, man. I was screaming when Bayrami smashed it to make it 1-0. I could not believe it. Because remember in the preview that we talked about yesterday, like, if there is a time to get in Italy's heads, it's in this opener. And the fact that the game started in the way that it did, I just couldn't believe it. But then we saw the class of the Italian team. We saw the class that they are reigning European champions, and they pretty much saw this game out from that moment on.
Yeah, I think without giving too much away, I feel like Germany showcased why they're contenders. I think Spain, we'll talk about them soon, showcased why they could be contenders. Do you think Italy today showcased themselves as contenders, or are they still just a formidable side that has a lot more left to prove because ultimately this is the weakest team in the group in Albania?
Yeah, when you really look at it, this was a must-win for Italy. If you did not win this game, then it's disaster. This is the only team where you're basically guaranteed 3 points, no disrespect to Albania, but knowing that you have Spain and Croatia awaiting you, this was a must-win game for Italy. They got the job done. Now I need to see them get actually tested on the defensive end because, I mean, other than that stoppage time save, Donnarumma did nothing in this game. He didn't have to. So I really want to see the back line get tested a little bit more often, and that'll happen in the next 2 games.
Producer Red, give me a poll here. Are Italy contenders after this game? Yes or no? While you're at it, give us a like on the stream. 5 stars on Spotify. We're going to be talking Copa America and Euros the next 30 days, bro, in full, as well as OFC Nations Cup as you covered last night.
Yes, sir.
A lot of football talk happening. thumbs up right now so we can get some more people into the live stream, so we can get the chat popping. We're about to talk about the headline game of the day, Spain versus Croatia, but I want to see the results for this poll. 75 to 80% saying no. Italy are not contenders. People aren't fully convinced after this performance, and I think that's fair. I think right now they're just a really strong second-tier Italian European side. I want to see how they perform against Spain specifically, and then also Croatia to really determine if they're contenders in this tournament.
A few things that I really do want to highlight for Italy, because there were moments where they looked very, very good, and specifically I want to talk about the center back pairing. We were wondering who is going to step up for Italy defensively this tournament, and it looks like Spalletti's gone with Calafiori and Bastoni as the center back pair, and I like it. I mean, Bastoni getting the goal today, but he was also immense defensively, and also just as good defensively, Calafiori. And I really want to highlight this guy because he's had such a good season at Bologna. He had a great breakout year 2 seasons ago with FC Basel. And what makes Calafiori so special is that he's been able to actually adapt his game to the center back role. This is his first year playing as a center back, and he looks like an absolute natural doing it. And what I love about Calafiori too is he's a ball playing type of center back. So he's really comfortable with the ball at his feet, and he's really good at, just picking out passes from a deep lying position. He's really fun to watch. If you like passing center backs, Calafiori is one of the best at it. So I think center back wise, Italy looked pretty decent considering this is a new pairing.
Someone said Calafiori looks like the most 2000s Italian player of all time. Like he could have been in that back line by Maldini, bro. The way he has that long, luscious hair. He's got a look to him, but it was my first time watching it. I really never focused on his game, and he's really good, bro.
He's good.
He looked comfortable back there alongside Bastoni. Shout out Bastoni too, getting a goal in this game, and just a beautiful header to tie the match, and then going on to get the lead. Overall, Italy very solid in this game, and Albania, proud performance. Let's move forward to the next match, which was Croatia facing off against Spain. Chat, let me know, what did y'all think about the Croatia-Spain match? The one that I was most looking forward to today ends with Spain putting on a show, bro. Not one, not two, but tres goles in this game against Croatia. Bro, complete domination.
Complete, absolute domination, a thrashing, a demolition, whatever you want to call it, bro. This game was over by halftime, man. I couldn't believe it. When they got that third goal, when Dani Carvajal snuck in behind the back line off of a beautiful cross from Lamine Yamal, we'll get to him in a second. I just couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, dude, this is a party right now. Spain is just dancing all over this Croatian back line. There's no chance for Croatia. There was no way they were getting back into this game. Spain were just 10 out of 10 performances from all around that pitch. It was a beautiful, beautiful game from a Spanish perspective.
But that's the best side, I think, is the fact that now Spain has, like we mentioned earlier in the previews, they have true cutting edge, but versatility offensively, bro. Like that felt different about this Spanish team. The fact that the midfielders and the forwards got involved in the goal scoring with Fabian Ruiz. Good Lord, he scored my favorite goal of the game personally.
Dude.
That little one-touch, two-touch, bang into the bottom side of the net. Beautiful goal coming off of a really good assist he had to Morata straight down the middle, carving out that Croatian defense and scoring a beautiful goal off of a nice finish from Morata. And then Lamine Yamal feeding in Dani Carvajal. So many different assists, man. Pedri, I think, got an assist in this game as well. Like, there's just so many good moments overall. And I think that's a good sign for Spain because now they don't need to rely on possessing the ball so much. They're dangerous off the counter as well with these threats that they have offensively. And they're just a much more dangerous side now in comparison to the Spanish teams we've seen for like the past 4 years.
Exactly. In the previews, for Germany, for example, we highlighted the fluidity of these new players that they have, like Jamal Musiala and Florian Wirtz. We said the same thing about Spain with Nico Williams and Lamine Yamal. And then you add in the idea of Pedri, who's a little bit more experienced but still incredibly young. And then you have a veteran striker to feed to an Alvaro Morata. You get a really exciting front four in the Spanish side. And we saw it on full display today. I was really curious in this match because I wanted to see it be successful. Because if it was, then I think it what's the word here? It validates the idea that Spain can go all the way, bro. If Spain play like this in every match, yeah, sure, it might get tougher against a more defensive Italy side, but Spain can, I think, score against pretty much anybody if their front four is flowing like they did today.
Maybe Croatia's washed. Chat, let me know. Please do a poll. Is Croatia washed, yes or no? Maybe they're washed, bro. Because what I saw today was was really disappointing. Overall, if we're actually looking at it, though, I thought the center back pairing was awful today.
I think the
Awful.
defense was really bad.
Man. Sutalo and Pongracic,
Yeah.
wide open. Looking at all 3 goals, the first one straight down the middle.
Straight down the
Can't
middle.
let a pass like that go through. Morata had already scored before he even shot it with how open he was. And then the way Fabian Ruiz cooked 2 guys at the top of the key like that also was a really bad sign. And then just a simple ball over the top. Granted, a beautiful ball from Lamine Yamal, but a ball over the top, you can't allow that if you're a defense. And then Carvajal gets on the end of it, and you can see Livakovic just be so frustrated with his defense. They had a bad game today, and I'm worried about how they're going to fare the rest of the tournament, specifically that center back pairing.
I agree. For me, that's why I don't want to say Croatia's washed, because there was a moment before that first goal was scored where Croatia actually had majority of possession. Spain bossed the game for the first 15 minutes, but then Croatia actually fought back, gained possession, and it was just a midfield battle at that time. And Kovac, Brozovic, and Modric actually did a really good job at maintaining the ball, even though Spain was applying a lot of midfield pressure. But then it just broke. The back line couldn't help out the midfield anymore, and Spain just had a field day once they were able to exploit those spaces. So, yeah, for me, the worry is all on the back line for Croatia. And then if the problem is if the midfield can't trust their defense, then this whole team might just be kind of disappointed in their performance overall.
Yeah.
And going forward, you just can't be confident.
Yeah, you can. They had some chances. They actually generated a good amount of chances. They just couldn't put that finishing touch on it. And I agree. It just felt so open at the back. And the team's going to take advantage of that any day. 61% saying yes, Croatia was watched. 40% saying no. I think that's pretty close. Mateo Pegasus says, I put a parlay based on the analysis, and it looks like it ain't going to hit. Honestly, Croatia definitely played worse than I thought today. I thought they played worse.
But can we be honest, though? Spain's topping this group. They're the best team in this group. I think it makes sense that they beat Croatia.
Yeah.
I also won't be surprised if Spain beat Italy either. I have Croatia getting out of this group, but they're not the best team.
I just wonder how they fare against Italy.
That's the one. That's gonna be the one. And the thing is, they now have the data to look at and be like, all right, here's what we need to fix, or we are not beating Italy.
Yeah.
And for Italy, it'll be interesting because they had a very intriguing game against Albania. That Croatia-Italy game is going to decide everything.
I think that's why we put them in second place. I had Croatia defeating Italy, and I just wonder how Croatia would have looked if they faced off against Albania first in this tournament. I have Spain beating everybody, bro.
Same.
Spain beating everybody in this group, so it's not over yet. Alejandro Tiburcio says, Spain looks like prime Barcelona. Today they did. That chemistry, that flow looks so beautiful. If you're Spanish, you must be feeling good after this victory because it was just banger after banger, and just a really nice moment for Spanish football.
Dude, a really nice moment, and especially for Fabian Ruiz. Assist and a goal, but you gotta love the man's style, truly. He's had such a interesting club career. Not that he's been poor, not that he's played at bad clubs, because, I mean, you look at it, Real Betis, Napoli, now PSG. He has an insane resume, but I love to see this type of player succeed. And he hasn't really had that. He was unlucky with the team that he had at Napoli. This PSG side is, this PSG side. Yeah. But to see Fabian Ruiz at the highest stage, scoring a goal, getting a beautiful assist in Germany for the Spanish national team is a beautiful sight to see. And I'm just a big fan of Ruiz in general. So to see him pop off, it's a pleasure.
He popped off. Lamine Yamal, shout out to him. Youngest player to start a game at the Euros in history. 16 years old, 300-something days old. Ridiculous. And the fact that he actually got on the score sheet with an assist is just another sign of what this guy is. Fucking Riyad Mahrez regeneration, if you want. Like, this dude isn't coming up in the ranks, but I saw like a stat or like a number that projected his age. Dude, he's going to be 20 by the next Euros. 24, 8 years from now.
Oh, my God.
28, 12 years from now.
Oh
32, 16 years from now.
Bro.
It keeps going, dude. This guy's going to be like at 6 or 7 Euros.
Yeah, he's going to be he's going to break like record after record after record as far as longevity is concerned. That's insane.
I hope, man.
What's really interesting though about Lamine Yamal is I was curious about that. 16 years of age, making history, the youngest player starting at a Euros. I was wondering if the pressure was going to get to him. And I'll be honest, the first 30 minutes, he didn't really do anything. And he got a lot of the ball, but for the most part, Gvardiol actually shut him down in every possession that Lamine Yamal tried to penetrate. But he showed his young class when he got that assist because he didn't let him having a bad game affect his future plays. And I think that shows you how special Lamine Yamal really is because, any other 16, 17-year-old, if they get pocketed by a really good defender, they have the whole game being really, really bad. But Lamine Yamal, he ends up getting a beautiful assist, even though prior to that moment, he was a little quiet.
Yeah, he had the hockey assist to that Fabian Ruiz goal too, where they sent the ball out real wide to him and he played with it. He held the ball up so the midfielders could come up and join the attack, and that was also a really crucial play where I was like, okay, he's feeling it now. He's starting to feel it, and then he got that beautiful assist for the third goal. Spain looks really good after this game. Spain looks really good, and we'll just have to wait and see with Croatia how they perform against Albania and Italy.
Yeah, obviously Croatia have the talent. They're going to have to fix what happened at the back. I think it will be easier, though, because Italy and Albania, I think on paper, definitely have less effective offenses. So that's the only positive I can really give Croatia right now.
Hungary versus Switzerland. Let's talk. Chat, let me know, what did you think about Hungary versus Switzerland? Bro, let me just say this real quick because you realize how close I am to this Hungarian team and how excited I am for them and what I said prior to this tournament starting about Hungary. One of the worst feelings, man, as a man that makes football predictions, is seeing your dark horse get wrangled, taken behind the barn, and shot down in plain sight, man, because the dark horse narrative, I'm not saying it's completely over, but brother, this is a bump in the road, losing 3-1 to a Swiss team that completely proved my analysis wrong in the sense that they balled out today. They looked so good, so formidable, and honestly, shout out to them. They were incredible today, getting a 3-1 victory against a tough Hungarian side.
Well, that was the question, is that Switzerland in general, we know that they have really good talent. We know that they have good players. And 3 years ago at the Euros, we saw how deep that they actually could go, right? So the question was, what version of Switzerland were we going to get at this Euros? Because they were so poor at the World Cup. But I think they showed today the actual level that they can achieve. And because they killed Hungary, bro.
Yeah,
they killed them.
They killed it. Folks, we're getting ready for a party tonight, so you might see some action happening around the house. It's producer Rudd's birthday party. Send W's in the chat. That's why we got some activity in the house. Pops just came through with the beers, I think. I'm not even sure, but the drinks are getting rolling. We're going to have a party after this stream, so W's in the chat for producer Rudd. W's in the chat for producer Rudd. But, yeah, man, Switzerland was amazing, and honestly, what surprised me was, first off, how they got their goals, because that was my biggest question for Switzerland is who's going to stand out for them? And then seeing that up top,
it was Quadwo Dua, bro.
The Ludo Goretz player.
Yes, and I think that kind of shows you the number 9 position for Switzerland is wide open. We talked about that in the preview. I was not expecting Dua to be the starter, though.
Bro, what a finish, though.
What a finish, man.
Crazy.
And also the run. He rode that back line perfectly, staying an inch onside, a beautiful through ball, and he took it so coolly. Switzerland up 1-0, and I was like, oh, okay, like they came to play, bro. And then from that moment on, bro, it became very clear that Hungary were not ready for this match.
They weren't ready for it,
not
especially
ready
in that first half. Oh, my God, they got dominated. I thought the midfield for Switzerland just completely took control. Granit Xhaka was putting on a beautiful display in the midfield, and Freuler as well. And then the other player that I thought reminded me of the typical type of guy that Saltero tends to enjoy, which was the guy who scored the second goal.
Abisher.
Scoring a banger, bro, and providing the assist in that first goal, too.
Yeah, he did. What a beautiful goal, by the way. Picks his spot, uses a defender as a shield, curls it ever so slightly around him. Keeper gets a little blindsided, but it is perfectly placed. Switzerland go up 2-0 right before the half, too, and that was a crucial moment. That basically put this game to bed. Hungary maybe could have felt confident trying to come out in the second half to get the goal back, but 2-0 down, and the way Switzerland were playing up until that point, it just was not looking good for Hungary whatsoever. But beyond those 2 goals, man, Switzerland dictated the pace of this game in every single facet, bro. Every single ball that Hungary had was met by Swiss body. There was so much pressure in that midfield. Hungary simply could not string together more than 3 passes. The Swiss pressure was way too much. Way too much,
dude. Way too much. We had, who was it? It was Hungary getting about a 20-30 minute stint where they started to play a little bit more of that classic Hungarian style football that we saw in qualification. Honestly, you got a goal out of it. You got a goal out of it. So I was surprised with the beautiful Dominic Soboslai assist coming in, and it was Varga who scored the goal to get it past down the summer to make it 2-1.
Vargas,
and after that, I was hoping for a resurgence from this Hungarian team, but Switzerland ended up shutting it down with the big defensive mistake happening at the back. And your boy Embolo
took it well, man.
Had something on like his leg fall off in the process.
I think it was like a knee brace that got loose.
It was weird, bro. It was bizarre. And then finishes up over the goalkeeper Gulashi, and Swiss scenes, man. Swiss scenes just completely slicing apart this defense, getting their 3rd goal and putting the game to rest.
Yeah, it was. Are we good?
Yeah, that's just the internet.
Oh, okay, yeah, my bad.
Quítate, get the fuck out the way.
Absolute dominant performance from Switzerland. For Hungary, though, I think this was the worry, right? How much does qualification really mean? And for a team that doesn't have any sort of major star power other than Dominik Szoboszlai, would they get nervous on the biggest stage of Europe? And ultimately, I think they did, man, because they just could not show up. Everybody had a really poor game. Szoboszlai got back into the game in the second half, I would say, and that's the thing. He had to come deep for the ball, but it was better when Szoboszlai has the ball more. That's when Hungary have a little bit more joy. It's when they hold the ball a little bit better. They get more creative. But that just wasn't happening in the first half. Hungary are going to have to change a lot, especially mentally, for the next games that are to come if they want to get out of this group now.
What's coming is going to be tough.
It's going to be tough.
A matchup against Germany and then a matchup against Scotland. They have to win the Scotland matchup, and then against Germany, they got to hope for a miracle and pull off a crazy upset to be able to get out of the group in second. They might be able to get out of the group in third if they completely trashed Scotland, but it's looking much more difficult now. They're definitely not getting first place like how I predicted, man. That's the saddest part because I saw that magic in Hungary, but I agree. I think ultimately the big stage, the bright lights got to them. They just couldn't get into their flow. They couldn't get settled into this match. And Switzerland took advantage of that because that experience of having been in these stages, guys like Ricardo Rodriguez, only 31 years old and playing in another Euros, it showcased itself today, man. So shout out to Switzerland getting this result. Looking at all three matches, I want to ask some general questions because usually I ask man of the match. Usually I ask, I don't know, worst player of the game. But since we had 3 games today, I'm gonna make it a little bit more broad. Who scored the goal of the day? Goal of the day, guys. Who's got the goal? Is it Barella with a beautiful outside the boot volley? Is it Fabian Ruiz with a crazy Tekker's movement and then finish? Is it Lamine Yamal's beautiful assist to Carvajal? Is it Mbolo? Who's got the goal of the day? You know I'm already going with Fabian Ruiz.
Oh, yeah, that nice little double shimmy. Honestly, I'm going to go by Rami's goal, dude. It was crazy, man. I couldn't believe it, especially taking everything into context. The fact that it was 20 seconds into the match against Italy. And if you're Albanian, you're hoping for the best, but you weren't hoping for a goal a minute into the match. And also, if you add the fact that Barami scored a screamer as well, it's my favorite goal of the day by far. The moment was insane, man.
Yeah, Michael Talks Football says 3 things are guaranteed in life. Italy produce amazing looking suits, amazing balsamic vinegar, and quality center backs. Bastoni and Calafiori, wow. He's right, dude. He's right. The center backs
were incredible.
And that's something we talked about in our previews was like, how are these young center backs going to fare now that they're trying to shift that generation that we were so well known for in the past 2010s? Bastoni and Calafiori look like the future now. They're doing great work so far. I'm seeing shots for Barella's goal easily. Honestly, you guys got to give it to Albania. History was made with the fastest goal ever in Euros.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah, I'm down for it. I'm down for it. I really am. Okay, now I want to ask, who is the player of the day? Who had the best performance today? Out of 3 games, what player stood out to you the most? I think UEFA awarded Granit Xhaka the man of the match for the Swiss game. I'm guessing Fabian Ruiz got it for the Spain game.
He should have, yeah.
And then for Italy,
it should be Bastoni.
Bastoni.
And that's the thing is, for me, my favorite duo of the day was Bastoni and Calafiori. The way they dominated the match, the way that they almost dictated a lot of play from deep, especially when the ball is at Calafiori's feet, and then just knowing that they're an absolute brick wall at the back. They were able to take care of anything that Albania threw at them. For me, it's Bastoni, Calafiori. If I have to pick one, I'll go Bastoni since he got a goal.
Fair shout. I like what the chat is saying here. Fabian Ruiz, 2 impactful moments, getting the first assist and then the second goal for Spain, basically ending the game with his own performance in the match. I'm going to go with him, but there's some good shouts here. Jorginho played decent as well. Di Marco, Rodri for Spain completely controlled the game.
Oh, yeah.
We saw some good performances today. And now we move over to match ratings. Let's rate these matches. First off, Italy versus Albania. What's the score on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of entertainment, quality seen on the pitch, scenes, atmosphere? What do you give the Albania-Italy game?
I'll give it a 7. I'll give it a solid 7. The game was honestly kind of
like a 9 out of 10.
It could have been a 9 out of 10, and it was a 9 out of 10 for the first 7 minutes for sure. Yeah. But the game was pretty much over by the 20th minute. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I'm at you. I'll go 7 out of 10 on this one. Chat mainly agrees with us on that. Let's go over to Spain-Croatia. This could have been a really strong one, but because Spain just completely controlled it, man, I'm going to go 7 out of 10 on this one. Maybe 7.5 because of the moments we saw from Spain today.
I'm going 7.5 because all 3 goals were absolutely brilliant. Knowing that it was against a tougher opponent in Croatia, too, I think adds to that fact. Spain won in style today. They entertained the hell out of me. I'm giving it at least a 7.5.
Damn.
Big Moan,
That's
Spain,
hard.
10 out of 10. Captain
That
Crunch
is
Guy, I
hard.
love you, Captain Crunch Guy. He
Good
says
press.
5 out of 10. Camille, 7 out of 10. Spain, 7 out of 10. Last game is Switzerland versus Hungary. Oh, this one's interesting. Let me think about this one. What you got?
I'm also going 7.5 because Switzerland played a nearly perfect game. Seriously, other than that one header goal that they conceded, this was a perfect game from Switzerland. In both halves, they scored some brilliant goals as well. They were very effective defensively, but they were surprisingly clinical offensively. I've got to give this one a 7.5 too because the Swiss showed up today.
7 out of 10 from the Chaz, what it looks like. Greg Paris says I give it a 6, was mid. Christopher Molina, 8 out of 10. 8.5 for the Swiss, says Wesley. We got some good shouts here. And honestly, I think the Euros have delivered so far with some big goal-scoring
Really good
fest
goals.
right off the bat, man. I mean, Switzerland 3-1. Spain, Croatia
Damn.
3-0.
That's
Italy,
so hard.
Albania 2-1. After what we
Umas,
saw yesterday,
umas.
5-1. Germany, Scotland. It's a ton of goals. I wonder if they're nearing like a record here for like the first 4 games.
Yeah, as far as goals are concerned, we're getting treated insanely well. What's really interesting, though, is that so far, all 4 games have been one-sided, though. Right? Even though Italy-Albania was only a 1-goal margin, Italy dominated for basically 85 minutes of the match. It's really interesting to see what first game will be where it's actually back and forth. The game probably should have ended in a draw. Maybe someone gets a steal goal or something like that at the end. I wonder what game that's going to be. I thought it was going to be Spain-Croatia, but it wasn't. The game was over by the 25th minute, man. So I'm really curious to see what's going to be the tight game at the Euros because we've had 4 almost blowouts, almost.
People are saying it's going to be England tomorrow because you know how England does. You know, they create drama
choke
right
in
up there.
the-
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. But let's quickly preview tomorrow's matches. We have Slovenia versus Denmark. What's the result going to be for Slovenia versus Denmark tomorrow? Chat, let me know. This one is probably going to be one of the more... actually, that's the second game of the match. My fault. Second game of the match, but regardless, we'll commit to it. Slovenia, Denmark. How do you see this game faring out?
This group is really open. I see Slovenia and Denmark as equals, honestly. So, I was asking for a tight game. This might be it. I'll be curious to see what version of Denmark we get because they've just been really inconsistent as of late. But for Slovenia, this is a massive moment. It'll be fun to see players that I enjoy, like Šeško and my boy Jan Oblak. So that'll be a really special moment for me personally. As far as who I think will win, I guess Denmark, although I could see this one ending in a draw.
I think this is going to be tight.
Yeah.
I think this could be tight, man, because I don't know if I trust this Danish team.
Oh, I don't
know if
trust him at all,
bro.
Yeah, I don't trust him at all.
I think I agree with the chat. Captain Crunch Guy says 2-2 draw. Camille says 3-1 Denmark. Denmark easy control, says Ahsoka. And then I'm seeing some shouts for Sesko getting on the board. I want to see Sesko ball out, man, because I
do
keep hearing
too.
so much about him and the role that he's going to have. I want to see him just ball out and showcase his talent. The first game of the day will be Poland versus Netherlands. We skipping this one?
Yeah, bro. I mean, this should just be a nice training session for the Dutch. This should be an easy win. We'll continue the blowout trend here.
Imagine, though, if Poland gets a result,
No, bro,
man, 'cause
imagine,
we've
man.
been hating on this Polish
A
team.
draw would be honestly a miracle for Poland at this point, especially when you consider both of the teams' form. But I'm going Netherlands. It should be Netherlands. It'd be disastrous, I think, if Poland are able to get a draw.
Already, the surprise of Switzerland and everything I said about them in the previews, if it happens again with Poland after the way we spoke about them, that one's going to piss me off.
There's no way it can.
There's no way, right?
Switzerland actually have quality players.
Yeah, there's no way Poland figures this out, man. Captain Crunch Guy, it says Poland's going to win 3-2.
Oh, my God.
Jesus, man. 3 goals from where?
Hey, maybe we get a classic then in Germany.
That'd be crazy.
Poland, Netherlands.
That'd be crazy. Wesley says Netherlands 3-0. Simon says Netherlands 3-0.
I'm thinking 3.
This might be a blowout. Dude.
Yeah.
It might be a blowout. Last game of the day. This should be fun. Serbia against England.
Has to be England. I mean, if Germany have showed up, if Spain have showed up, and we consider those guys as title contenders, well, England are my favorites. They have to show up. I think they know the pressure that's at hand for them. They know that the media expects this team to play just as good as Germany, to play just as good as Spain and Italy. So all that considered, I have England, beating Serbia for sure. Maybe 2-0, 3-0,
I need England to shut everybody up and just showcase that they're on that same level as a title contender in this tournament. I need a 2-0, 3-0 type result. I want to see players ball out, Bellingham, Foden, whoever starts. I want to see Southgate get it right because, bro, any other result that isn't a win here, is immediately going to put so much pressure on this English team, and that's not going to be good for them, I think. Ultimately, that is not a good thing. Tying or losing is just going to cause mass hysteria for this English side, so I need to see them get a result. And I just don't trust Serbia, man. I really don't. After what I've seen from them in the past 2 years, especially at the World Cup, that defense is wide open,
man.
dude. It's wide open.
I'm hoping that they can at least mark up to England offensively. That'd be fun. You know, if they're able to generate maybe 3 or 4 genuine chances throughout the entire match, that's all I'm asking for from Serbia. That's about it. But defensively, I just can't trust them to hold back England's juggernaut offense.
Simon Azarbar says 3-2 Serbia. Vlahovic hat-trick. Holy shit. Johnny says England are winning 4-1. Asokatano says 3-1 England. Noor says Serbia got no chance. I agree with you guys completely.
I just don't think they do.
Completely. The last thing I want to speak about, and I want to know the chat, I want to know what you guys think about this topic. Actually has nothing to do with the Euros. I just really wanted to get your reaction. Did you hear what Ronaldinho said today?
No, what did he say?
Ronaldinho
to who?
had an interview with, I don't know who, maybe it was like a YouTuber, an interviewer, and said that he will not be supporting or watching the Brazilian team, that the current state they are in is the worst state he has seen any Brazilian team be in, and that is not, it doesn't encapsulate the Brazilian soul. They play with no heart, they have no grit, and he is done with this team. Win or lose, he will not be supporting or watching them this entire Copa America run.
Damn.
Oh, shit, and I didn't exaggerate, too. That's
Good
what he said.
Lord.
That's what he said, bro.
That's harsh. That sounds
harsh,
really harsh.
It's so harsh.
Now, what he's saying honestly makes sense. You've seen the Brazil performances we talked about in our Copa America preview, bro. Like, they're mid-table in South American qualifying for the World Cup. That is a sight that I have never seen. And didn't they just lose their first World Cup qualifier at home for the first time in their history? Something absolutely ridiculous. So, as far as statistics are concerned, this is a new low for Brazil. So Dino's not wrong about that whatsoever.
He's not wrong.
And when you look at the way that they do play, I mean, yeah, well, if you compare it to the way Argentina play, there's definitely less passion. Definitely, man. So if you expect Brazil to be on par with Argentina, there is a massive difference.
Oh, that's for sure. It's just funny because, like, for example, today, like, Iniesta posted a picture of him and his family and his baby sitting down and watching Lamine Yamal and Nico Williams. Meanwhile, Ronaldinho's shitting on the Brazilian team and being like, you guys will amount to nothing. You do not compare to us whatsoever. And then Rafinha is the first Brazilian player to come out and respond to the statement. And he claims that Ronaldinho texted Vinny asking for tickets to one of their games, and Vinny, like, completely ghosted him, basically. And so Ronaldinho's just salty about that interaction. Therefore, he, like, said something negative in the media.
Rafinha said
That's what Rafinha said. He came with receipts and shit.
He's getting in on it.
He's getting in on it.
Dude.
It's the most bizarre situation. But I think it's a sign of where Brazil is right now and how they're taking that 3-2 barely victory against Mexico in a friendly, and then also tying USA 1-1. They're taking it hard.
They're disjointed, man.
Yeah.
And honestly, this is great news because they're on the side of the USA bracket. So, hey, let's go, man.
I'm telling you.
I'll take that.
Christopher Molina says, I think he's right. Brazil won't go to the final of this tournament. I mean, he could end up being right. That's the thing. He really could.
Yeah.
Ahsoka Town says, no passion, only ego on the team. And then Ivancito G says, low-key with Danilo as your captain, it just ain't the same as we're used to. That is true. If we're talking about aura, about what player represents, Danilo captaining this team is just so different from the greats we've seen from Brazil. But I just think Brazil has so much talent. Like, they could easily pop off at any moment.
That's the thing.
I don't like this idea of just being totally against them. You got to support your team, man.
Yeah. You shouldn't be. Yeah, that's true because those words are so harsh, which is crazy considering that, you know, their entire starting 11 play at the best teams in Europe.
Like, Mexico deserves these words, not Brazil, dude.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason to try to hurt their confidence right now in this moment, days before the tournament starts. That's all my perspective is. But you're right. He may not be wrong about this, and I just wonder how much it's going to end up actually impacting the Brazilian team.
Dude, I wonder.
Yeah. Guys, let us know in the chat, what did you think? And once again, thank you guys so much for watching today's stream. 3 back-to-back games, and we'll be back tomorrow with the same damn thing. Make sure to like the stream on your way out, subscribe, comment, and everything, because we'll be covering the Euros and Copa America as well as OFC Nations Cup for the next 30 days.
Sure.
Join the give and go. We'll see you guys very, very soon. Peace.
Meninos e meninas, patricinhos e patricinhas, seja bem-vindo a mais um vídeo no meu canal. Estou aqui cozinhando patricios, obviamente, claramente, fisiologicamente. Não estou em minha casa, tá? Estou em uma casa de veraneio, claramente. desfrutando um pouquinho do campo. Mas o que digo para você, Patrício, não estou com meu setup, mas necessitava falar de um tema que repercutiu o mundo. O tema do Ronaldinho Gaúcho. Falou que não vai acompanhar o selecionado de Brasil em la Copa América e que está desanimado com o selecionado e não pretende echar mais. Vou explicar o motivo, o porquê Ronaldinho soltou esta bomba e uma verdade que muitos não lhe querem escuchar. Bien, antes disso, que le gusta, e o mais importante... Oi, tô rouco. Ayer foi tremendo, foi... Y hoy obviamente estoy de resaca y con la voz un poquito
Resaca.
rota, ¿no? Así que bueno, seguimos. Dino habló lo que todos brasileños le encantaría hablar. Habló la verdad, él es la fuente de los nombres porque es un jugador que foi histórico para o futebol. Dinho, um craque tremendo, balão de ouro, campeão mundial e tem o direito de falar lo que le molesta e que le encanta. Dinho falou, deu declaração de que está desanimado com este selecionado de Brasil, que não inspira nenhum motivo emotivo para hinchar e que claramente não vai na Copa América acompanhar o Brasil, que desanimou deste Brasil. E uma declaração também bárbara dizendo que hoje este Brasil tem muitos jogadores medianos comparados ao Brasil de tempos atrás. Este é o pior Brasil, pode se considerar de la história. Em poucas palavras, Dinho deixou claro sua insatisfação com o Brasil atual. Mas que certo, irmão, e há muita gente aí, um divisor de águas, que estão tirando palo em Dinho e outros que estão de acordo. Eu sou del TEAN, que estou de acordo com o Dinho, e isso é um vídeo criticando o Brasil neste partido em frente aos Estados Unidos, a falta de ganas que tem de jogar futebol, jogadores caminhando na cancha, Marquinhos com a mão na cintura, ou seja, jogadores que já estão 8 anos em los ciclos de Brasil e não arreglam nada, não vestem a camiseta, não jogam com amor a camiseta. E o Dinho falou uma verdade que todos lhe encantaria falar, que na verdade poucos jogadores têm o huevo para falar como Dinho. Vários jogadores pentacampeão mundial, Cafu, Kaká e tantos outros poderiam dar a mesma declaração, pero preferiram quedar callado. Por quê? Será que tem plata entrando atrás? Porque hoje a convocatória de Brasil se basa, Patrício, se basa claramente por empresários, por la marca Nike. Pero ninguém quer ver isso, ninguém quer ver isso, ninguém quer falar disso, mas é uma realidade. Enquanto suceder a convocatória por empresários, o dedo metido de CBF não for completamente del DT, Brasil não ganha mais Copa do Mundo. Olvidate, hermano, na Copa do Mundo que o Brasil não ganha mais. A partir do momento que a administração cambiar e que a CBF agarrar o paquete de arroz, vamos dizer, este paquete de arroz é tuyo, hermano, e quero que vós cuide bem. Vos vai poder o grão de arroz que quer poner cocinar, digamos, estou dando um exemplo, não? Vos tem 100% na mão la lapiseira para elegir
lapiseira
por setor, mas quero que vos salga campeão do mundo. Aí, se o DT tiver 100% na mão la convocatória, eu tenho certeza que o Brasil sai campeão com um DT também, como que se diz, competente. Eu já vejo que Dorival é um segundo fantoche, na verdade, como foi Tite, como foi Diniz, e segue os mesmos jogadores, Marquinhos, Danilo, Marquinhos, Danilo, Paquetá, tipo, jogadores que já foi, né? Sacaram Casemiro, bueno, pero se vão reemplaçar Casemiro, que tragam um volante, me vão jogar a Copa América sem volante, né? Então, umas convocatórias assim que, sim, necessitamos reformulação, necessitamos, pero se necessita revar os jogadores certos, hermano. Não pode ser que tenemos esses laterais que temos hoje, que claramente hoje em Brasil temos muitos Neymar, temos muitos Dinho, Kaká, pero estão já nas favelas, ou seja, sem ser vistos, né? Porque hoje a moda é o padre levar num centro de treinamento e aí se desenvolve, e aí já agarra o empresário e um jogador mediano se termina entrando no selecionado do Brasil, irmão. Ou seja, não se pode, né? Não se pode mais, a falta de competência do Brasil nos últimos anos também de lançar jogadores, né? De buscar jogadores, porque antes Ronaldo Fenômeno, os melhores saíram. Ronaldo Fenômeno, Adriano Imperador, Ronaldinho, saíram todas das caixas da favela, irmão. Né? Era outra época, pero por favor, irmão, não podemos mais com esses jogadores que têm zero comprometimento com a camisa mais pesada do mundo, a pentacampeão mundial, verde e amarilla de Brasil. É uma vergonha e esperamos agora, né, que esses jogadores tome esse discurso de Dinho, para vestir a camisa de Brasil com ganas e volte na Copa América digna e até ganhe, hermanos, provando que sim, que se merecem vestir a camisa de Brasil para na futura Copa do Mundo. Se esses jogadores não vestir a camiseta na Copa América, esquece, cambia o DT, cambia vários jogadores daí, porque já cerrou o ciclo, o ciclo. Eu não suporto mais ver Marquinhos sendo titular de Brasil. Não lo suporto, irmão.
Bem-vindo.
Eu juro
É
que
dos
não
washed.
entendo como Marquinhos todavia está em Brasil. Me parece que andou
It should be four
na
choice.
ira do presidente da CBF, não sei o que passou aí, mas me parece que há algo grande aí que Marquinhos não pode sair desse equipo, irmão. Não pode sair e já me cansa. Chega uma hora que cansa a mim, cansa toda a hinchada de Brasil. E claramente Dinho não citou nomes, pero puso ao todo que este Brasil é um Brasil medíocre, que é um Brasil pobre de jogadores, que é um Brasil com jogadores medianos e que não lhe dá ganas de hinchar. E claramente este Brasil está fazendo que a hinchada se afaste, irmão, em vez de se acercar. E claramente o Brasil necessita despertar, os jogadores necessitam pôr-los hoje na cancha, jogar com amor da camiseta e representar essa camiseta histórica no futebol. Histórica, assim que Dinho tem toda a razão de não acompanhar o Brasil.
Razão.
Dou total apoio. Eu, como íntia, vou seguir apoiando o Brasil, né? Vou seguir apoiando, mas um nome forte como Dinho, né? Necessitou falar isso para ver se os jogadores despertam no Brasil, para ver se eles caem na realidade de que estão vestindo uma camisa pesada, irmãos. Uma camisa pesada, e esse recado foi para todos que Dinho deu, para todos. E é um recado que eles têm que tomar, não para o coração, mas como motivo, né, de incentivo, porque foi um dos melhores jogadores, deste siglo, deste milênio, não sei, de todos os tempos, dos melhores que entra no top 5 ou 10 fácil, os melhores do mundo. Dinho, balão de ouro, né? Dinho, campeão do mundo. Então, para que coisa melhor que um discurso de um jogador ser extraterrestre como Dinho? Há que tomar os jogadores não para o coração, jogadores do Brasil, mas como incentivo. Vamos mostrar para o Dinho que nós outros podemos? Sim, assim tem que tomar. Porque, na verdade, é um incentivo, digamos, positivo. Há que tomar as coisas positivas. E os jogadores do Brasil não estão dando a cara para este Brasil. É horrível o futebol do Brasil hoje. É indecadente, latente, que claramente Dinho decepcionou-se.
Fuck,
Não vai
está
acompanhar o
forte.
Brasil porque não te dá ganas de ir viajar
Okay,
ver Brasil, este Brasil
Tem que
jogar.
parar.
Não te dá ganas, irmão. Te dá ganas de ver o Brasil jogar quando é aquele Brasil ascendente, aquele Brasil que ataca, que cria jogadas, que cria volume de partido, né? O Brasil claramente não tem isso, irmãos. Está carente. Então, a palavra do Dinho é a minha, né? O Dinho está certo e quem está contra Dinho é pessoas que não entendem de futebol, é pessoas que não viram este ser vivo jogar. E claramente muitos falam, mas que existe no Brasil? Irmão, ganhou na Copa do Mundo, isso um tremendo gol em frente à Inglaterra. Se depois ele não se afirmou no Brasil, que era em 2006, bueno, tampouco é um problema, né? Mas aquele equipe pelo menos Dinho e Cia traíram a Copa do Mundo e viviam a mesma situação que vive esse Brasil, Vivi uma situação que o Brasil não venia bem antes da Copa do Mundo, terminaram em terceiro nas eliminatórias, vendo-se o rival Argentina terminar amplamente com pontos melhores em eliminatórias que o Brasil, mas o Brasil chegou em 2002 com um DT que entrou, pôs a cara do Brasil, usou eu e digo, vamos ganhar isso, vamos, somos buenos, somos. E ganharam, irmão. Ganharam. Assim que se te gostou do vídeo, de que le gusta, se não te gostou, dica também, porque vale, papá. Mas as palavras de Dinho são as palavras corretas, tá? Há gente que não le gusta escuchar a verdade, simplesmente isso.
All right, here we are, guys. A mini version of the American Soccer Council. We'll call this American Soccer Council Light. Hopefully
not with our
people won't
weight.
boycott us. But we're missing Tack and we're missing Brett. Both of them weren't available today, but that's okay. We've done this a couple of times, usually after camps, to kind of, talk, because people hear from me and Tack a lot on this channel. But, getting straight red, and Adam, I know you're not a YouTuber, but, people seem to like your opinions and also your basketball references. And your apparent nearness genetically to Ethan Horvath, which I think is still under some debate.
The over-under I heard is 2.5 for basketball references for me tonight on this show.
Okay.
I'll take the over.
2.5, I'll take 2.5.
Yeah, take the over.
We do need a DNA.
Bro, how did I still get 40? I had like 17.
Yeah,
The first
still
fucking.
under, for all
Okay,
we know,
fucking
you're
fuck it
cousin
then.
at least. That's what I'm thinking. At least a cousin.
Cousin,
Maybe
yeah.
not
Ok,
quite
hay que
an older
darlas.
cousin, but
Estas rápido, hay que
My
darlas
secret
cortas,
burner is like that
chiquitas.
one account out there really pushing for Horvath hard. So
Oh, really? I've never seen this account.
no, I'm just joking.
Oh, okay.
that doesn't exist.
Okay.
So yeah, basically just kind of look after, it's a kind of an interesting time to do this because after the friendlies, two difficult games, which I don't remember any window where we played friendlies this tough. But before Copa America, and I kind of want to start off with this. Has our opinion changed about this team and about Greg after these two friendlies, or is it largely the same? And either way, whatever your answer is, why? Who wants to start?
I guess I'll start. My opinion about Greg still hasn't totally changed. I still think in general he's still stubborn. I still think he's very arrogant. I still think he wants to play non-pragmatic soccer unless his back is against the wall, unless he's at the World Cup playing England or apparently now Brazil. Like, this is the first time I feel like he game planned, because they're constantly talking about both the players and Greg. We don't really prepare for the other team. We focus on us and what we're going to do. Well, it's pretty obvious in this game we stopped doing that a little and decided, we're going to do some things that might make it harder for Brazil to score. It was a change. And so, but I think as soon as he gets the chance, he's just going to go back to doing the same thing again. That would be my guess. So my opinion on Greg hasn't really changed. I think the only thing that is now that I see it clearly is that he just refuses to do and game plan for the opponents. And that's kind of a stubborn ass thing to do. The players I still believe in, although, the effort sometimes isn't there and their consistency isn't there, and so that's going to be the same too.
Yeah, not much has changed. I mean, my biggest question mark a couple months ago, I think when we talked last, was consistency with this coach, this group under this coach. And it's like, what are we going to see? I put a big tweet out about it, and it's like, hey, if you go back in the Berhalter era,
come on.
all you kind of see is like, some brief
I gotta get this
spikes
fucking drift.
followed by dips and confusion. And most of the spikes, let's just be honest, most of the spikes are wins against one team who is very much proving to be pretty average on the world stage. So those spikes aren't even like that, in retrospect, those aren't even that promising, in my opinion, right? They mean way less looking back now than they did in the moments, right? So a lot of us have started looking at like, well, where are these benchmarks that we're hitting to show that we're on track to do something in 2026 meaningful? And Colombia was, I thought, a really important game because, and a lot of people are poo-pooing, it's a friendly, don't take friendly serious. like, I agree. Don't take friendlies serious a year after the World Cup when it's a money grab. These teams pre-Copa are trying. I'm sorry. Like, did we get absolutely 100% of Brazil? No, but like we got a Brazil that was trying. They certainly weren't trotting out a second unit, and certainly weren't not trying to score. So we got a good version of Brazil. We got I thought a really motivated version of Colombia. And Pete, what I thought we saw much of the same that we've seen under Greg, which is Jekyll and Hyde. Who are we getting night in and night out? And that is not a good feeling going into Bolivia and Panama, right? And I know we're going to kind of talk on that a little bit more, but like my feeling's not the same because my emotion and my feel going into those games, I'm like, I don't know.
Adam, this is where you and I are going to disagree with Pete because I don't think he feels we got the best of Brazil. No, as you said, I don't think we did either. I think we got 90%. Also think it was hot as hell and humid. And nobody by the end of the game was giving up. But, you know, you take that foul on Pulisic and you saw how upset the Brazilian players were about that foul outside the box. Probably was inside the box. But neither here nor there. They argued about that for 5 minutes. They weren't there to lose. They're definitely there to win. But obviously you're going to see a better Brazil at an actual real tournament. But I think what they did give us was enough. I think they were there to win.
We would have saw, if that was a 1-1 game in a real knockout, we would have saw more effort. I totally agree with that. I kind of probably hyped it up a little bit too much in the moment. Rewatching it, certainly it wasn't like them all out,
Right.
but it wasn't them. I don't know if you remember, we played them in a friendly after the 2018 World Cup. I don't know if you remember, and it was literally just them. Like, that was sleepwalking friendly, there to collect a check Brazil. You know, like my point is, this wasn't that. You know,
Yeah.
I don't think we can extrapolate this and be like, well,
I got
with
an
that
extra
performance,
10.
we're ready to go to the semifinals of the World Cup. No, but certainly there were some positives to gain from it. But inconsistency, boys, inconsistency.
Well, with the players and Greg, both.
So, yeah, I'll address the Brazil point real quick. It's not that I think they didn't care, right? They trotted out their A lineup. They wanted to win 100%. I just don't think the intensity was there. Like, I think that was played at 70 or 80% intensity for this Brazil team. I think they looked at that 5-1 result against Colombia and went, Estadios Unidos, let's go finish that. But I don't think they took us very seriously, and I don't think they played with an intensity that belied that. That's what I think. We'll see what they look like in the actual competition. Because, by the way, Brazil also has not looked good in competitive games in CONMEBOL, right? They're 6th in World Cup qualifying at the moment. So we might see Colombia top that group and Brazil come. So we may end up meeting Brazil meeting Colombia, I'm sorry, because we get second, unless we get first and we meet Brazil. There's an argument to be made. You'd almost rather Brazil at this point.
Right, no, I would. Just to your point there, real quick, I think that Brazil, many of the players on the team know a lot of our players now, like McKennie, Pulisic, Ream, Jedi, just because of the leagues they play in. So I think they took the players seriously, but now whether or not they took the friendly itself, because it's a friendly, nobody goes like 110% the friendly. It's just not going to happen. Now
that looked a lot like Brazil. To your point, Pete, that looked a lot like the Brazil we've seen the last 2-3 months, though. Like, that's my point, right? Is that it just didn't look that different? So maybe it's not the best version of this Brazil team, but we got that Brazil team. In my opinion, we got a pretty close representation of what they've been.
Yeah, and I think to your point about not taking friendly seriously, what I absolutely loved about that game is that we took it really seriously, and we had to, right? Anything less would have been inexcusable, right? I mean, we had to, after that Colombia loss, they had to prove to the fan base that, wait a minute, this is a team to take seriously. Otherwise, some people might have just tuned out for Copa America, to be honest.
Well, and Greg took it seriously, too. So serious, he was willing to throw his usual shtick out the window after about 17 minutes. Yeah. I think he knew his back was to the wall, because he doesn't care what any of us say, right? But when everybody else in the mainstream media starts echoing what we're saying and have been saying for years now, then he read that. He's like,
What the
job
freak?
might be on the line. It's
Español
possible.
Inglés.
He doesn't know 100%.
Baby, you
He's
got something on
definitely
your
gonna be,
nose.
around. You
I
know, I think he probably thought I got a 90% chance, but if I lose this game,
If I
5 to
get
1,
this dude.
I might be gone. It's possible.
Almost,
They just let
almost.
DJ coach this team through Copa.
Baby, you got something on your nose.
Yeah,
Oh
and
my
just
god.
about, my opinion about Greg has not changed, right? He's still stubborn, he's still inflexible, he's still stick to the 4-3-3. In terms of the tactics that he put out, it's essentially what we saw.
Let's
against
go!
him.
Oh my
It
gosh,
wasn't
that
the same
felt
4-4-2, but
crazy.
it was a mid block that can retreat into a low block if they break through that mid block. I think the only thing, it's not so much that it changed for me, but this team proved against Brazil what I think a lot of us have been saying for a long time, that this is a standard we can expect from this team. Because
There
if
we
they played
fucking
every
go.
game with that level of
Let's
intensity
fucking
and
go,
aggression
mate.
and hunger, I don't think we'd be getting the performances
Oh,
and the
shit.
results that we have been getting.
Okay, I think I'm starting
I
to
don't
get
think
23.
so. And, after the Colombia loss, the Greg Simps were telling us, well, this team just doesn't have the ability to play against these teams. You're overrating the team. Don't expect anything against the bigger teams. And then we went out in Brazil and did the exact opposite. It's like, yes, see, when we play with a smart tactical game plan, when we play with hunger and intensity and aggression, when we go out there and fight for the shirt and fight for the crest, we can compete with some of these big teams and maybe occasionally get a result. And I think that's really what most fans are asking for. No one's asking for us to win Copa America or the World Cup. That would be unrealistic. Asking for us to show that we can compete with the big teams and occasionally get a result is doable. Swatting aside the minnows on a regular basis, home and away, very doable. Looking competent and efficient against the
40,
teams
I
that
think
have
we're doing
similar
good.
talent to ours, also very doable. And we've rarely seen that with this team. So nothing has changed, in my opinion, about this team, except I feel justified in what a lot of us have been saying now, that this team can play at a certain level, and they showed it. We just wish they would do it more often.
Yep, that's it.
Hey, you got something
Blame
on
and
your
credit,
nose.
right? Another discussion point that went around was, who do you blame for results that are poor and performances that are poor, and vice versa? Who do you give credit to? Is how much of this is on Greg and how much of this is on the players? I think most reasonable people would say both, right? The question would be how much and why. So I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts.
I'm not going to put a percentage on it. I'm just going to give you my experience from coaching. And I know, Pete, you've coached some. And Derek, have you coached at all? Have you
Let's
done
fucking
any?
go.
Yeah, right. So here's what here's what I learned in
Tell me
coaching,
which
right?
one
Early
is
in my
easier.
coaching days,
Que sea, not
when we
playing
would lose
English,
and have
English
bad
easier.
stretches, I would blame the players and I don't have good enough players. My players
Finally.
aren't disciplined. My players aren't X,
Finally.
Y, Z, right? And I remember getting on the phone with one of my coaching mentors. I
What's
was like a 25-year-old college head coach.
What? How you say
That's all I
that?
was doing. Get on the phone
El
with my
Nico Coke?
college
What
mentor,
the freak
my
is that
coaching
name?
mentors, first couple years, and I'm telling them all this. Like, Adam, all that's
Que
a reflection.
isso?
Don't mean to be mean. All that's a reflection of you. It's all a reflection of you. And, they weren't saying that no players would ever go out of line, right? But when I was telling him the wholesale problems with our team, he was like, you need to look internal. You need to figure out how you can
Only
coach
Nico.
that stuff better. And
Okay,
that's my biggest
okay,
thing,
Nico.
right? Of course, there's always blame on players. Always.
Desculpagem.
But when you have performances like that Colombia performance, or you can go back to a million other performances, in my opinion, right? Jamaica a couple months back, right?
Jamaica.
When you have those kind of performances and everybody sucks, to me it is always
the
an
coach.
indication that you have a couple things that could be wrong. The players are not motivated properly in some way, shape, or form, right? Something's wrong on the team. They don't
fuck do I
like each
get
other.
that?
They don't like the coach. That could be one answer.
I just get next to
Two,
it.
they don't understand the system they're in and they're confused. And therefore, it looks like a lack of effort, but it's really just confusion, right? Three, the big errors you continually see, like in that Colombia game, Zone 14 just opened
Nico
over
with
and
K.
over and over again for Colombia. And
Okay.
people are like, well, Gio's not
Is it
covering
Nico
it. This
or
guy's like,
Neko or what the
guys,
freak, bro?
everybody
Neko.
can't be wrong at one time. Something is wrong tactically in how he's relaying the message of what he wants them to do. I'm sure Greg doesn't want that space open, right? I'm also sure the players aren't trying to leave that space open, but they are, right? And when you have wholesale big tactical things wrong, that falls on the coach. if all of your players are 80, 90%, it seems like, man, they all look off.
Fuck, I was
all
almost
not giving
there.
their best or
I
off.
just needed
To
4,000.
me, that's on the coach, right? Now, can players
Okay.
take some more onus and play a little
Where
harder?
they-
I think almost always.
Where they at?
But to me, I use this on Twitter, and I don't know if it's the best example, but it's
Oh,
like
fuck.
if you have a struggling school district, right, somewhere, and it's like, man, all of these kids are underperforming on standardized testing. It's not like, well, all the
That's
kids
worse.
aren't trying hard. All the kids suck. It's like, no, like something's wrong. There is a systemic issue here with how we're teaching, you know, what the kids are getting at home. Something's wrong, right? Systemically. And that's what I've seen in the USMNT is like systemically, and I can't put my finger on it. I'm not in the locker room. Something is wrong systemically, and the coach is in charge of that. So to me, it falls way more on the
Bro,
coach. than
what the
player.
fuck? I didn't get
You're
the
right
first time.
about. I like the
Hold it,
teaching
whatever.
metaphor because I was a teacher. There
I
are
was
old
teacher.
school teachers who would say, "Well, I taught it. If they didn't learn it, that's their problem."
The fuck that?
Like-
What the hell? Get,
That's not the way
No,
you
hell
coach
no.
or you teach. I mean, you have to make sure. Well, they used to call it, I guess, during the political era, "No Child Left Behind." But what stemmed out of that, or one of the philosophies, was that everyone was capable of at least, you know, a bottom line performance level. But if your class wasn't about making sure your students, all your students, learned, and you were just teaching and then going home every day, and who cares who learned what? That's just bad teaching. And I think there's a little of that going on with Greg. I do think in soccer, a bad manager can have a heavily weighted effect
What
on
are
a
you
team
doing?
by setting up the team wrong, not giving the proper
Look, I'm gonna give
instructions,
you-
or in some cases giving too many instructions that are overcomplicated, overbearing, and in some cases, if you're Joe Scally, up until recently, confusing. And you're not allowed to play freely. And I mean, there were only basic rules when I played soccer. Right back goes up, left back holds. Center midfielder goes
shite.
up, one of the center midfielders has to hold. It was so basic, but that's all we needed. You set us up in a formation. We generally know how to play together. We don't need to. You don't need to. Go out on the
Yeah,
field
that's it.
before the
Yeah,
games
no.
and all the practices and go.
Yeah,
I want you to form a
the
triangle here,
ball.
and then after this triangle, I
the-
want you to shift into this triangle
Wait,
here, and
if
then
I
we're going
change
to shift
it
into
to
that
this,
triangle.
I will
And then
put
when you get down to the final
can't
third,
change
we're
it,
going to bounce
fuck.
it around
This
the
shit
shoe
doesn't
mark
work
for
like
a
that.
while until we find an opening. We're going to try to misplace the defense. We're going to try to shift them into zones where they're vulnerable. Well, that's odd because that never seems to work against Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. So maybe there's a different solution, Greg, called quick transitions. Quicker transitions once you gain possession. So it is some of that
Fuck.
is the philosophy of the coach, and the coach,
Shit.
his own demeanor is reflected in the team very often, which
Look
is
at
why
that.
you saw such grit out of those 2002 teams. Because Bruce is a take no crap kind of dude. He's a rough
Ain't no
around the
crap.
edges guy, and that was reflected in that team. This team often looks soft because Greg is soft.
Oof.
Yeah, I mean, it's again. I think there are a lot of people who watch the U.S. men's national team who maybe watch MLS and don't
Greg is
really
soft.
aren't really paying attention to the world of soccer. And some of those people are people that go, "What are you talking about with this whole thing?" It's like this is true everywhere. Look at Atletico Madrid plays the way that Diego Simeone is.
Amen.
Manchester City plays the way that Pep Guardiola is, right? Very defensive teams like Anthony Pulis' Stoke City was infamous for playing the way that Anthony Pulis is. Like Alex Ferguson's team always played the way that his personality is. This isn't new in soccer. This isn't an idea that a few QSMNT guys came up with and are trying to propagate to the fan base. This is, you know what I mean? Like this is true across the world of soccer. And I'm not really, tuned into a bunch of other sports, but I'm sure it's true in other sports as well.
Absolutely.
Fuck.
That's
Phil
why you.
Jackson, for example.
Or you see how many coaches hockey teams go through in a season. NHL is notorious for this. And I can tell you, the way teams play are reflected in, they go through too many, but yes, if it's not clicking with the players, there's something not clicking between the players and the coach. They just get rid of them. Gone. You're out.
The weirdest narratives out there for me that I interact with, I don't know if you guys agree with this, is like these people that will get into this, run of like conversation with me, and they're like, these players aren't better than this. You guys just need to face that. And it's like, well, okay, what do you want us to do? Just like keep the same manager then? Like, after the Columbia performance, it seemed like a lot of people, it wasn't just one or two, were like, this is the best we are going to expect out of these guys. I don't know what you guys are thinking. This is a bad team. And Pete, you kind of talked about that and how we answered in the Brazil game. And it's like, well, what are you guys talking about? Like, check it. But like, what I don't understand is it's like, if you guys think that this is the best anyone can get out of this team, then let's just try something else at that point, right? Like, and, you know, to the point that a lot of people make, which is, well, it's not going to help that much. Like, like you see across sports, you see it in soccer. If you're just a soccer person, you see it in soccer all the time. A different manager will take the same group and in the same season get drastically different results, right? Because they make changes that are sensible. They start utilizing players better. They motivate the group in a different way. There's a lot of reasons why it happens, right? And that's the kind of thing, like the inconsistency that we see out of USMNT and the confusion we see out of the players and the lack of heart and grit or whatever you want to call it, right? Like, to me, that's symptomatic of a lot of other things, not lack of heart and grit. It's all emblematic of leadership, right? Like, that's leadership. And if you want different results, you're going to need different leadership, right? And like, we have Copa now. Let's see what happens. We're coming off a good result. Can we string together, right, 4 or 5? And it doesn't even mean winning Copa for me. It just means string together 4 or 5 results where we feel really good after the game. And that might be a tie against Uruguay, right? But I can tell you this, it's not going to be winning at the death against Bolivia, because that's regression, guys. Like, that's regression, right? We need to go take care of business against these 2 teams, and we need to put up that kind of performance against Uruguay. And now all of a sudden you got 4.
Fuck, that's fast.
That's what I would need to see to even consider. In my eyes,
what the fuck happened?
You know what I tell those halfwits? It's like, go wiki the 2002.
Bro,
roster.
what the hell happened?
Go tell me all the great teams all those players played for. None.
Bro,
none of them played for any great teams. And yet Bruce was able to take what was on paper on paper, that's a mediocre ass team. Out of the group stage, a really tough group, and then a couple more rounds in to the knockout
they beat
stages.
Portugal.
That's right.
In the group stage, 3-2, and that was Portugal with Luis Figo. That was a fearsome Portugal, right? And then they beat a very good Mexico, right, in the second round, and were one bad handball call away from going to a semifinal with South Korea against Germany.
Exactly.
So yeah, and just quickly about the other point that we talk about it being, you know, the overcomplicated instructions. Again, some people have this idea that this is a fan theory. It is not. Multiple players have talked about this.
Yes.
Pepe alluded to it under Anthony Hudson, how much more freedom they have to play. Joe Scally alluded it when, you know, we were looking for a new coach by saying we need to get a coach that understands this isn't club soccer. Eric Williamson didn't just allude to it. He came out and said Greg's system is very, very complicated to understand. Christian Roldan said the same thing. I think they were talking about new players in camp, and he was saying, you know, Greg's system is tough to learn. It's going to take a lot of camps to learn it. This
Balogun said it too, by the way. Balogun also
Did he?
said, yeah, I haven't figured out how to work myself into the system yet. Like, if it shouldn't be that complicated. Even Greg said it. Yeah, we haven't figured out how to work flow into the system yet. He said it himself.
Right. So this is multiple players and coaches saying this. This isn't a QSMNT theory. This isn't fans coming up with whatever. This is something that we are getting from the players and from the coach, and it's clearly not working. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this. Like, and this is the kind of stuff to me that's really disturbing. And I don't understand how more people aren't disturbed by this kind of stuff. We have a manager who has managed pretty much this same group post-COVID, right? A lot of them before COVID too, but like, this is a real, if you look at the group that we've had together, and I get there have been injuries along the way, it is predominantly guys that have been together for a few years now, right? We are, 6 years into a coach's tenure in a system. I know he's reworked it a little bit through the years. And we are so bad in, Derek, you kind of touched on it, in transitions.
Yeah.
Like, how are we so bad in transition soccer moments, right? Everything Colombia and Brazil got against us, transition moments, other than I think the corner kick goal that Colombia scored. But like, all these moments are happening because we look perplexed, confused. I understand how people interpret it as lack of effort, But like, I don't know, our guys really just all lack effort every time there's a transition moment. That's just so hard to believe, right? Like everyone just isn't playing hard. Like we can't get back to like a shape that makes sense fast to contain. And we're typically in possession when we turn it over. We're in really weird places, right? Too stretched out with a ton of space in between the defensive and midfield lines.
Right.
That was like that's honestly the biggest issue I saw in these games is like, where is everyone? Like Matt Turner hits that terrible ball, and it's like, where the F is everyone? Like, why don't we have any freaking support and players? And it's and you talked on the offensive transitions, Derek. We should be murdering people in offensive transitions.
Absolutely.
And we look passive. We look like we want to kick the ball back and, be like, prime Barcelona, like tiki-taka. And I'm like, what are we doing? Like, this is a transition-based team. Look at the guys we have. Like, and that troubles me that like 6 years in, we don't have a grasp on transition moments. And I think it's probably because we're so caught up in all these other things that to me, honestly, don't even matter. Just like be really good in transition moments and you could be a really good team. Really hard to score on, and you can go get some chances that maybe you shouldn't have.
And actually, the great news was one of the positive things with the Brazil game is we saw a nice handful of actually quick transition moments, and it was rare. And I don't know who decided to do it, because when Greg was coming out pre-game out of the locker room and they interviewed him, he said, well, what we want to do is come out and we want to fight hard, but when we get the ball, we need to possess it. Well, we possessed it all right, but for the first time that I can remember, we actually tried to transition up the field as fast as we possibly could. Not in counter style. I mean, it wasn't that fast, but, it was actually the ball moved from the back to the midfield to the front relatively fast compared to all the other games that I've watched from Greg. I don't know if the players decided to do that or Greg was just spouting some nonsense before the game started.
So if we're not good in offensive transitions generally, and we're not good in defensive transitions, we know we're not great at breaking down a low block. Is there anything we are good at?
Well, we showed.
It's just consistently no, right? It's like random games where I'm like, wow, we were good at that this game. Like I thought, I'll give a ton of credit. In the second half, I thought that whatever adjustments we made to, I think, defend a little bit deeper, we certainly defended deeper in the second half.
Oh, yeah.
And whatever adjustments he did make from, I think you mentioned it, from like the 20-30 minute mark in the first half on, we were way better. Like we gave up, I thought we were going to lose 5-0 again after the first 30 minutes, right?
Yep.
I mean, like, I was like, this is insane, guys. Like we're giving up 3-on-2s to Brazil every 3 minutes.
Did you notice after Turner gave up that goal, that we, not a single time after this, on a goal kick, did we try to play out of the back?
Yeah,
We just said, everybody up! We're just chunking this sucker past midfield, and we'll go deal with that, whatever that is.
But it's like, every time we see, to me, what's sensible tactical moves for this team, like the England game, we get the Netherlands game. And it's like, what? We're not going to run like some of that back? Like, it's just like we're doing totally different things. So that's always the interesting part, right? Is like, are we going to go out against Uruguay and try and kind of do what I think Greg wants to do, right? He's been very vocal about what he wants to do, right? And it's like, cool. That doesn't seem to work against really good teams. I hope he learns from this and goes, okay, I'm going to be more practical. Like, I'm going to be a little bit more practical and go a different direction here.
How about a little humility?
We'll
the only time we've seen humility is in 2 games, England, Brazil. As you said, in the Netherlands, we just ditched everything we did against England and just went back to saying, you know what, we're going to go chest to chest with those guys and see what happens.
So, Uruguay is a whole separate discussion. But before we get to Uruguay, we have to play Bolivia and Panama. And it may get to a point where the Uruguay game doesn't matter all of that much. Because we might be fully qualified by then. But Panama, I am less worried about, because their record of naivete under Thomas Christensen, I think, will play right into our hands. If Panama comes out and tries to attack us, I think that's a sure loss for them. I'm a little more worried about Bolivia, because Bolivia is going to probably do something that they are very good at doing and used to do. Good at doing, very used to doing, and that is bunkering for their lives against a better opponent. And we are very bad at breaking down a bunker. Most recently, it was Jamaica. And before that, Trinidad and Tobago, both home and away. Before that, Uzbekistan, right? We didn't score, I don't know if we didn't score or we didn't get a second goal until like the 90th minute against the
Second goal, yeah, but it was like
Second
1-0
goal, right?
until until forever.
Yep.
So, and this was a problem last cycle too. It's not just recent. So, how are we feeling about that Bolivia game? I know they're a terrible team right now, like terrible, but so was Trinidad and Tobago, and they held us to a 0-0 draw with 10 men until the 88th minute. How are we feeling about our ability to break down a low block?
I'm nervous that Christensen will actually take some sort of elixir and get a brain and play a low block too against us. And that'll be 2 hard games, because what we do and what we are bad at, especially in those games against Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, yeah, they're in a bunker, but then they get possession and they're bringing the ball out, and then we steal the ball. But instead of saying, okay, before we let them get back into the low block, let's just go get them right now. Let's go get them. No. We turn around and we pass it back to the center backs, who diddly-diddlied with it. Then they hit it out to a left back, and then left back hit it back to the center back. By that time, Trinidad and Tobago are back in their low block, you morons. Why? What? Is there no directive to say, hey, quick transitions, once you get possession, when they're out of the low block, we need to hit them then? But no, we don't get any of that. And hopefully we're learning our lesson, but I haven't seen any evidence of it. I really haven't.
I think the hope is that they'll get early goals, right? I mean, I don't have much hope that we're gonna like play. Low blocks are hard, right? They just are. Like, if you watch enough soccer, like Man City gets a low block often in the Premier League versus low table teams.
Half the game.
And they're Man City, so yeah, they break it down. But like, you see them struggle some games. Like, it's tough. I think it's extra tough when you're not coached particularly well, right? I think that becomes even trickier. So the goal always, like, can we just somehow find a goal early, and then the game totally changes. But like, I totally expect one of those games to be 0-0 deep into the game. Like, it would shock me if they weren't, right? And to your point, Derek, it would shock me if Panama does come out and play at us, which, I guess they seem to be wanting to do that. That would be very weird, because it's a bad way to beat us if you're them.
Smart.
Yeah, I don't know. Are you going to get that lucky goal, right? And if you get that lucky goal, it's a game changer. But we'll see. We'll see if there's any lessons learned. Like, we'll see. To me, like, how you deploy Gio specifically is really important. And, I do think that if you look at, I think Gio checked into that Jamaica game relatively late or second half. I can't remember. And he was a game changer. Like, all of a sudden, we started generating chances because of his creativity in the middle and his ability to find space in the middle of the field and his ability to connect passes there. That's just different. So where are we going to deploy him? And are we going to deploy him kind of in this more retracted role that he's been playing, or are we going to let him kind of get up where he's better? So it's a little bit of like how he deploys the guys, and then I don't know, a lot of pessimism.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, just to echo what you were saying, Adam, it's, to me, how we're going to use Gio is going to be very crucial to our ability to break down low blocks. Because after the World Cup, by the way, Greg wasn't the first to do this. It was Anthony Hudson who was like, Gio's my 10. And we saw him for a BJ and for Hudson play amazing as a 10. That Nations League, he bossed it, right? That Nations League final. And then Greg kept him as a 10 for Ghana, and I believe it was Germany, right? And he looked good in both of those games as a 10. All right, and then Trinidad and Tobago, again, maybe not as good. Although he did have a nice combination with Balogun. But more specifically, that Jamaica game, he comes on, creates chances, 2 beautiful assists, and then Greg's response in the subsequent 3 games is to play him in a double pivot with the defensive midfielder as far away from the goal as he possibly can, with Weston McKennie now playing as the 10. And I don't understand that.
I would if McKennie gave you something, but he doesn't give you anything. No. He disappears in that position, and that's why. And he disappeared in the Brazil game. We just watched, and I watched this game twice. The second time, doing a lot of pausing, taking notes. But the one guy that stands around the most, and I hate to say, I hate saying this, but it's just true, is Weston McKennie. When we have possession, he seems like you're the 10, dude, moving to open space. What are you doing?
What the fuck are you doing, Cop?
I don't get it.
I know he's played a different role for club. than what I'm asking him to do. But like maybe I'm way off here. Maybe I'm unique. I thought he was pretty good as like the more, you know, in the double pivot. I don't know if it's a traditional, but we were playing more double pivoty,
shit.
you know,
No,
with
bitch.
Musa and he under BJ. And
No, it was Gio and Musa. Like Kenny
What?
was higher up the field. It was Gio and Musa playing.
with under BJ.
Oh, you're talking about BJ.
Yeah, I'm saying like we've seen him do it like a year ago. Like I've seen Wes play this role, connect passes. Like he was playing. That's where he was playing in the World Cup. I mean, he was playing like oftentimes in these like, you know, more laid back roles, more defensive roles. He's also a good defender. Like I know he has inconsistent effort and stuff, but like he's a good defender when he turns it on, and like I think he always shows up for big games. So like I want him in a more defensive role. I think he's good enough to play that role against like Bolivia and do the job we would need more of like the double pivot or the you know, the more laid back 8 to do. And then I think like how creative, going back to your point, right, or the main question, how creative is Greg willing to get here? You know, like is he going to roll out, you know, Scally at right back? Scally's played well, but like is Scally the best option against Bolivia at right back? Is there a better alignment there? Can we put a more creative player on the field?
No, we don't need
more.
one.
And I'm not even advocating
You
for
don't
that,
need
but like,
one.
is it just going to be the same old, or are we going to try and mix things up? You know, mix Gio up. What's the right back position look like?
I think Gio should be a fucking
is Johnny
bench
in
option.
versus Tyler Adams, or does he
Gonna
roll
put it
Tyler
away.
Adams out there? Does he have an awareness of what kind of players and what kind of you know, alignments are going to be able to break down a low block? And that's when I see the lineup, that's going to like tell me a lot. I feel like.
Well, I tell you what, if you're going to face a low block, you can't start Balogun. I hate saying that, but Balogun's not going to get on the end of a header in the box.
Exactly.
That's what ends up happening
Exactly.
when we play against a low block. It's just 1,000 crosses, and you need Sarge in there, or
Fuck
Pepe.
no.
You need somebody who's over 6'1",
Sargent, no.
and you need somebody with a record of scoring goals with their head.
I think Pepe sees
or on crosses
Sargent
in
now.
general, because that's not Balogun's thing. He's a through the lanes guy. He's a speedster. He's
Fuck
not going to
this.
get on the end of headers, and hasn't all season. I think he's had 1 goal his whole career off his head, or maybe 2. Might be wrong about that.
Or we could not spam 1,000 crosses into the box.
Right.
Because
Well, but that's the thing, Pete. You know, with Greg, when we play against low block teams, he likes to let the other team get back into the low block, right?
Yeah, that
We
I
don't
know.
play quickly in transition when we gain possession. And so, yeah, we're constantly playing against the low block all day instead of when the other team does have the ball and they advance it up the field and they lose it. Bam! It's time to go.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that.
Exactly.
Go now. But we didn't do it, and I was yelling at the TV screen. Brett's like, shh. I got kids. You know, it's like I'm yelling at the screen during the Jamaica game and the Trinidad game. It's so frustrating to watch.
yeah, it is. Let's move on to what surprised you from this camp, for good or bad, whether it was a system or a player or anything that stood out to you. And I'll start with this one. I don't want to steal all of yours, but I'll just say Gio's defensive work. Because one of the criticisms that I think has been fairly leveled at Gio is he doesn't do a lot of tracking back. He doesn't always close passing lanes. He doesn't win duels. And my response has generally been that is probably true, but what he offers as a 10, I can overlook some of that because of what he offers as a 10. Now he's not playing as a 10, so he has to do a lot of work. And although he wasn't perfect, I think the effort was there. He helped Joe Scally many times against Vini Jr. in the Brazil game.
Vini
He
Jr.
won quite a few balls in midfield, and that was good to see. I still think we're hampering him, and I also think that some of his passing against Brazil was a little bit too safe and a little bit too passive. But I can't tell. I think I have an idea, but I can't say for sure. Is that Gio being passive, or is that Greg saying, don't try to go for that through ball down the middle when we could lose it and they could come up our throats? Go for the safe pass. Because Gio, like, I have to do this because this is how Greg wants to play. I don't know. But I was impressed with his defensive work rate. Less impressed, especially against Brazil, with some of his passing, and the safeness and the passivity, if that's a word, of his passing range. Because I know he has better, and I know he can do better, and I want to see that.
Right. I think the biggest surprise for me was how bad we were versus Colombia, and then it shouldn't have been a surprise how much better we were against Brazil. Probably that shouldn't be a surprise because we were on the roller coaster. But even though I thought we might play better against Brazil, I didn't think we would tie. I thought we were definitely losing that game. For whatever reason, I thought we were going to lose it. We got the tie. But some of the things within the game versus Brazil surprised me. I saw a kind of really lackluster performance, no guts, no grits. I saw a Reem in game one who looked out of sorts, then flipped it and was like a freaking wizard in the second half. And then the biggest change that we made, and
so close.
This is a statistic people don't look at, in the whole game versus Colombia, we committed 4 fouls. Four. That's a sign of a passive team. Against Brazil, we out-fouled Brazil. We had 14 fouls. Colombia out-fouled us like 9-4. 4 fouls? We got 4 fouls the whole game? If that's all you get, then you're not trying. It's because somebody needs to, they're told to be stepped on, as you say. Right? Yeah. That's not stepping on anybody's toes versus Colombia. That shows a team that's like not there to be a physical presence, to let the other team know that they're there to throw some elbows if needed. And in the Brazil game, 14 fouls is more like what I want to see. Not that show, hey, we're here
They're
to
so
play.
close. I can get this.
That's all I want to see. So that was a big surprise to me because I don't think we've been that physical for a long time against anybody.
There are a couple things that were surprising to me. I think the biggest one, and I push back on a little bit of your Tim Ream hate, because to me what was surprising is how vital in this window Tim Ream was. Remember, Tim Ream got subbed off before we let up all those goals.
That's true.
And I don't think it was a great performance by everyone before the goals. Personally, it was just kind of lackluster, but it was a nightmare after, right? And he and Gio, right? When he, and that is the thing, right? When he, Gio, there's a couple other key guys. Leave the field. Our composure with the ball totally changes. And that's what people I think get wrong about Gio, right? Well, you got to take him off if you need to defend. Actually, no. You need more composure on the ball. You need to not be as iffy with the ball at your feet, and you need to make better decisions. Sometimes the decision is to boot it long. That's fine when you're up by a goal with 5 minutes left, but you need to make good decisions. Old man Ream, though, man, if you told me 4 years ago, and maybe it's just a big surprise, Pete, when I'm thinking big picture, told me 4 years ago Tim Ream was going to be starting Copa and be a key figure, in our ability to potentially compete there, I would have called you absolutely nuts. He was really good against Brazil. I mean, he was. I mean, we played out of the back against them, man. As much
apart from getting burned by Vini Jr. in transition, right? Which we know he's slow. And that, by the way,
you can't leave him on islands. You can't and that's where tactically what we do oftentimes is stupid. And to me, it's more of a tactical thing. But I don't think we have any center backs that we can stretch the game and allow 3v3s with our center backs against Brazil. Sure, Ream probably gets beat more. There's 100 transitions. Ream will get beat more than a lot of other guys, but all of our guys are getting beat at a really high clip in my opinion.
Look, 100%. That was more a comment on the tactics than on Ream.
For sure.
If you're forcing Tim Ream to defend on the turn, and by the way, the mid block is a high line because that line is so high, it's about 20 yards away from the front line. It's still a very high line. And that is my worry. If we play that against a big team, although it did work because Brazil tried to play through you. Yeah. But I can see Bielsa, not just Colombia, anyone just going, okay, fine, we'll go in behind. No problem. No problem.
I saw your tweet on that, and I thought that was really good. I hadn't, it's funny, I'd watched the game. I hadn't watched it back. But when I watched it back, I was kind of just noting that because I saw your tweet about that, and I was like, oh, wow, yeah, that is exposable, right? I'm not a tactical genius. If you're a tactical genius, you're going to be looking at that and going, I got some stuff for that, right? We got a couple ways that we're going to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, that was a highest line mid block you can play.
We got to give Scally some props on the surprise though too.
Absolutely, I was hoping one of you would. That's
why
I cover it.
I feel like it's been out there so much. I wanted to go in a different direction, but I think we should just say it so people don't think we're crazy. Joe Scally probably is the biggest surprise from the camp. I think it was a total wild card what we were going to get, and he held up. He held up, and he was involved in some okay attacking moments against Brazil. He
Quítate. Fuck.
did the job. You know, I'm excited. Joe Scally's 21. I feel like he's been around in our brains for like 4 years now, so it seems like he's old. But the
Damn,
dude's
man.
still young, man. Like he could develop into a player that's different than what he is now. He could be good.
You know, that's a guy to me that saw and read a lot of Twitter stuff or heard a lot of behind the scenes talk about, especially in every presser leading up to this game. 8 players, 2 coaches, the question constantly about who's going to replace Des. The name Scally never came up out of anyone's lips. The word Joe Scally. And if I'm Joe Scally, I'm in camp and I'm going, what the f is going on here? I thought I was the deaf number 2 behind Des. Nobody even wants to talk about me. He came out with an attitude, dude. That's the one thing I saw from him was just chip on my shoulder. I'm going to ease people up. I'm going to show them how good I am. And, you know, we didn't get much offense against Colombia, but the few times we got offense from him versus Brazil, that's a bonus. So I like the grit. I gained a new respect for him because I've watched him play Gladbach all season, and it's been a roller coaster. And I haven't seen that sort of fire. I saw it in those 2 games. I saw fire from Scally.
And then Greg said afterwards that with these performances, he earned a spot on the roster, which I thought was bizarre.
That is really weird.
It's like, wait, he was on the roster and has been in every roster that he's been healthy for. And then Greg's like, you know, he came in and earned a spot on the roster. And like, it's one thing to say earn a spot in the starting lineup, but the roster, like, dude, this guy's been in every I mean, don't forget, Scally was left out for Brooks Lennon in the last cycle when he was starting for Gladbach. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's Greg's favorite fullback because he's not a superhero, as Greg called him. He doesn't go up the field and put crosses in as much as Greg would like. He doesn't have the speed or even the technical ability to contribute majorly to the attack.
If Joe Scally wasn't playing on Gladbach on a most regular basis, not as much this season, but still regular enough, I would gather that he would have left him off. Everything I've heard is that Berhalter has not been a fan of Joe Scally and is not a fan. Maybe he is now, but certainly he did not take kindly to the criticism of him in the media. You know Greg hates that. But he really has no choice to bring him as the backup right back because there's nobody else. Who are you going to bring? Shaq Moore? Oh, wait. Yep. Going to bring Shaq Moore. My bad.
Two chances given up in 6 minutes of play.
Yeah.
Woo!
That foul. Oh, my God. Yeah.
The foul and also the getting bodied by Vini Jr. They were competing for a through ball, and all Vini had to do was nudge him, and he flew like a leaf in the wind, and Turner had to make a save.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He collapsed on the ground like a wet towel, and Vini turned and shot, and Turner made a very good save. I feel like it kind of went under the radar.
Well, Turner might be one of the surprises, too, by the way.
Something that was disappointing to me in the friendlies is that we didn't try something else at right back. It was really, and it's not like shocking, but it's just so disappointing because it's like we're not gonna try anything else in case we get in a jam. Like it's gonna be our first time.
Get injured or sent off. What do you think Greg's gonna do?
I know.
Shaq Moore.
He's gonna start. Imagine we face Brazil or Colombia in the quarterfinal with Shaq Moore starting, or he eventually goes, okay, maybe I can't do that, and he puts somebody else there who's never played there before.
And then we haven't done it at all.
And we haven't worked it at all, and it didn't work. And then, Greg says, well, guys, we don't have anybody like, this Colombia midfielder who plays for Al Sadd. None of our guys have played in Saudi Arabia, and that's the level we hope to get to. No, last one, guys. Honest to God, where do we finish in this Copa America? What is the outcome?
Do you want me to be like an optimistic USMNT
fan?
No,
I want
you. Or you want me to be like a
You're
betting man? Yeah, all right. I'm betting. Yeah, if I'm betting, I think we make the quarterfinals, and I think we lose. I mean, that's the safest bet, right? Is like we, and if I had to actually bet how it happens, I would bet that one of the first two games we take care of. Can't tell you which one, but I think we'll take care of one of them like 2-0, 3-1, something like that. And then I think the other one we struggle in. Could even see us get a draw or a 1-0, something like that. And then I think we probably lose to Uruguay. And then I think we lose in the knockouts, I think I will give you the optimistic
Oh my gosh, what the fuck?
just for anybody out there wants it. My optimistic hope is that whatever that quarterfinal game is, Greg can try and understand and replicate. It would happen because he tries to go back and do against Uruguay what he wants to do, and it fails. And there's pressure, and he all of a sudden goes, okay, I gotta figure out a game plan that's different. And remember, I don't know if you guys probably know it, but maybe aren't remembering, and a lot of the viewers probably don't. No extra time in Copa. 90 minutes right to PKs. That's a massive advantage for us, right? If you force us to play 30 more minutes against Brazil the other night, we lose. Like, we just do. Like, but
Dude,
if we could go right to
with all these
PKs, now all of a
goddamn
sudden
cars.
that opens a different door. So there is optimism that, like, this shows that Greg can figure out how to put a game plan together when his back's to the wall. And then all we need to do is, hang on for 90 minutes and then get a result in PKs. But I wouldn't bet on
Get the
that.
fuck
Please don't bet on
outta
that. That is not how I would bet.
Is that the same for you, Derek? Same?
Yeah, that's pretty much the same. Although having
Oh my
worst-case
God, I was looking
scenario
at the
in my
map.
head, I don't really want to talk about.
Okay, let me
But-
ask you
Chingo,
this. This is a more
Chingo,
interesting question.
Chingo.
Which is more likely?
Fuck.
We make a semi-final or we get grouped?
Shit, scheiße.
Grouped.
Escape.
If Vegas were putting out those odds, right? Like,
Oh shit.
it's like grouped, minus 180.
Where the
You know,
fuck?
it's like
Yeah.
grouped
I
is
going?
a 66%, thing, and semis is 33%. If those are the only two options, so
Then let's do this. If we get knocked out in the quarterfinal,
Ah, shit.
is that enough for you to fire Greg?
for
It
me
isn't.
or for
It
for you?
isn't.
In your opinion?
Oh, for me, I already want him gone, so that's not even a question. But is it enough
Yeah.
for U.S. soccer? Is if we lose that quarter 5-1, and it's totally embarrassing, maybe. But no, I still think he keeps his job.
If he makes
Yeah.
a semi-final,
all
and
three of us
loses
all
both
three of
games.
us would go against Greg, right? Like that's
Yeah.
I mean, simply because like I think all three of us see potential in the group that I think we have enough data that we understand that even with a quarterfinal run, one good performance, one bad performance, that's just more of the same in my opinion. It's not really showing much. I need much more than that. Well,
Me
so
too.
what was your next question? Semifinal?
well, if they make the semi-final, are you
gonna
comfortable
have
with
to
and they
risk it.
lose
I
the
gotta take on those
semi-final
three
and
cops.
the third place game, which could
Yeah,
potentially
you
be
know.
Canada, by the
Oh
way.
fuck.
Are you fine with
bro.
keeping him till
Somebody
2026?
fucked with my car.
That's the problem. It's really not my decision, and so our show is never about Disneyland when we do our show. We're like, what's the reality? If Greg makes the semifinals, they will mail him roses. U.S. Soccer will mail him roses. BJ will. What is it? Is it Batson? JT Batson will, knock on his hotel door and offer
Oh
a
fuck,
reach
fuck,
around.
fuck. Ah shit.
He will definitely be lauded as
Puta. Fuck.
our manager going forward. So we can continue to bark at the moon.
Why did I
don't
come in
think
here?
It's going to change the moon.
I'll
You know
go
what I mean?
I'll go to Disneyland with you, Pete. So let's go to Disneyland together.
Oh, I'm so fucked. Oh shit.
Listen,
The carro.
what I've been calling for is more consistency. Like Greg wouldn't have been my manager, never would have brought him back, all that stuff, right?
Right.
But what I have called for is more consistency. If he makes a
Stay
semifinal
in the
run
city.
on this side of the
Stay in
bracket,
the city, stay in the city,
that
stay in the city,
means
stay in the
he's
city, stay in the city,
probably
stay in the city.
gotten a result. I think there's different versions of it. I don't think semifinals is cookie cutter, and I don't think quarterfinals is cookie cutter, right? Like
Fuck.
you could get smashed by Uruguay,
Border protection.
Colombia
What
could
the
win the
fuck?
group, and you could figure out how to scrap against Colombia for 90 minutes and win in
Mi
PKs, like I
carro.
said, and then you get smashed in the
Perros.
semifinals. Like it's not really showing me that. It's like that was a nice result against Colombia.
Fuck.
You know,
I
good
need to
job.
get away. I
timing
need to
it.
get away.
Have we won a game against a better
Way
team
back,
yet?
way
Like,
back,
can
way
anybody
back,
have-
way back.
Like we've got to go
Whatever.
win, man. Like I get that like the
Fuck, I don't
expectation
wanna
can't
go to
be
the
to win against
mountains.
these teams, but like
Hay mucho
if
carro,
you're 6 years
mucha
in,
vuelta.
you have zero
It's really hard to get
wins
away.
against
Yeah.
better teams.
That's-
Catching
Wow,
up,
that's
fuck.
crazy.
Oh, I should've
He's
went that
got to
way.
go get a win. So I mean, like, and I guess he would have to win in PKs, but like, it's almost like a cheating
Era
to
there.
me. It's like a
Oh
draw.
fuck no.
I'll say this. If he absolutely smashes Bolivia, we look energetic, we break down the low block, cut them open, we smash Panama, we beat Uruguay, we top the group. you lose on a very iffy penalty to Brazil, 1-0 in the quarterfinal. That's showing some consistency over 4
It
games.
is.
Sure.
Is that enough?
I mean,
not for me personally, but that's just because I don't believe in Greg on like a very deep level. But
yeah. No, that's
Listen.
and again, you can't take Copa America in a vacuum, is my opinion. The data on Greg is what's he done over the last
Vámonos!
and I think when you consider all of that data together,
Fuck, where are we going? Where are we going? We're escaping. We're escaping.
what I would have to see, and I agree with that, to make me go, all right, you know, I can live with Greg now. It's not something I like, but I can live with it going forward because he showed me that he's figured something out. That's what it would need to be. I would need to see Eureka, and then I would need to see Eureka repeated and repeated and repeated and repeated. Yeah. Then I'm starting to say, maybe he's figured something out. Maybe BJ's giving the inspirational speeches.
Well, BJ
now.
might be in Nashville.
I know, he might leave. This could be the worst thing that could happen.
he needs to make me feel like there is progress and like there's a path forward. And I don't know, much like a relationship, right? Where like you've been cheated on and your partner's done you dirty. It's like, is it possible to regain the trust? Like, is that really good 6-month period gonna make me trust them again? Like, is Copa gonna make me trust? So I don't know. Like, hit me up in a couple weeks, Pete. Like, I'll let you know.
Oh, we will. We'll do one of these post Copa, and it might be us calling for his head. So we'll see. Guys, thank you for hanging. Guys, go subscribe to the Straight Red Card if you have not already. Adam on Twitter is Stan_USMNT, right?
Yep.
All right, give him a follow. Thanks for hanging, guys, and smash the like button before you go. Appreciate it. We're gonna get into Copa, and it's gonna be a wild ride. Fingers crossed.
It'll be fun to watch, right? Either way, it's gonna be fun.
Fuck, I have to go. Shit.
Yeah. And Faisal was angry about it. I just quote tweeted him that whole time. He messaged me like, what? My meme catalog is the weirdest.
And I took it.
I saw it.
With VC.
That's my favorite thing, yeah. When I see someone using the meme and at the bottom, I can just see, they got it from my profile.
Your name. Oh man. But yeah, forget club for now. It's time to talk about something. So yeah. I mean, really?
No, I'm happy.
I'm not.
Really?
I'm not in touch with that at all.
Oh, me, I love it because I don't have any allegiances unless it's AFCON really.
4 different nations. You know,
but I know what.
CONCACAF, Euros.
No, Euros. I got no. Euros. I got no.
AFCON.
France, no.
AFCON is there.
AFCON, I am there.
AFCON is every tournament he's begging it with someone.
I'm saying that's why I love the Euros because I don't beg it with anyone. This is me in my most like neutral bag ever. I just like players. So
it's the worst he is. It's the worst he is.
It's my appreciation.
He just be supporting everybody.
Yeah, bro. I got no hate in my heart.
Everybody's my favorite player.
That's why I don't like it. That's why I don't like it. You know, international football is like it's a tournament. It's 7 games. 6 games, maybe 7 games.
That's the beauty of it.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't have to worry about these nonsense tactics. I don't have to worry about.
That's what I love about it. It's like 7 games.
But also,
you can't make one false move.
You can. Argentina lost to Saudi Arabia and won. Spain lost to Switzerland and won. But the thing is,
even that one, bro, that doesn't happen. That doesn't. Okay, so the Euros, I hear you. At World Cup, I hear you. In fact, Argentina won the World Cup for losing 1 game. It doesn't happen often. But the Euros, the one thing I don't like about that's what I'm saying. It doesn't happen often. They're the only 2.
Euros, you can come third.
That's the only thing I don't like about the Euros. The group stage, it feels like a formality.
Hold on, didn't Ivory Coast do that? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't like this new 3rd place.
They drew every game.
Ivory Coast, they lost 4-0.
And then the next day they qualified because
Algeria lost to Mauritania. We helped Algeria.
They sacked their manager.
And then the new guy won the thing.
It makes for good stories. Like Portugal won it after drawing all 3 games.
No, I get it. It's a vibe. I don't mind international football. It's a vibe, of course. It's just that I'm not fully behind anyone.
That's the beauty. He says that's
yeah, I'm wearing a Dutch shirt because the topic is Euros.
Yeah.
I was born in the Netherlands. Of course, but I don't feel Dutch. I don't feel fully English. So it's like I don't really. It's like cool. It's like if England win, it's a vibe. If Holland win, I'm gassed. Whatever. Yeah, Holland won. I can go back to Holland. I got family there.
You're like me. Then you're your appreciation
I would rather. Because the club, for me, the club of the country. I'd rather Arsenal win the FA Cup than England win the World Cup.
We are Phil bombshell. You're getting cooked.
Hello, welcome to. I'll be honest, man. This actual was cool, but it's whatever.
Are we recording now?
Yeah, that was all recording, bro. Yeah, we just rolled now. Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah, we just rolled.
I love that.
See, you got your food.
We just rolled now. But yeah, hello, welcome back to another episode of SBS. Obviously, we coming back off a break from the end of the season. The Euros is starting now, is imminent, so it's time to get the content rolling again. So, hope you guys haven't missed us too much, but we are back on your screens now. Today we are talking about the Euros, which is upcoming in the next couple of days, being hosted in Germany. What we're going to do is we're going to go through literally the whole tournament, not like super in depth. We're going to do a predictor, an SDS predictor of who's going to win the Euros. We have in front of us a website that has all the groups. We're going to place whatever teams we think are going to finish in position, and it's going to take us all the way throughout to the final, and we're going to pick our winner. Obviously, everyone's got different thoughts, so we're going to discuss, debate, and then we have to pick teams to go there. Okay? Obviously, everyone can pitch a reason why they think this team will win or this team will beat the other team, but realistically, we have no idea what's going to happen. It's football. So yeah, if you guys enjoy this, please hit the like button, leave a comment. It's been a few weeks since we uploaded, so we do need your support to give the channel the push again, because it's been a while. So do that for us. And while you're there, in the comments below, leave your winner in the comments. Leave the winner down below in the comments. We'd appreciate that. And a little note before we start, a bit unrelated, but obviously that season's finished now. FPL last season. Congratulations to the SDS winner, Mercel. How all of us, how did the cameraman, the videographer win the league? It's cheating.
Cheating. FPL Raptor might have won 100, bro, honestly.
He did not use his own knowledge.
And the
share that with him,
third party, other
right.
people's knowledge.
You're right. And the winner of SDS
FPL Raptor.
Yeah, FPL Raptor, shout out.
They didn't even get the same points. I think Merce might have got more points than Raptor. I think Merce got more points. I'm in a league with Raptor. And then the SDS Fan League, congratulations, the winner was someone called Gavin Doherty. Congratulations.
Real winner, no cheating.
We asked Gavin, of course, who gave him the offer. We said, listen, you won the league. Right, you get to pick £500 all to be on the SDS podcast.
What's he
whilst also picking your lineup.
He's taking the money.
So
And welcome Gavin to the show.
He put this line up and he's hosting. No, he took the money.
Hey, smart man right there.
He took the money.
Is it L phase or £500?
Yeah, no brainer.
Bring me my money.
Yeah.
Didn't know with face or £500. But yeah, let me introduce the lineup
Take the
today.
money out.
Let me introduce the lineup today. Next to me we have Faisal. Welcome
Yes, sir.
back, Faisal. L phase, L tennis, whatever you call yourself nowadays.
Tennis.
The phase. Are you the are you the phase or the tennis today?
The tennis.
The tennis.
He's the Euros. L Euros.
L Euros today.
Yeah. And also good for you to be here after what, a month and a half, 2 months.
I don't know.
That's generous.
I don't know how long it's been. But thank you for welcoming me back to my own show. I appreciate that. That's nice. No one actually introduces me, so thank you, man. I appreciate it. And opposite Faisal, can you please introduce, because you're doing intros now, can you introduce this man here?
And opposite myself, we've got Mr. Canada, Mr. America, Mr. French, Algeria, Morocco.
It's the Euros.
Whoa. Hey, don't joke with that one.
Egyptian.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Mr. SDS finest.
Finalist.
I know that ain't what I think it is. LDS.
Mastermind champ. Liam Buzi.
I'm going by LDS now. That's not Ilyas. It's good to be here though. Euros.
And then me.
And then Lias, can you introduce the person next to you?
Oh, we're doing it. Okay. Next to me is SDS Dog, the podcasting Pepe.
Why? Abdullahi. Kadani.
Is that actually a good name, by the way? Because it's your brand now.
No.
If someone asked me,
I've legally accepted Abdullahi as my middle name. Do you know what I mean? It is what it is. FAC.
Fact. That's what he says anyways. All right, we're gonna go through the competition. It's good to be back though.
Yeah, nah, for sure.
It's good to be back.
Some withdrawals, man. SDS.
Yeah, for real. But we're back now. Let's go. Okay, there are 6 groups, which means it's weird the way it's going to be. There's a lot, 13 third place teams will go through. Not all of them, obviously. But third place teams are going through. They're going to decide the rankings of obviously the best and the performers. It's based on their points, right? The four of the high points. Cool. We'll see that when we get to the group. Let's look at the first group. Group A, we have Germany, Scotland, Hungary, and Switzerland. This is actually a pretty good group. I like this group. I like the look of it. What we're thinking right now at the moment, because let's go with who we think. Is there a team that we think are definitely going out? Out as in like eliminated.
I think that's the beauty of this group, right there. I think, okay, you have a favorite, but the other three I don't think are that far apart in terms of like form, talent, etc. So like I think objectively you could look at all three of those teams, and each one of them have a case to advance. I don't think there's like a dead team in this group.
I'm looking at Switzerland. Because I think previous kind of Euros and World Cups over the past decade, they've been able to rely on Shaq. Guys that
They're still there. They're still there. It's still kicking.
But I feel like this might be the tournament where the legs are gone. There might not be that next class coming up because I'll be honest, I don't know too much about the Switzerland squad. I know Hungary on the other side, for example, have been on an improving kind of curve for the past couple of years.
Hungary, they won 18 games, or they were unbeaten in 18 games until recently.
Bro, it's crazy.
Been on a
crazy. The coach that has come in there is
Correct me if I'm wrong, even in the last Euros, were they not in the group of the different?
Yeah. They didn't advance, but it was a tough group.
I look at them as like the sleeper team in there. Them and Germany, I would expect to be the two to win, in my opinion. And then Scotland, I look at I bet I'll be real with you. I think, I don't know, Scotty McTominay might have something cooking.
He always does.
Bro, I'm telling you.
He turns up with them, bro.
No, I'm with you. I don't understand the Swiss hype. Because as you said, Xhaka, Shaqiri, and then and now they're relying on this the Burnley kid. What's his name? Adaman. Guy, Burnley, Swiss guy.
Huh?
The Burnley guy.
Burnley guy on Burnley.
Burnley.
guy in Switzerland.
Yeah, he plays up front for them. What's his name?
Swiss.
It's the mixed case, right?
Amdouni. He's Swiss.
Zeki Amdouni?
Yes. I always thought it was North African. I
thought he was like Egyptian or something.
He's Swiss. He is Swiss. He is born in Switzerland to a Turkish father and Tunisian mother, so he's
Elias.
I'm claiming everybody in North Africa these days.
It does look a bit like it though. I'm doing it.
But they're relying
I didn't know he was Swiss,
They're relying on those players, which I don't think will take it far. I'm with you on Hungary. I think whenever we see Szoboszlai with Hungary, it's completely different players.
How the fuck do I do this? It's just done Fina.
They got good players too. Orban, Lassi. Yeah, they got decent teams.
Szoboszlai, wasn't that striker?
Go slow, Jason.
Captain,
Yeah.
He played well.
Yeah, because the Liverpool, they use him as the Henderson type of player, but with Hungary, they use him as
I just think international football suits him too, to be fair.
Kirk is at left back as well.
Kirk is from where it's a solid team. I don't know, with Switzerland, right? I just feel like these kinds of teams at these tournaments, no matter what kind of form they're kind of going into, they always just seem to like figure their shit out when it actually
They've got the
matters.
tournament experience.
Yeah, even Croatia, right? They've entered a few tournaments recently where they haven't been in the best form. Yeah, when they get to that tournament, those experienced heads, like Xhaka is one of the best international performers in the game for the last 5-6 years.
The last Euros.
Mbolo.
Mbolo,
He's not that
Who used to be?
I'm sure he was been selected recently. Did he not get selected?
Who used to be the striker, number 9? What was his name? He used to play for Benfica.
Oh, Severovic.
Yeah,
Seferovic. He had a stinker last tournament.
I remember maybe not the last one, but the one before that. He was like some any guy, and he comes in, he just like.
Didn't they knock out France?
Yeah, of course.
Last Euro.
And you look at their team. They still got Zakaria, Akanji, Sommer, like.
But that game was obviously Pogba was unbelievable in that match. Xhaka, the blonde Xhaka that match, he was on like a man of the match because they're the ones that
What the fuck?
France got through, wasn't Pogba man of the match. But that for me was, of course, everyone has Pogba's ability. Xhaka's a super highly talented player, but that I was like, as someone that was a midfielder, watching them two go neck and neck in that as a midfield performance on both sides. Wow,
that was the best tournament, man.
Who?
Pogba was the best player of that tournament.
For me,
I would say Xhaka and Pogba in that match.
I will say
Is that the same game Pogba scored that top screen?
It was the 3-3.
And he had
Special.
Yeah, I remember that match.
He set Mbappe a 2 on goal.
Three assists to Mbappe and Mbappe didn't miss. I will always say that tournament in this World Cup 2018.
I agree. I always
That
say the same
tournament was
thing.
complete, bro.
I agree.
So listen, okay,
Chicken
so
is
we're gonna speak
hot as
more.
fuck.
I will put Germany top.
How hot is it outside?
Our favorites. So
Yeah.
it might be a bit of a shock. They might not finish first.
Hold on, they must finish
They
first,
must.
right? You look at the last 3 tournaments, it's been a disgrace
must.
to Germany.
And I'm sure we'll speak about Germany more in the knockout
Yeah.
stages. So I don't want to give too much
Okay.
about Germany right now.
For me, Hungary second.
Oh, we're going to be in Hungary second.
I'll go Hungary first.
I would fancy them second. I'm putting Scotland third, Switzerland fourth. By the way the discussion is going.
Scotland, I've got Scotland
I got
first.
Switzerland going through, so fair enough. I get democracy, so we got to come to an agreement.
So
but,
okay, you got Switzerland going through, but we will have Hungary coming second, right?
I've
So
got
got
Hungary
Hungary second. Switzerland could still go through in third.
I think Switzerland go
But
through.
who's your
yeah.
third team? Is it Scotland or Hungary? Oh,
I'm going
Switzerland.
Scotland.
I've got Scotland as well.
Yeah, you got
Switzerland, man. I voted for you guys.
Swiss Nation.
Swiss Nation. Jacka Nation.
That actually sounds good. Swiss Nation.
Swiss Nation.
And knowing him, yeah, you know what he's going to do after each was the goal.
Oh, yeah. Swiss Nation, man.
I tried backing you up.
Sickest.
And if they don't score, he's
Who will say no? Who will say me? Don't worry. We're going to send the block.
Swiss Nation.
Oh yeah, we know.
We took Switzerland's coach, by the way, huh? He's Algeria's coach now, Pekovic.
Is it?
Yeah, so they got a new coach as well, too, right?
The more you
If
know.
they do lose, then I'm winning anyways, because, hey, it was Pekovic the whole time.
Going to group 2, this is another good group.
Yeah.
We've got Spain, Croatia, Italy, and Albania.
Big
Good
names.
group.
I got.
And one thing I want to tell you now for free, Albania's not coming through. I think third, maybe, but not coming through.
I got a hot take.
Lads, educate me. Educate me right
You know what Albania's
The thing
doing?
is,
All I know is
I fancy, and I'm not obviously Albanians, Kosovans. Like I'm not picking one or the other. I think Kosovo has a better team actually. I think I like Kosovo. I can't name the players or anything, but every time I've seen Kosovo play, I've been more impressed.
Yeah.
But to me, of course, like Albanians and Kosovans, they're more or less like they were the same country. So if the Kosovans are ballers, Albanians are ballers, you know. And a lot of them play.
Kosovans in the comments say,
Yeah,
we're not like them
yeah.
whatsoever.
Come on, they're both my sheepheads, man. They're both my sheepheads. But a lot of them play for Switzerland and all of that stuff. But I'm not gonna lie, I have limited knowledge on this, but I fancy Albania to at least come third.
Do you know Albania's coaches?
No.
It's Slovenia. Remember
Slovenia.
Slovenia, Barca,
Oh, of course.
Arsenal?
Arsenal legend.
from Lyon.
Arsenal legend.
Yeah.
A while back.
He's their coach now. Yeah,
that's
he's Albania's
crazy.
coach now.
I will add to you, and I will say they'll finish third. I was about to say my hot take is Italy finishing fourth. I don't think.
I see it.
I don't see. I've seen.
Talk to me a little more there.
Because the thing is, it's more. It's
Last tournament winners.
last tournament's winners. They're heading into.
Came into that as well, mind you, with this same kind of rubbed out.
No one, yeah. But
I'm
I'm
looking
looking at.
for you know. One tournament they do well, next one they do.
Bro,
That's them.
they're just like them boys.
They didn't make the World Cup after that.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Holland are the exact same as
Oh
well.
yeah.
Literally, like.
Semi-finals or you don't make the tournament.
I look at. I think their success of last year's campaign came down a lot to the midfield. The Ratis. Last year.
The wing backs.
3 years ago.
Yeah, sorry.
The 2021, yeah.
3 years ago.
Yeah, 3 years ago.
Sorry. Jorginho, the Veratis,
Locatelli.
Locatelli,
Yeah.
who's got selected for
Barella,
this.
Barella.
Barella.
There's no
The wing backs as well.
I'm looking at this campaign.
Spinazzola.
You had an incredible campaign.
Yeah.
Kesa was on a mad form.
I
as
mean, you
well.
look too. You
Donnarumma had a-
look at the
was-
defense.
was
The
Donnarumma.
defense is completely different too. Gucci is gone.
Scalvini got a big injury as well.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this team, young players, who's of course Bologna's players, players who've done well in Serie A. But I don't look at those players that can trouble Spain and Croatia. And I feel like Albania, because it's finally, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first tournament they've had since.
I can't remember seeing Albania in the
No, I
Euros.
think they were at the last Euros. I think Albania were at the last Euros.
Not last Euros.
I can't remember
2016 or the last Euros.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
sure
know if they
Albania
were in
were.
the last one. I can't remember seeing them.
I
in the
don't
last
think it was
Then,
last.
then they were in the one before that.
I look at Albania.
I think France played.
I look at this Albania's team. Wallahi, I look at Borja up front. Borja up front.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
You've got, of course, Borja up front. But I'm looking at number 10, Mr. Sasuga, captain. Skip. Bazani, yeah.
I was gonna say I really like Aslan. Like
But I've got Albania finishing third, Italy fourth, Croatia second.
you guys are going for this.
España first.
I have Croatia actually potentially missing out, to be honest. Yeah, I know what I just said about Switzerland in terms of like, oh, there's teams. I I just feel like Croatia, the way they're entering this tournament, I just feel like their team is starting now to get a little too old. And in the Euros, to be honest with you, right, they've had a lot of success at the World Cups, but at the Euros, Croatia are not known to be some like killer in Euros. They aren't that great of a team in like the continental stage when it comes to the Euros. So I think Italy will go through. I agree with you. There are concerns. There aren't really any established world-class players. I mean, you can throw me a Barella's in there. Like, I really like the. Who's the center back from Inter? What's his name? Starts with B. Bastoni.
Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me. Yeah. I think he's really good. Like, they have. I think Scamacca is coming off a huge campaign for Atalanta. So there are some pieces there that can hurt you.
The wing back, even Cambiaso.
Even the coach. Let's not forget the coach. Spalletti. Bro, I'm like, yo, I think he alone can kind of do a job, and I think in the international tournaments, that's one of the things that slept on, those kind of in-tweak changes within the tournament. I think Spalletti's capable of. I do agree with Croatia. I think similar like with the Switzerland, I think they've just had that almost decade of guys they can rely on. And I feel like this is going to be the one where it's kind of like, all right, we're really past it, I think. So I'm banking on Croatia, but I agree. Albania might be a surprise. I don't know too much. As you just ruled up a few of the names, I'm thinking actually they might have a decent team.
You remember Hisaj?
Napoli legend as well. Yeah.
But I look at Spalletti. I know you say Spalletti. Spalletti's always been known to be a league manager. 38 games.
He's never coached internationally.
No, I'm talking about knockout, even that European stages and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
It's never, it's never like it's like a content. I don't see him.
Okay, I know. I hear what you're saying.
I'm always that league campaign. I don't think Spalletti's gonna do.
Do you think managers? Do you think managers? Do you think there should be such thing as just international managers?
There are, of course.
No, I said that there are, of course. I'm saying that I just think because international football is so.
Happens every once in a while.
Yeah, you should be able to manage the club and.
No, I don't think so. I hear what you're saying, but there are.
What's the point in sitting?
No, but that's where I disagree.
Like, how little would it be?
It might sound fake. I do it on FM all the time, bro.
If it gets announced, Pep's managing Spain for this Euro. That's lit.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But also, let's not forget too that there have been really good club managers that tried international football and it didn't work out so well. Look at Hansi Flick, for example, when he tried it out in Germany. Like, there have been. And Enrique, to be honest with you, didn't do that great for Spain, bro. And everyone was saying when he went to take over Spain, oh, he's a tactician. How is Southgate gonna?
Nah, that semi-final run last Euros was pretty decent.
And then he went out to Morocco in the round of 16, bro. Yeah, but they were poor, bro. Spain got lucky. Hold on. Spain got lucky even made it out of the group stage last World Cup. Let's not get it twisted. Remember Costa Rica and Japan on the last day. So I just think there's coaches, right? For me, I used to agree with you completely. I used to be the biggest critic, for example, of Didier Deschamps. I used to hate watching the way France played. How was he wasting all this talent? They play this kind of football. But then you realize maybe these kinds of teams, all they need is just a guy who's really good at dealing. Because let's be honest, the job of international coach ain't that easy in some regards. You don't have much time with them. You don't get to work tactically so much. You really just have to be able to create a platform and motivate your guys and make a good environment for that kind of guy. So they might not be able to do it at club level, but also there's probably some club levels that can't adapt to that.
That's why, obviously, he hasn't crossed the line, but I think Southgate's actually done pretty well for England.
There you go.
3 tournaments, semi-final, final.
Getting sacked at Middlesbrough before that.
Yeah, you never know. Okay, so in this group, right, so we're going with Spain, Croatia, Italy, Albania.
Spain first.
I don't have anything else other than Spain first. Yeah, the big countries, if we'll speak about them when we get to knockouts. I don't have anything other than Spain.
I got Spain. Yeah, I got Spain. Sorry.
I mean, Spain's squad it's just obviously got to come back to compare to the squad of like the last decade.
Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself, man. Don't do it.
It's so sad. No, the thing is, midfield forward is okay. Defense. I think like their main centre back is like they have Jesus Navas in that squad.
Yeah, but
that was despicable. I can't lie. Who was it? Who missed out instead of him?
Vasquez and Pedro Porro.
No, Kubarsi.
Pedro Porro missing out, and Jesus Navas going, especially after the season Porro's had.
But Carvajal is going to start for Spain.
But Navas is not going to be starting. It's going to be Carvajal.
Carvajal gets injured first game. You want Jesus Navas? Come on, brother.
But I think they've got the best midfield of any team in the world.
Yeah, potentially.
You think they've got the best?
Okay, Rodri, Pedri.
They've got
Fabian Ruiz, good players.
That's what they'll start with.
Danny Olmo is there. Mikel Merino,
It's tens. They've got controls. They've got like registers.
That's their bread and butter.
All type of players.
Yeah, Spain.
That's their bread and butter.
They have the best controlling midfield, but when you look at the individuals, you could argue it's England, Portugal have a really strong midfield as well.
Spain's best midfield three is that better than England's best by like that midfield.
Foden, Bellingham.
I think as a collective, you could argue this case, bro. I I think as individuals, definitely.
What's
the best three?
As a balance. I'm going with Spain's midfield.
But is it better than Portugal? Is it better than Portugal?
That's a balance.
And what's your midfield three for Spain?
For Spain, Zubimendi, Rodri, and then
What? You're gonna start Zubimendi?
I'm doing.
What's the balance there? What's the balance there?
Yeah, I'm doing Rodri. Now I'm doing Rodri, Fabian Ruiz, and
Zubimendi's not going to start.
But that's what he's saying.
That's what you said.
I would want Zubimendi to start. Like,
Mendy and Rodri.
Well, then if you do England's best 11 based on what I would start, it's probably better than that, right? I'd rather
because
have.
the front side, the coach, he doesn't start 2 sixes
Exactly.
in a row.
I think Portugal is the best midfield on paper.
Yeah, I mean we'll get to them.
Yeah.
So we've got Spain first.
Yeah.
Croatia, Italy, and Albania. Isn't it? I mean, Faisal might be going a bit extreme.
I'm with Croatia second.
That's him trying to have a hot take. I think Italy will comfortably finish second. Albania third.
It is a hot
Croatia
take,
fourth.
though, to say Italy's
Yeah, I
second.
know.
That is a hot take.
You're trying to be edgy.
Yeah.
I get it.
You might be
know what
right,
I mean?
but I'm saying it's a hot take still.
What did you have?
I don't. Albania, shout out Albania, man.
Yeah,
but
fourth.
yeah, I got them 4. I got Spain, Italy, Croatia, Albania. For numerous.
Hey,
You ain't dodging the allegations, man.
You have Croatia second. He has Croatia fourth.
yeah, I have Croatia fourth.
I'm with Croatia second. I still think they've got the last dance.
When's this last dance gonna happen, bro?
Modric,
They keep
Modric
dancing.
is
The song's
tired.
like,
Rakitic.
Hey, no, he's not.
He ain't even there anymore.
Come on, man. Perisic, is he still there?
He's the face up.
Come on, man. He's got back to Dinamo this season.
To be fair,
Hey, Lucas scored against Portugal a couple days ago. Come on.
to be fair, you're talking about midfields, Brozo, Kovacic, and Modric.
Nice.
They
It's
can
always been
control-
nice.
Yeah.
Come on, Nikita.
And Kovacic on the bench.
Yeah, Kovacic, Rakitic doesn't play for them anymore. Yeah.
Budimir, he's done what, man? You're going to see. Come on, bro.
Okay, so what are we doing with this group? We've got Spain right now in first. Locked in.
Yeah.
Croatia, Italy, Albania.
Who do you have? Because I think it depends on what you want.
Yeah, so I had Albania in third. I had Italy second, Croatia. So same as Fuad.
Yeah. So then Italy are second, 3 to 1.
Yeah. So Italy second.
And you had Croatia third.
No, I had Albania. I said Albania's not finishing fourth number.
So and he has Albania going. So Albania are third though.
Yeah, so Albania third, yeah.
Where do you have?
Croatia.
Alright, so Albania are third.
Hey, Croatia crashing out.
Sorry,
Hey,
mate.
Croatia Nation! I believed in you! I believed in you!
All right,
Nikita!
this is the group that, of course, we're gonna be keeping a close eye on. This is England's group.
We.
Hey, you're trying to stay here. Be careful.
Yeah, you better get them pom poms out, bro.
England!
Hey.
Sing that anthem right now.
What else we got? Let's go. God save.
Yeah, I don't sing that.
Say the what?
I've never sang that in my life.
Huh?
Never sang that one in my life. But you can sing football coming home.
Gotta get it done, man.
3 lines on the shirt. Jules remains still gleaming. But Sevilla, Denmark, and Serbia. Now, I'm gonna say something right now. Serbia are my dark horse, not to win, but to do well. Serbia are dark horse. They're qualified as group.
They might in third. But I'm sorry, you know Serbia and Turkey, those are 2 teams I'm tired of hearing
No,
about.
Turkey, I'm tired of
Both those teams, I don't want to hear shit about them anymore.
Let's wait for Turkey, that's gonna be wild.
Bro, those 2 teams, I swear, since I've started watching football, Serbia are always looked at in every tournament as like, oh look, they got Vidic, Stankovic, Ivanovic.
Yeah.
It's nice.
They don't do shit.
They
we
got cool
we
names.
got
They got
Tadic,
cool names.
Vlahovic,
Yeah.
Mitrovic, Milinkovic, Savic. They don't do shit,
Bro,
man.
they got cool names, man. I remember. Let me not even talk too long.
Oh, you
Back in the day,
got Mihailovic.
Yugoslavia. You see like that as well, bro.
Talk to us about
No,
The kids today won't know what Yugoslavia is.
I didn't watch
No, I can't lie.
Yugoslavia.
Mihailovic,
I
bad
didn't
boy.
watch Yugoslavia, but I watched Serbia and Montenegro.
Yeah,
When they
same
were-
thing.
when they were
Same
When they
thing,
held
bro.
6-1 to, who was it, Argentina?
Argentina, yeah. That tournament, they were dark horses.
Every tournament they go through, bro, they have dark horses.
But of course, yeah. So I mean, their squad is definitely good. Their squad is definitely good. You know, and even their strike, their forward options, like Vlahovic, Mitrovic, Jovic, and even Rakitic, not seen, but
Well, you'll finish third, maybe. You'll finish third.
who's coming second?
My dad's gonna
Excuse me? Talk to us about Denmark,
So
bro.
tell us in Danish. Tell us in Danish how well the
What? Hold on. How do you say the? Hold on. Faisal. How would you say? So, L phase is the phase. How would you say the phase in Danish? What? The phase. Yeah. Saying like it's obvious.
That face.
That phase.
This is how you say it.
Now heading westbound, approaching downtown
It's the same thing. No, you got it wrong. You don't think it. Then phase. I want to see you change your name to that this year.
Basically, my Dansky boys, we've got a lot of options. I'm saying we.
Jonas Windy.
Good season of Wolfsburg, you know. Good season of Wolfsburg, you know. Good season of Wolfsburg, you know.
How many Wolfsburg games have you won?
No.
You know what kills me? He didn't gas up Hoyland one single time this entire season.
Hoyland, hey, number 9. Well, listen. I think Denmark. This is 42-22 last time. We got first one back down. Harry Kane was died pretty much get that penalty.
I think the World Cup,
Sterling died to get that penalty.
that World Cup was bad. The last World Cup, that was a bad performance.
But let's forget about Algeria in that World Cup as well.
Yeah, we didn't qualify for the World Cup.
That's not what
No, but that's not proving your point, because that doesn't bode well for your next tournament, bro.
So yeah, what do you say? So Denmark, what Denmark gone?
He wants you. Go on, talk to us about them.
I think we've got a great chance. We've got Hoyland, great season. Scott Olsen.
So you'll support Denmark?
Of course I'm supporting Denmark. It's not a surprise.
I ain't heard that support Denmark at the last World Cup. One single time, bro. That's the first time. You did it very quietly.
I was with my World Cup. I saw him wear an Argentina shirt.
Yeah.
Saw him wear a French shirt.
Yeah.
England.
England.
English
Yeah.
shirt. Never saw him wear a Danish shirt.
You know what?
Because you don't make the knockout stage.
Faisal has spotted an opportunity. I know it.
That's what he did. He did it with the Asia Cup.
Yeah, you don't know. Faisal don't pivot unless there's opportunities there. I know him. He's an opportunist.
But our wing backs is there as well. I feel like our midfield, Højbjerg, last 2 preseason games, scored both goals. Hey, Højbjerg with Spurs is very different to handle with Denmark. Hey,
He's like, you know what?
He's spitting facts there.
he's our skipper.
You're spitting
He's our
facts there.
skipper.
Bro,
He's our champion. He's our
For
Leicester.
Denmark-
He's our everything.
You lost us.
let's restore that. But you're right. For Denmark,
Chevy,
he's
we
a
never watched
top player.
I'm telling you, we've got a very great chance this season.
Don't you feel though? Can I ask you a question though? I was
Moylan. Sporting. I hear a lot of talk as well.
We've got a achievement.
So we've got Hoyland and Moylan.
So how we're playing?
it's like it's SpongeBob's evil.
Yeah. Literally. No, I'm looking at the squad though. You've actually got like.
But I think my
decent squad.
one question for you though, Faze, is it not a concern that there's a lot of players that are coming to this tournament, like either not having played a lot this season or coming off bad seasons? Like, is Kier still in your team? He's had like a.
But he's not.
Christensen has missed a lot of time this year. Eriksson has barely played for United.
Anderson's still there, but we've got a good pool and we've got a good variety of young players coming in, especially wing back position. We're playing the 5 in the back, tuning through Moylan and Hoyland. Scott Olsen is nice. Win is nice.
Yeah, that's Brentford FC though.
Yeah, you are Jordan Frisch.
Yeah, I can't lie.
It's like England.
This is a big barrier. I'm looking at this squad and I'm like, this is Brentford plus.
No.
Who's the center back?
Norgard, Damsgaard.
That's no Brentford guy. The only Brentford player the only Brentford player that might start is Damsgaard. That's it. Other than that, no Brentford.
But it's
But I
good
do-
though. Josham Anderson, of course, at the right back from Palace.
Does Bob play for you guys from Benfica?
But on the right.
But Kasper
names.
Michael, of course. Yeah, of course, it's a good team. I mean, they were semi-finalists in the last Euro. Like, come on, you don't get there by not being a good
They
team.
were one of those teams just like Switzerland too. They always do well at tournaments. But I don't know. That last World Cup, it has been.
We've got Nikos Lukalak as well. He's a close one.
Yeah, he's not playing.
He's still good there. Kasper Dolberg, he's still not showing.
How many goals?
He's meant to be a wonder kid.
How
I'm
many
still
goals is
waiting.
Rasmus going to give you this tournament?
Rasmus.
Yeah, Rasmus.
Rasmus now on the better system.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree for sure.
We're getting 3 goals.
So what are we
Goals,
thinking
single.
in that group? Slovenia, Denmark, England, and Serbia.
Denmark, Serbia.
Same.
I've got the other way around. Serbia and Slovenia. I think
Same.
Slovenia.
Right.
So
Let's
okay,
go.
England first.
I think this is going to be Sesko's breakout.
I wasn't saying with that. I meant like the other round, second and third. You went third.
Yeah,
So you
I
got
think-
Serbia first.
Serbia. I think Serbia are going to disgrace themselves. Like they, I have zero faith in Serbia, Uruguay, or Turkey.
Whoa, chill on Uruguay. Hold on. That's
I love Uruguay.
That's disrespectful.
Hey, I love Uruguay.
Nah,
I love
you lost
Uruguay.
me there.
I love Uruguay.
You lost me at Uruguay.
Bielsa on the Uruguay going.
Nah, Uruguay.
Bielsa's
That's
there now.
a
Wait,
casual.
I'm
Yeah,
talking about
Uruguay won the
Relax,
Copa
man,
America. They
relax,
went to World
man.
Cup semifinals. They go to quarterfinals. Uruguay are established in this.
What did I miss? What group are Uruguay?
No, but he says there's 3 teams I never trust.
Saying
Uruguay.
3 teams I don't trust. I'm just saying in general. Uruguay as well.
Uruguay out.
But Bielsa.
Now though,
throw
I can't
Tunisia
like, Valverde Bentancur as well. Aye, that's
back there. That was crazy.
Can't lie. She gets it going. But
that might have just overtaken your Pogba. That was the most shit ever.
I can't explain it, man. But I think Serbia.
And now he wants to just go back like nothing happened.
So wait. England win. So you have Slovenia coming third
Yes.
because of Benjamin Sesko.
Yes.
All black.
Solely.
Oh, no, all black.
All black as well. But I think Sesko's goals.
He must.
He'll break out.
Nah, I think
I mean, he's
Serbia.
on trial. He's on trial for Arsenal basically.
Yeah.
I see.
This will be the
Here
tournament
we
where
go.
you lot get your
I
whole
need to have a close look.
summer's worth of PR. You lot are gonna run it off this Euros campaign. That's what I believe.
6'5" striker. Let's have a close look. I've not really watched him play.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
Ranić wanted to bring him to United. From Red Bull Salzburg.
Yeah.
Still there. He's at Leipzig now. Okay, so wait. So it's interesting. So wait. Okay, everyone had England to finish first. We'll speak about England more as we carry on in the tournament. Then there's Serbia, Denmark, and Slovenia.
So we've got 3
I backed Serbia obviously as a team to pick up for. So I'll put them second. You both put Denmark second.
Yeah, if I have Serbia third, I have Serbia third.
You put Denmark second. You have Serbia third. You have Serbia third as well. So what's gonna
You
happen?
have Serbia fourth.
Sorry, I'm the only one with Serbia.
So it's
So what's
gonna
gonna happen is
be
Slovenia
Denmark,
bottom.
Yeah.
So it'll be Denmark second, Serbia third, Slovenia fourth. 3 more groups left, and then we'll go into the knockout stages. Group D: Netherlands, Austria, France, and Poland.
I'll be real here.
You can be real.
That's what we do on STs. Keep it real.
I'm looking at you guys, and I'm looking at that team right there. I like that.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Try to talk crazy about my team again. Yeah.
That was nuts.
Yeah. Cut his mic, man. Yeah. Cruyff is watching.
Are we good now? Are we still working?
Yeah, good. I can hear you.
That was crazy. That was crazy. He pulled the mic from underneath the table.
Go on.
I don't think Netherlands are gonna leave.
That's crazy. That's a bus course of day for what?
Wait, the Dutch said bus calls are made.
He said, no, don't talk about my country. He's right there.
Was that video when he's walking down the stairs and he danced at Diego Maradona? He's on the okay, Leah's cable.
Rena's Bickley said, shut your ass up, man.
So you don't think
This thing is got me
Netherlands?
skeptical now, though, bro.
Nah, let's just speak carefully. You're fine. So you think Netherlands won't have a good tournament? Bear in mind, we have 3 members of this STS podcast who hold a Dutch passport. 2 of them are sat here. And the other one is Dublin.
Look, man, you can have.
I need your reasonings for this.
Hold on. So you said Holland's not having a good campaign.
They might
Based
make it
on
out of the
what?
group because third place they come out. But I think they're gonna come
There you
third in
go.
this group.
Third?
Yeah, I think they're gonna come third in this group, and I don't think they're gonna go very far in this tournament. And I just look at I thought about this with the Dutch for the last few tournaments. The firepower going forward, or rather the lack thereof, for me is a big question mark. The defense, it bodes well. Like most successful tournaments have strong defenses, but you gotta have guys up front that can carry you through individual moments. For me, international football is where you really see the individuals rise to the top. And I don't look at a front three of
You know what's crazy?
Depay, Gakpo.
I don't think any Dutch fan is upset.
Yeah, there you go. Then.
And I think I don't think it's as hot a take. I don't think it's as hot a take as you think because me personally, I've only got Holland first knockout round, maybe quarterfinals at best. So it's like I don't have big expectations of Holland. I think
too. If Ronald quarters. Is Van Gaal still here? I hear it. but
100%.
Ronald
Yeah,
Koeman,
I fully agree. I don't think we have enough in attack. I think the midfield is still trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
And I think the only thing you can rely on is a solid defense.
The defense, that's what I'm saying. The defense is solid though. I mean, you're looking at it now. Obviously, good Trudeau from Feyenoord. They got De Ligt, they got Van Dijk, Nathan Ake. De Vrij still knocking about. Jeremy Frimpong, Mickey Van der Ven. Daily Blend is still there, of course, which is a
Botman doesn't even get
squad.
selected for you guys.
There's with Dumfries as well. Yeah, no Botman. No Botman as well.
But this one, like,
No Van Hecke. But I know you're a big fan of him.
Nah, bro, he actually should have been called out. I can't even lie to you.
But look, this is now.
Frimpong's didn't defend that one.
Yeah, he's a
He'll be
winger.
like a
Bro,
wing
dude's a
person.
winger.
Yeah,
Even Koeman said he's going to play.
Yeah, y'all need his goals, bro. Y'all need his goals. I
Dumfries
hear it.
behind him.
But Memphis is the second all-time goal scorer for you guys.
Of course, yeah, bro. Memphis has been since Memphis has broke through. Like he's talking about.
They got Memphis department. We got Islam Slimani, bro.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Respect Memphis, bro.
Respect Islam Slimani.
Who's second?
Put your international tournament on the table.
Like a Man United player.
Huh?
Which one played for
Now
United?
all of a sudden he reached Slimani.
The great Man United.
Hold on. Igalo played for Man United too.
Which one played for United?
He barely played for Man United. I tried to erase that.
Who's your second group? Oh.
In this group. In this group.
Oh, I thought you were asking my second top scorer for Algeria. Austria. We're here, baby. We're doing it. Now, whoa.
Based
The
on what?
fuck are we going?
Qualifiers based on what they did in the Nations League, based on
Where the fuck are we? Oh my gosh, what the hell?
Austria.
¿Qué putas es esto? Get the fuck out of here, stupid cop. Ah, fuck.
I think Austria.
Poland.
Now, Poland are coming forward. That's another one I never believed in this tournament. I'm sorry for Polish.
Poland are good at producing goalkeepers.
Yeah, and strikers actually.
Yeah. So Poland are like the international version of Portugal. Goalkeepers and strikers, they smash it.
That's so true. That's actually so true.
They might do something. They never do anything.
Look at that Polish squad now, yeah. I mean, you got is Mateus Kashko.
Yeah. Gotoshka.
I don't see him. It's the old
Maybe he's on this Polish league.
I don't think he's going. I don't think Mike Cash is going.
Yeah.
I don't think he got picked.
Polish.
I don't think Mike Cash got picked.
Change his nationality this year.
Because this is the foreign players report for the squad. Yeah, Mike Cash didn't get picked. They got Jakub Tigio. He's their main.
You've got Poland third.
That's why they're coming fourth in this group, because he's their main center.
Holland second.
Poland third.
France first.
Fresh patrol units are on their way.
So look at it. Okay, well, once again, France, just like Germany, Spain, and England will speak about it more in the knockout stage. Second place now, I have Netherlands, Austria. So Netherlands comes second. Yeah, Netherlands comes second. So in third, so you're Austria second. So now I'm saying so you're Austria second. So now Austria are your third place team. Where they have third. Austria third. And have Austria third. So Austria third. We'll speak about the teams that go through. After this, we've got two more groups left. Belgium, Slovakia, Romania, and Ukraine.
You know what? I thought that at first.
Belgium, Romania, Slovakia, Ukraine.
Belgium is the team. You know what? That's my team. Of the team that I have no time.
I hear it.
That's the one that
You know
I'm
what, I
like.
hear it.
Everyone, you guys spoke about.
Yeah.
Everyone has those teams. That to me is Belgium. Belgium won't win anything.
You know what? I went into this bracket kind of expecting the same thing of Belgium. The way I just talked about the Netherlands, that's the way I was thinking of Belgium. It's an older team. But then I actually looked at their squad. They got some good players. Like Onana is now kind of in that midfield. You've got Goku. You've got Bakayoko from PSV. You've got Openda alongside Lukaku. Yeah, Lukaku in these tournaments always does really well. So I don't think Belgium are going to be like the team that to do something. They're not that dark horse anymore.
Their group is their main keeper is Nottingham Forest. Matt said.
That's not great. I mean, look, they're
Their
not.
defense, they still got Wout Faze. Tongan is in the squad. Munier.
That's not a great team, but I actually
The
think
best.
they're better than I thought they were going to be.
Zeno the best.
Midfield, he's still got Axel Witsel knocking about.
Yeah, but it'll be Tielemans and Onana, I think, and De Bruyne, of course. I don't think their team's as bad as I thought. I don't think they're going to go crazy deep in this tournament, but I think they'll. I think
Their
they'll top
attack
this group.
force, I mean, Luis Openda, of course, you got Doku, but then you got Lukaku.
You've got Trossard.
Trossard will go first. It's not
I think
exciting.
that's a good attack. That's better than your attack. Or than
I look
Lukaku's
at
attack.
them. I look at them similar context as Holland.
Yeah.
My quarterfinalists. I don't expect
Same.
them to do semi-final or deeper, and if they do, but I don't think they have the same pressure on them as previous tournaments. Previous tournaments, you could look at them and say there's 4 or 5 bona fide stars in that team, and now you're just looking at guys, a bunch of prospects mixed with a few older gen. Yeah, it's a crossover era. Yeah.
New manager.
What was it?
Martinez got it.
What was it at the Bruyne said again? Like, was it?
Too old last year.
I'm surprised it's still knocking out.
To be fair to De Bruyne, I'm sure there's no City fans.
This is gonna be his
No, but I was gonna say I've never thought De Bruyne for Belgium ever produced close to what he did for Manchester City, and they always used to shock me because international
Belgium's about to. KDB's about to drop us.
maybe.
But he said that.
Has he ever? Can you remember a classic international game from De Bruyne?
I would say 2014.
And underrated. Okay, I'm not saying that's a bad one. Like, they did okay. 2018.
Yeah, I thought 2018 is like.
But for a player of his level, you'd expect him to be one of the stars at those
I hear
tournaments.
it.
Never really, even at the Euros, never really.
I think Euros, yeah, he's definitely been more just past two World Cups.
The last World Cup was more.
Sorry, not the 2018-2014. I think people were too harsh. Bro, tell that cheeks over there to lift himself.
Hazard.
Whatever, man.
You're gonna criticize Hazard
Next team, man. Next team, man.
We also have Slovakia, Romania, Ukraine. We also have Slovakia.
That's what he knows.
Keep going about that.
No, don't worry. We'll talk about him another time. Little fat you.
Score a free kick, that's okay.
Yeah, that's what he does at his age. Where's his age mates? I told him already.
Just go to the next one, please, before my head gets hot again.
They all want me to go again.
Keep going, man. We also have Slovakia, Romania, and Ukraine.
That's a tough one.
Ukraine is the surprise team.
You reckon?
Ukraine is going to surprise.
No, the Girona guy on top.
Oh, yeah.
Girona, I'm telling you,
The midget lane.
Yeah, dude.
Is it
Munich.
Scano?
Hey, for Girona as well. I'm telling you, Ukraine is surprise.
Shut up.
What's that player that plays for Shakhtar? That's getting linked with everyone.
Yeah.
Sidotov or something like that.
And Mudryk, I think Mudryk's going to have a good campaign. My hot take, Ukraine's finishing first.
What, they just got...
First.
Tell me to get away.
I think Romania are decent too.
What is ass?
They got Haji Son, actually. They got your boy, Dragonson. They got Dragonson.
Oh, Dragonson.
Nah, man. Yeah, Haji's son living off a drip like 3 years ago, bro. He's been injured for like 2 years, bro, man.
Still playing at this
Look at this casual, man.
He's playing at this tournament, man.
Haji's son.
What the fuck?
He's been injured for the best part.
Yeah, but he's not gonna be enough to be. He's not that good of a player to lead Romania to do.
You know what killed me earlier? You know what killed me earlier?
Disrespectful here. Guys will guess on Albania, but I guess Romania is a problem.
You know what?
Romanian nation. I wasn't gonna go crazy for y'all, but now the doubters are out. Romanian nation, we here.
Nah, I'm crying.
Y'all created this. I wasn't even gonna go crazy.
Ask him to name another 4 players.
Ask him. Go. They got what's his name? Pusas or whatever his name is. P-U-S-C-A-S.
What'd you call me? What'd you call me?
Pusio.
Pussy ass.
I don't know how to say his name.
Yeah. George Puskas.
Yeah, no, same thing.
I gotta know the whole squad now, bro.
No. 3 more. Come on, Romania nation.
We ain't got 2 losses on to go, so that's not so back change.
That's a fake rep, man.
I think Romania did decent qualifying. They were at the Euros. What?
This is. Who says that?
That's hard to say. What was it, 8 years ago? What sounds better, 8 years ago or do this week?
2 tournaments ago.
Fair.
I'm crying, man.
I forgot, man. I'm a journalist. You guys are content creators. Anyways.
You know the worst Euros game I ever watched was actually Romania versus France, the 0-0 Euro 2008. Raymond Domenech. Nasty piece of work. A football criminal. I hope. Yeah.
Taiwan.
Football
Biggest
criminal.
Taiwan.
Nobody ever speaks about it. One day we will talk.
I remember that's when France squad was a bit toxic.
I'm surprised. You need to do a
He's my least
No,
favorite
you
person.
need to do one of your Leah's documentaries
No,
on that.
after a while, it'll be like a hate.
No.
I got one cooking up.
Hurry up, bro.
Dominic is my least favorite person in football ever.
I don't blame you.
You know we didn't call Pires to the World Cup in 2006 because of his star sign. He was a
remember
big
hearing stuff like
believer
that.
in star
Yeah,
signs, and he said Pires as star sign doesn't fit
Align with
with
the squad.
Yeah, no, it doesn't align with the squad. He left out Robert Pires.
He's
And then he brought
trash.
Dorasu instead.
Vikash.
No, he's
Aye.
trash. He's trash.
Let's pick this group: Belgium, Slovakia, Romania, and Ukraine.
Fuck.
Except for
Better.
Fiji.
Better.
I think all 3 of us will go Belgium first.
Yeah, I got Ukraine second too, but Romania we got.
I agree.
So Ukraine comes second.
You actually did a good pick.
Slovakia, Romania.
Romania.
Romania. I'm only going Romania because my boy here.
Oh no, don't like
Romania nation.
Now you left. Name 5 players in Romania.
He told me about Puskas.
Name 5 players in Romania. Go ahead.
Dennis Mann, Puskas, Yanis Hadji, Dragusin. This is what we do. Real mastermind. You know what I'm saying? We ain't no gimmicks. You know what I'm saying? This is what we do. We get paid.
He's 0-2. The final group.
Who does he have?
I don't care if I'm over 29. I'm still here.
Do you have Romania or
I'm fourth.
Slovakia third?
Yeah.
Who do you have third?
I'll put Romania first. The final group. The final group. Turkey, Georgia, Portugal, and Czech Republic. Czechia they're called now, right?
Yeah, they changed their name.
And Turkey, the dark horse of the tournament. And Turkey's gonna surprise people. Arda Güler.
I give up on that because I'm not gonna lie. Last Euros, that's when the SDS podcast started. I gassed up Turkey and I was so wrong. So I'm giving up.
He did not move anybody with
Yeah,
that.
no one.
He's trying to gas it up.
I'm telling you, Arda Güler. This is gonna be his tournament. This is his tournament.
A year ago was but it's gonna be his tournament.
But I'm not saying. I'm not saying they're gonna finish first. I'm not saying they're gonna finish
The year before that, Çalhanoğlu. It's gonna be his tournament.
I'm not saying they finish first. I think they finish second. Or Portugal first.
What about Kenan Yildiz?
Oh, yeah. Great season of you. For shame. Yildiz and Arda Güler.
Hey, you're funny.
They ain't even got Burak up front anymore.
What's his?
That's a Burak.
Okay. So look, it's the question is.
They got Enes Ünal.
Checking is. The question is Czechia or Turkey for second. That's really what it is.
You know what what we call them? Chechnya, right?
Czechia.
I've got Czech first.
They're one of those teams. You know how we were saying Croatia, Euro's not so great, World Cup really good?
Say Czech Republic.
Chechnya, man. I'm respecting them.
I like
No, because on Wikipedia it still says Czech Republic.
Alright, so it's not updated. Alright,
Also known as Czechia.
Alright, Chechnya, hi. Czech Republic.
I want to be respectful. Czechia.
I was in for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Czech Republic and Euros, I feel like they always do something.
I'll never forget Euro 04. I know it sounds hard.
No, he's right.
You know, I hate you young bucks. Because anytime I mention some shit that means
this
something
one
to me.
I'm with you. This one I'm with you. That was special. They were special. Milan Barros.
Jan Koller. Come on, Milan Barros.
Atletico Madrid center back with a weird name. Uj
Falusi.
Oh my god.
Come on, hey.
Second goal, bro.
Come
That
on,
Czech
man.
Republic team moved mountains, bro.
No,
Hey,
real shit.
It moved me, bro. But even past that, Rosick's team in 2008, like they've always in the Euros for me had a solid team. Even the last tournament, they went to the quarterfinals. They had the top scorer. What's his name? The striker for Leverkusen. Yeah, Patrick Schick. So I think Czech Republic in these tournaments,
They got Schick and they got the
Adam Hlozek. Yeah.
He's also there as well, Leverkusen player. So what do we think? I mean, listen, looks like we're going to go Portugal first, Georgia, unfortunately last. Second and third, unless anyone's got Georgia. Oh, obviously Georgia's got your boy Kavicha.
And what's the kid at Metz? The one at Metz. He went to Ajax and moved back on loan mid-season. Mitsuduke.
The guy who was the captain for like
He's
6
been
months.
cooking second half of the season. I
Yeah,
can't lie.
he was captain for 6 months for Ajax, and then they just got rid of him. got rid of him, yeah. But I've got Turkey second, Czech third, and Georgia fourth.
Yeah, I agree with Lies.
Same.
I agree with Lias. I can't. Something about Turkey doesn't
Don't
convince
sit
me.
with me, bro.
Same.
Yeah,
You'll see, man. You'll see.
I actually hope you're right.
Yeah, I've
I've got a lot of
had,
Turkish
don't worry,
mates.
and it's all these predictions that I've gave, it's all going to be right.
Okay,
like
well, I
Qatar
mean,
and this-
we've done all the groups, but we have to pick from all these third place teams, the 4 teams that are going to qualify. So our third place teams are Scotland, Albania, Serbia, Austria, Romania, and Turkey. We've got to rank them 1 to 6, based on their.
Can I just say this? I think automatically we're all going to say the best team of those 4. But I think
It's
the complicated
depending on the
stuff
group.
is like the groups that are more even is
Yeah.
where there's more points to be gained.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
Italy, if they come third, might be the best name or best squad,
But they might not have-
lose both games and they only have 3 points. Where
Yeah.
a team comes third, they have 4.
Say those teams again.
So Scotland, Albania, Serbia, Austria, Romania, and Turkey.
Your word I said.
I think
Nah.
I think you have to look at the group.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You
Okay, cool. Well, Scotland, how many points do you reckon they can get in that group with Germany, Hungary, Switzerland? We put them third, but how many points?
I think they can.
I-
4 points.
I think they can. No, not 4 points. I think they can. I
They're
think
gonna have to
three.
beat
I think they
Switzerland
can
and
win.
draw to Hungary, maybe.
No, I don't think they'll draw. I think they can get.
We'll get through this section faster.
Yeah. I think I put Scotland in top 4.
You know what? It's going to be easier to do this. Who do we think is going to have 0 points or like 1 point?
Okay,
as a third
I mean,
place?
to be third, you got to have like maybe like a 1 point.
Yeah,
maybe.
1 point. I think that'll be easier. 'cause
Okay,
then you
cool.
put them at the
Well,
bottom.
the third place. The
So
third place.
yeah,
Worst third place.
so we look
Romania.
at Romania, who are in the group of Belgium, Ukraine, and Slovakia.
You say this is what I was saying though earlier. Romania were
But
saying
Romania
because they're
can
the
get
worst
a point
team.
against Ukraine and
But you don't
Slovakia.
think they can get a point against? Yeah, exactly. They could
But
get.
but you just said who's going to get the fewest points. I think Romania's going to get the fewest
So,
points.
so you think
But
Ukraine and
Romania
Belgium
in the
are just going to
easy-
sweep
but
that group?
Romania
man?
are in the easier group.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I feel like
more
Romania
matched
might.
group for them. Like they can get
Well,
they
it's
can get
ours.
they can get point against Ukraine and
That's not
Slovakia.
what I'm saying, bro. Like They might not be as good as Italy, but their group is easier to get points out of than Italy.
He hears that, but he's saying
You just still don't think they can.
Yeah. He's saying this.
So you think Ukraine's gonna get? Ukraine will get 6 points. Netherlands will get. What's the other team? Belgium will get 9 points. The other teams will get 0.
Bro, I hear you.
Fairs, man. I don't think they're gonna get 0
Okay,
points.
we need to rank these to get to our knockouts.
Hold on, why is Turkey third? Oh yeah, before you, they put Turkey. In that case, put Turkey first, but they'll get 3 points. And
Yeah, they would.
Yeah, fairs.
and they'll
I
get,
can hear that. Yeah,
They
Turkey.
could get a point against
Turkey will be there.
I think
yeah.
Turkey, Scotland.
Turkey get 4 points, we say. Potentially.
Yeah, put Turkey first.
I think Italy will be there because I think they'll beat Albania.
Turkey. No, we got Italy.
No,
second.
Italy's through. Italy's
Okay,
through.
Italy's through then.
So we've got Turkey in there. Country will be second. Then we've got Scotland, Albania, Serbia, Austria, Romania.
Austria will go.
Austria.
Yeah, Austria will go through.
Austria in
Hold
the
on,
group
I-
with
why is- I
France
thought-
and Netherlands. Austria, so they can beat Poland, 3 points. So 3 points would be enough to get them through.
Yeah.
So, but would it be the second most points? So say 3 points.
No,
I could
put
easily
Serbia,
see them
put
drawing
Serbia,
that as well.
Put Serbia. Put Serbia second, because Serbia will be
Slovenia.
I don't think Austria make it through. Because I could
If they come third, then yeah, you could be right. Because
could be
I could
Poland.
easily see them drawing that game against Poland, and the other two teams, I could see them losing.
Yeah, they lose to France and Netherlands.
Yeah.
It could be a 1 pointer. You're right. But then, cool. So we're gonna. What about Serbia? They come third in the English group. With England, Denmark, and Slovenia.
No. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think Serbia.
I think they qualify.
You think so?
I think whoever's third in that
Yeah,
England
because
qualifies.
they'll be.
I think Slovenia.
they'll
I
be
can see
Okay,
them
England make it hard work for themselves, as they
Yeah.
usually.
Yeah.
They'll
No.
give points to
England
someone.
England in the groups sweep up. That's cash money.
We
for
need
them.
to pick. We need to pick.
Put Serbia second.
We need to pick Serbia in second. Okay, let's go for it. We've got 2 more places. Austria, what we're still talking about. Scotland and the group of Germany, Hungary, and Switzerland. Albania, I haven't spoken about. There was Spain, Italy, and Croatia.
I don't think Scotland are getting out of the group. Or I don't think they're gonna get enough points.
And neither do I think much of Albania.
How's Croatia?
Yeah, Scotland,
how we voted.
Scotland then Albania.
So Austria and Romania.
I think Romania's group makes it easier for them to qualify,
Hmm.
and then the other one is
Austria are with France, Netherlands, and Poland. So they could beat
Yeah,
Poland.
and Holland might, I don't know, could give them some.
Me personally, I would put bottom of that third place teams. I would have
Scotland, Albania.
Scotland for me. I don't think we'll get enough points. 'Cause I think that's a problem to get points from.
Yep.
And who's the other team that we're talking
Albania, Austria, Romania.
about? Albania, they're not gonna make it.
Albania in the group of Spain, Italy, and Croatia. Yeah, it's too tough. It's too tough. So you open Austria. So I think we'll put Austria and Romania.
But you guys are just now just completely just completely insane.
With the what?
You're saying Albania can't get 3 points. You're thinking.
No.
I don't.
So,
If you remember, I didn't
No,
have
no, no.
Croatia. I didn't make
I know.
up.
But you guys are putting Croatia fourth, correct?
I put Albania third. Yeah, 'cause I think they can beat Croatia.
And you put Albania third. And now, the question was, do you think Albania can finish in the third highest? And you just said, I don't think they can even beat Spain, Italy, and Croatia.
I didn't say that.
True.
So you might as well just put Croatia third and then put it in the top in the top 4 in the 13th place ranking.
I hear you.
But it's too late. We already
But it's too late. We've already
Yeah,
selected.
but we can
No.
change-
I hear what you're saying. But we've selected it now.
But you
Yeah.
can't-
We're writing off Croatia
No,
like
it's
that.
not because like the thing is, I have
You're
Albania
saying
third.
I don't think Albania can finish Croatia.
No, it's not that. No, it's not that. I had Albania third, anyways. So I think they can get an amazing moment, get an amazing. Moment. Now that's separate to the case of now we have to pick our best third place teams. Now I'm thinking about who's more likely. So now we're
Who's more
comparing.
okay.
Now comparing other group performances, other team performances to Albania's. In this solo group, I think I put Albania third.
Okay,
but
but
now I have to be smart and think: are Albania more likely to be Croatia or Romania more likely to
I
be
can see them
Ukraine?
drawing.
Okay,
That's what I'm
okay,
saying.
okay.
I'm saying I think Albania will be Croatia, but I'm saying now let's be smart. I can see them drawing. You know, I'm not saying they're guaranteed to win. I can see them drawing, which will give them 1 point. But I can see Romania maybe getting 2 points, 1 each against Ukraine and Slovakia.
What's more likely, Croatia to beat Albania or Albania to beat Croatia? Right now, against
Croatia is more likely to be Albania. But if I did the groups on what's more likely completely with every single group, then
Yeah. It kind of. If you pick the most likely and the
I
favourites and
say
the strongest.
I'm saying, yeah.
There's always gonna be some surprises.
I say change 3 and 4 right now and put Croatia in the third place. Just change it right now.
Nah, just leave it as it is.
I mean we
Leave
all
it
had
as it is.
chances to,
Yeah,
to do
no,
the
no, no,
our
no,
predictions,
no, no.
and Albania ranked higher than
But
Croatia.
now all three of you admitted, oh, you know what, you're
No, we haven't.
No,
admitted
we didn't
anything.
admit anything.
No, I hear where you're coming from, is what I'm saying, but I still think it should be left the way it is. I think there's going to be surprises in the group, and I think that's going to be one of those surprises.
Exactly, that's how it works. It doesn't always.
And then unfortunately, Albania might finish third and still won't even make it through. Exactly. That's what we're saying.
And that's what we're saying here. So Romania, I think, can sneak one of them spots because they're in the group of Ukraine and Slovakia.
Yeah, I think their group helps.
Austria's another one that we said could maybe sneak something as well because they could beat Poland, and that's a 3 points easy for them. All you need is 3 points to start this team and you're through. So we're gonna put Austria, Romania, Albania, Scotland. There we go. What's funny?
Huh?
You ain't happy.
Nikita. Where's your hype, man?
Nikita. I don't get it. Like you guys are putting Croatia fourth. You know, this will age so terribly. You see.
All right, just like Qatar, just like Borussia Dortmund, just like who else did we have?
All right, don't let me say
King of the predictions, apparently.
Don't
We
let
don't
me say
get
your
shit
bad
wrong,
one.
bro. We don't get shit wrong.
Don't let me say your bad ones.
Go
man.
ahead, what's my bad ones?
Hella stinkers, man.
I'm waiting.
Hella stinkers.
Hey.
Round of 16 time. Right, let's get through these now. We'll do more longer conversations when we get to like the quarters and the semi. Germany versus Denmark is our first one.
Y'all are going home,
another
man.
Denmark against the host nation.
What?
That's how it played out.
Oh, that was the second. That's how it played out. Oh, what that's good boys.
Yeah, it's a good run for them, man. Germany's out though.
I got you. What do you reckon happens?
I think this is Toni Kroos, his Ballon d'Or chance.
I think Germany go far, man.
Yeah,
they should go far.
Yeah, this is Toni Kroos Ballon d'Or chance.
I like
Yeah.
it.
So you're gonna have to say bye to Danske boys.
How do you say bye in Danish?
Come on, that's the most basic thing of any language. I can say bye in like 10 different languages, but surely you can say bye in Danish. You got a pass.
Goodbye. How do you say goodbye in
Golden bye.
goodbye? Please say that's correct. Please
tell
for his
us.
own sake. It's
Yeah, please for him. Please tell me.
How to say goodbye in Danish?
Farewell, yeah.
Farewell.
You're right.
No,
You're wrong. But that's another way of saying
Two times.
it.
Golden bye.
Two times.
But that's another way of saying it.
Bring your Danish passport next episode.
Actually.
We need to verify this.
It's gonna have a stamp.
No, bro.
I know last time you thought you drew for the little Beckham book and you could trick us. No.
We're picking Germany to go through.
Yes.
Next, we have Hungary and Italy.
Why is Italy even here? They shouldn't even be in this conversation.
You had it from.
I think this.
So you can stay quiet this one.
Nah, Italy.
Can you not see this one being a penalty zone?
Maybe.
And then the Hungary just jam it through
I
that way.
think Italy are gonna go to extra time in this game. Chiesa breaks down. Yeah, I can already see it, bro. Yeah.
Hold on, is this second versus second? Or is it third versus second?
Do you believe that? I like the way you said that.
This is the second versus second.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a few of those.
I think I want to.
What?
I'm gonna give it to Italy because I think they're better quality, but I do think
Yeah, I think Italy will edge it. It won't be
Yeah.
like they won't wash them out. They'll edge it.
Yeah.
For sure. Spain versus Turkey. Sorry,
España.
another one of your boys that are out.
Come on, boys, get the kebabs out.
England versus Romania. England versus Romania.
Oh, this is a whitewater. This is England. Every tournament is so predictable. The group stage, they cruise it.
They got a third place team here.
The round of 16, they destroy some team, and this is where they always come.
Yeah.
It's coming home.
Why
It's
have
coming home.
If England come first, they get a third place team.
Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, bro. Who was it? Senegal the last
And then
time?
after that, they get the winner of a second team. England should be have a clear route to the semi-final.
And then the first good team that they play,
Alas, it's done. So England to be Romania.
Motherfucker.
Portugal versus Serbia.
Bro, what is going on?
Didn't they?
Can't do that shit.
This wasn't. Yeah.
Not
Okay.
this one. The World Cup one.
It was the World Cup December. This is
Ronaldo
the
had the goal.
yeah. Portugal to beat them to get revenge. Yeah. Netherlands, Ukraine.
Wash.
Belgium, Austria.
Belgium.
Ooh.
I don't know yet.
Belgium. This is how it came.
Factus.
Someone in the face, and we're like, yo, Lukaku. He's hard, isn't it, for Belgium? Yeah. I know the narrative of Lukaku international tournaments.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been there myself. Remember
You buy all the stocks, and then you remember the final.
Lukaku, man, I love him.
Belgium.
Yeah, Belgium.
And the final one of the round of 16.
Can I say this, by the way, before we continue? This is how we know we're all wrong. The fact that every single big team is in the quarterfinals already.
Oh, yeah.
That's how we already know we're wrong. Because
That's not how
it never works like this, bro.
I had Hungary. Why is Italy here, man?
He's like, right, Lukita.
Wait, what?
Some Italian girls.
Bro, he had it
I know.
What?
Who was it? Francesca.
God damn it.
Isn't it? Santino.
And the France beat
France versus Czech. France versus Czechia. France to be Czechia. Quarterfinals now, and now, like you said, I'm looking at this is ridiculous. Yeah.
That shit made no sense.
Teams are like the top best 8 teams of the tournament. This is ridiculous.
How is England got into
Hey, but we say that. But how did the Champions League quarterfinals look this year?
Some bullshit, bro.
They were the only
What?
Yeah, they were the only ones you could say that didn't maybe belong there. But it's like, yo, sometimes it happens.
Look at the AFCON quarterfinals. You know, it was completely like teams. It was like quarterfinals. Wow, Germany versus Spain.
Germany. I think Germany, and I think comfortably.
Should we talk about the big teams now?
I think Musiala and Wirtz. This is your time to put the world on notice. No, it's those two.
And Kai.
It's those two who are gonna be given the keys for the next decade. Show us, lads.
Yeah, but they were given the keys and didn't deliver. Toni Kroos, they had to call.
Hold on, Wirtz and Musiala have never played a tournament.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying Musiala had the World Cup last year.
One tournament. You're not allowed to get your toes.
By the way, Musiala had a good World Cup.
Musiala had the World Cup last year. And then they had the Nations League.
Why is everything last year to you? You always say last year for any tournament. Just 2 years ago.
Yeah, the Nations League was last year.
You said the World Cup though. You don't want Nations
2 years ago. World Cup 2 years ago. Nations League won last year. And the qualifiers and the friendlies. And they never delivered. And Nagelsmann, like, you know what, brother? There's someone missing here. I can't trust Musiala. I can't trust Kimmich as a 6.
Hold on, why are we acting like
No, let him cook.
Tony, listen, just one last dance. You just come back.
You know, it's so
Do you know what's crazy?
Hold on.
No, let him finish. Let him land.
I trust you. When Tony came back, 3 games, 3 man per match, 3 wins. Thanks to Toni Kroos. So it's not. So the system, the system, you mentioned, the system is Toni Kroos. That's the system.
Can I ask about the?
But you just said
hold on. That was
the
cute.
system.
That's gonna make a nice TikTok, I'm sure. Toni Kroos. I know how that shit works, bro. Where was the system in 2018? No. Where was the system in 2018 of the World Cup with Germany? Where was it?
No.
Okay. When the keys were given to Kroos. No.
Let me answer the question.
It's a rhetorical question. I don't want to hear your answer. I let you speak for 5 minutes. It's a rhetorical question. How about that? I don't want to hear your answer.
Okay, so what's your answer to your own question then?
The keys were in Kroos' hands, and the team failed. Germany didn't make it out of the group stage.
So wait, that
No.
2018 was on Kroos.
I'm using his logic. Just like the 2022 World Cup was on Musiala. It's a team sport.
You're showing Elias Bouzidi.
You're showing my.
Elias.
I'm just proving to you how your whole narrative around how this team is all based on Kroos' comeback. Kroos had the 2021 Euros where the team failed. He had the 2018 World Cup when the team failed. He had the 2016 Euros where they came in as favorites and they didn't win. Kroos is an amazing player, and he's going to help this team get better. But this whole narrative that, Kroos is coming to save the Germany team, I don't like it, bro. Nagelsmann has come in, and let's be real, since he's come in, the team has gotten better as a whole. Kroos is a great addition back into the team, but this whole thing that, Kroos is coming back to save the team. He was there 2 tournaments ago, and 2 tournaments before that, but he didn't do anything.
Okay. That was cute. That's cute, yeah. Round of applause to Elias for you guys, yeah. Round of applause. You said Nagelsmann. It's ironic enough that Nagelsmann made the phone call after they lost 3 games in a row and the friendlies, and they needed a change. Yeah. You mentioned Kroos
changed everything. He's the only thing that
Clearly, the system is Kroos. You said about 2018. If you remember, if you're a historian of the game, as you claim you are, 2018, the mistake of let me finish. The 2018, the mistake of 2018 wasn't the Kroos, wasn't. It was Joachim Löw relying.
I didn't say it was his mistake.
Okay, Joachim Löw relying. That's why the German press was on Joachim Löw for relying on the 2014 players. That's why so many. Let me finish. So many players.
Group. What is he saying?
Okay. So many players got selected from the 2018 because of loyalty of what they did in 2014. And yes, he was part. He was part of the group. But you're telling me, so Toni Kroos, when Ozil was nowhere there, and anyone else,
where was Kroos?
He scored. He delivered.
So now you're a GA merchant. Now it's all about scoring and you make it.
He delivered. But the system wasn't there.
That's heads in.
Now let's bring the conversation back to this one.
Let's be real. Let's talk about football here, but instead of narratives.
Wait. Let's talk about this one now. This is the first one where Musiala and Wirtz together are going to be.
Thank you.
You sound like you don't believe in Jamal Musiala.
He doesn't.
You sound like a Jamal Musiala doubter. I need you to come out on record and say your true beliefs on Jamal Musiala. Because you seem like you're sugarcoating it behind some
He made a TikTok about that too. He made a TikTok about that one too.
Some Kroos prop But I need to know your true feelings about Musiala. There was something
Germany
left unsaid there.
I'll be honest. Germany can't succeed with Jamal Musiala being the main man. As simple as that. This is straight facts.
Why not?
In order for Germany to succeed, and in order for Germany to thrive, in order for them to finally win the Euros, to finally win it, it depends and relies on Toni Kroos. That's why the system. No. I will tell you. I will tell you.
Germany have never won a Euro.
I will tell you. I will tell you.
Go.
That's the reason why Gnabry's been kicked out. Joshua Kimmich said, brother, I need a destroyer. I need someone technical next to me. Call Anderek. The person from Leverkusen. I want him next to Toni Kroos, not Joshua Kimmich. That's the reason why when before Kroos came, the formation was 5 at the back. Toni Kroos came and said, what? Nah, brother. 4 at the back. Play me in the double pivot.
Toni Kroos the manager as well now.
Here's the system. You know how James Harden?
Crazy
you know
narrative,
James
bro.
Harden?
He's the
kind of
system.
glazing in my
Kroos
life.
is the entire Germany
You
system.
know how James Harden?
He's the octopus. Everything works in Kroos.
James Harden signed for the Clippers. The first thing they asked him.
That's different. Player power is different in NBA.
Let me just say something. When James Harden signed for the Clippers, they asked him. The first question was, "Brother, you're playing with Westbrook. You're playing so many." You know what he said? I am the system.
And it was bullshit.
Toni
The
Clippers what did they achieve? What did they achieve? Never in their history.
Worst excuse you could have ever made in your whole life.
System.
What the fuck is that?
Toni Kroos will be
I hated that. I hated that.
Toni Kroos is the James Harden of this team. This is why people are gonna watch this podcast and they're gonna be like, "Oh, NBA ever since the Last Dance, motherfuckers forgot about football."
So does anyone think Spain? Does anyone think Spain have a chance?
Spain, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Spain. Oh, Rodri is the system, guys. Ever since Rodri moved into midfield, Spain are different. That's not how football works. Jesus Christ.
I think Spain, they're wingers. That's where the real X factor is.
That's the difference, by the way, in the last tournament and this one.
Nico Williams and Lamine Yamal.
Yeah.
I think they've got 2 players that can decide any game. So that's the reason why in that game, I don't think you can rule them out.
And I like Morata up front, especially.
I agree.
I like him up front. He's one
For Spain,
he'll get on the end of especially with those kind of wingers. He'll get on the end of those chances. I think Morata will score 2 or 3 goals this tournament. Maybe 3 or 4. He'll score a couple goals this tournament. Yeah.
I think though, just to add on, Williams and Yamal, excuse me. I think that's the nice change about Spain from recent years. Spain in the last few tournaments when they qualified, they controlled it. You can't get near them on the ball.
Direct.
That was direct.
Yeah.
Who's going to kind of create a goal out of nothing? They never really had that. You're looking at Oyarzabal, you're looking at Asensio,
Ferran Torres.
Like those guys aren't going to have those moments. I think in Nico and
Goddamn.
you have difference makers in there. You have a bit of unpredictability. So I do like that about them.
But I don't see the front half being Spain.
Who do you see him
Because
play?
I feel like he's got Lamine. Lamine is going
to play for sure.
But I think at the big games, like a game against Germany, he's not going to play and he's not going to play Gamal because the back four, Gamal is playing wing back. He'll play also Bayal and Cucurella. A bit defensive. Also Bayal is going to be starting.
You don't think Grimaldo will start?
I think against Germany.
Grimaldo hasn't been a wing back his whole life.
No. But in the big games, he will trust him.
Sorry.
Just in terms of defending ability. Because I'm going through the track record of the last Spain games. Whenever they play a French team, it's always Cucurella playing, not Grimaldo. I'm just going through what single pass.
Maybe in that case, but I think Grimaldo is just the superior.
Of course he is. I'm not denying that. Of course he is.
So what are we thinking of this game? Germany, Spain, obviously going to be a tough game. It's going to be a big game. Both teams are looking good.
I just think this is Germany's tournament, like you said, right? Like at home, they have a point to prove, and it reminds me, to be honest, of the 2006 World Cup, right, where they were coming in.
This shit going down or something?
Young manager, and
It's only getting funny.
they had that midfield guy like Ballack, and no one really expected too much because they had
Damn.
tournaments.
Damn.
Has to be,
want to make it done. I think that's gonna bring them far in this tournament. They've been better on their levels.
The thing is, I like this German team.
Yeah.
It's not. Because you said, for you it was like, no German team can be, run by Jamal Musiala as the main man of that team. But it's two-headed. It's like, Musiala and Bert, this is their team, So this tournament, of course, everyone's more watching into. Everyone's excited to see 2 21-year-olds who have obviously taken the European football by storm in the last few years, especially in the Bundesliga.
That's the one thing I'm actually looking forward to seeing, in fact, because how can those two operate as like dual?
That's what I was going to say. The two tens, can they figure a system out where they're both the dual tens? You got the Cruz.
Glass. Have you
But
watched?
I'm saying like, how can they figure?
They need to do
They're both attacking the front anyways.
they need to do the Crystal Palace system.
Exactly.
Where you've got Eze, Elise, they've got the wingers, but they're almost in that half space.
Okay, why before they've got Gondo playing as a 10.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I like this team. You've got Cruz, you've got Gundogan with experience and obviously massive quality. But then you got these with the legs and the creativity.
So for me,
and then you got Folk who can play up front. Havertz as well. We know what Havertz can play up front.
is the one.
He's
for
another
me.
one I think with them two. Because he's another young player, he's 24 years old. With Musiala and Wirtz, you've seen Havertz, especially when playing up front for Arsenal, he gets involved, he drops deep, he's technically a sound player.
Yeah.
If they can figure something out with that, there,
I think he's the X factor for them.
I
I think
Havertz
Havertz. I think the way we're talking
what?
about Morata, I look at Havertz in a similar fold in terms of like his track record for Germany is not bad. At the last World Cup, he bagged a few goals as well too. And I think if Germany are going to go far, it's always every German team you can think of. It's always a gunman up front. It's always like a striker up front leading the way, a big man. Yeah, good, close. Podolski in the past. If you go back even further,
I don't feel like Germany have had a gunman since close.
That's why they haven't done well.
Since him, no.
But I'm not even saying gunman. Sorry, gunman is the wrong word because Havertz for me is a gunman.
But then like Thomas Müller was scoring goals in the tournament. But Havertz can be
I
that
think
man.
if Germany are having a good tournament, it comes from Kai Havertz having a good tournament.
And then on top of that, in the defense, obviously Rudiger's such a big presence, and a home tournament, Rudiger's obviously just going to be. He's that kind of player. That the spirit of the home tournament, he's just want to win every game. You got Tar in there. Kimmich is obviously in the squad.
Schlotterbeck.
Yeah. Schlotterbeck is there.
Schlotterbeck's not playing.
Schlotterbeck is there. He's in the squad.
But he's not going to play.
Okay, whatever happens,
No,
we'll
for
see.
me, he should be the one starting.
Bro, it's gonna be tough.
Never just squeeze that Frankie de Jong will not be.
The Dutch are done.
Forget about it.
Yeah, are done.
Well, we'll get to Holland next. Netherlands are playing. Well, we'll get to Netherlands game next.
The Dutch
Frankie de Jong's Romanos are not.
right in their season.
Reinders and Gravenberch.
Yeah, let's change.
But I think that's going to be a really good quarterfinal if that happens.
Okay.
Germany-Spain will be a really good tournament.
Bro, get the
He's out of the tournament too. He's not playing.
get all these done.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I like this.
Miners don't move.
I like this Germany team. There's a lot of things I like about this team. Of course, they got a great goalkeeper. It's probably going to be, whether it's Neuer to stay, Neuer starts. I don't know who they're playing these days. You got players like Rudiger, Kimmich, Schlotterbeck, Tar, even Heinrichs if he even gets any minutes. And then obviously midfield, we spoke about the Kroos and Gundogan, wealth of experience, quality players. You got the Wirtz and the Musiala. And you got Leroy Sané, who's been forgetting
I think
about.
that's the one thing, right? How do you get a Sané into the team? Because they don't really play, like you said, with natural wingers like that.
Exactly.
Where does a Sané fit?
Where does a Sané fit? You obviously got the
Yeah.
Havertz up front, the Muller's still in the squad. Folkrig is in the squad because it can be important and get a few important goals in the tournament. And your boy as well, utility player, Pascal Gross.
Yeah, sure.
I like this team.
Scored the other day as well.
I like this team. I like this team.
They've got X factors off the bench, which in the
Forefront
last
as well.
tournament.
That's what I'm saying. Off the bench, Sané if he's not starting. Folkrig
That's
not
what
starting.
I just think too. Home nation as well too. I just think that kind of stuff has such a heavy weight in this kind of tournament.
For sure. I mean, this year, AFCON and Asia Cup were both won by the home nation. So we'll see how it goes. Germany to go through against Spain.
Yeah.
Next one, Portugal versus Netherlands, the rematch of the Battle of Nuremberg.
What you know about the Battle of Nuremberg?
I'm not knowing about Nuremberg. Portugal, Netherlands.
Yeah. Look, I mean, you want to talk to us about the Netherlands?
We'll just find out the news about it.
I think that's devastating.
I think that might even affect the group stage. I'll be legit. He is the one natural ball carrier in that team. I think anytime you look at Holland's movements going forward, he is the one always driving the team on, whether it's with his passing, with his dribbling.
But
We don't have that mobility in that midfield.
He is both the anchor and the driving force.
Miners, Veerman, Reindeers. Allow it, man. It's not going to work like that.
Oh, you're done.
Who's that? Koopmeiners out as well.
You're done, bro. You're done.
So
You're done.
Virgil van Dijk has just said the injury to Koopmeiners hurt us. This group is special. We are a tight group, so it hurts. Let's hope it's nothing bad. So Koopmeiners might also be out there.
I'm telling you, it's Reinders is carrying this entire midfield.
Reindeers, Veerman, and bro, Xavi Simmons.
I'd like to see Xavi Simmons given.
Xavi Simmons, I feel sorry for him because he is not going to be the Xavi Simmons that you lot see at club. He's not going to be that. At Holland, you've still got. I'll bet you any money Wijnaldum starts.
Yeah, probably. Wijnaldum. Yeah. Wijnaldum will play. No, I will. Yeah. Nah, that's true.
And he's been as an Etivan.
2024. The other day I saw Holland on the break.
You see him receive the ball and he's going backwards.
I said.
All right, we'll put Portugal through.
Gakpo and Depay, bro. I'm sorry, like that's not moving.
We'll put
Hey
Portugal
man,
through.
they look like some R&B.
Sad. Imagine you could put Netherlands is attacked from 10 years
Bro.
ago, 10 plus years ago.
Oh.
You know, like 15 years ago.
Van
to the
Nistelrooy,
defense
Van
now.
Persie, Robben.
Mugs to the defense
Yeah, and
now.
you give them a little Huntelaar here and there.
Oh,
right?
of course, Huntelaar, of course.
We ain't had a good striker
Add,
since that.
add that, and obviously like that era, like Snyder, Van der Vaart, and the Robben,
yeah,
Huntelaar,
yeah.
Van Persie, with the current defense.
You give them a Dirk Kuyt, they go.
Them man were putting up with Wilfred Boomer and Khalid Benarouz, bro.
No, that's what's so annoying. Oyer and those guys, right? Heitinga.
Ron
Those Dutch teams. It must be so frustrating.
Bruno Martins Indy.
This is who we put around. Great.
It must be so frustrating.
Imagine
right?
this defense. Van Dijk. Don't forget the PSG go. Van you.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. That dude, was a social media influencer more than he was a footballer.
He's the one who created what 4-3-3, I swear.
Do you know what interests me as well?
That's his page.
No way, ain't that Denny Lanzat? Or Demi Desailly?
It's a Dutch. It's a Dutch
Yeah, a
page.
couple of Dutch players.
Maybe they just invested in it. But what interests me as well, this Netherlands squad, is the lack of timbers.
Yeah, both.
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
get Jury, and of course he's been injured the whole season.
But Quinton.
Quinton's had a good season.
Two good
Midfielder as well, and
seasons.
now he might come in though if Koopman is.
Yeah, I think.
Because why is? I mean, maybe I don't know. I'm not
I think
actively
he just
watching
made
Dutch
his debut
football.
recently
I'm
as
not
well.
actively watching Dutch football, so why didn't he Quinton get called up? That's the question.
I think he just made his debut recently.
Yeah, but
and
he's such
the
a good
core,
player.
The core that Koeman has had, he's kind of just.
But
stuck
now we
with,
need the
I'll be honest.
midfielders, and
Yep.
he's a good midfielder.
And Carmen, of course, you know best, YouTube know best. It's always known for joking nothing. Trust him with his
Of
lower
course,
plays.
of course. But I just think the Timbers. I mean, Jury's fully fit. He played the last game of the season. Just
You know, I
we
would
don't, we
like.
don't need the defense. Quinton, even the other brother,
Let
the third
this,
brother,
you know
should have
what,
played.
I think
The third, who does he play for?
Shiver me.
I absolutely knew it was coming. I was like, when is he gonna sneak this
The
in?
way you line up,
I know
the
it.
way you line up jokes, yes.
I was like, yo,
You're so.
you're the only reason he'll bring it up. I was like, I know Southie too well.
I can't help myself.
Nah, man.
We'll pick Portugal
But
to beat.
you know, I honestly now I've come to a decision. You know, I want this to be Holland's biggest embarrassment ever.
It
I
won't
just-
be.
Say that, bro.
I
That's
need-
We've
impossible.
had
In
that.
the last
No.
6 years, you missed 2 tournaments, bro.
Exactly. That's missing the tournament. Out of sight, out of mind. Nobody sees you. I want us to be at the tournament and to be the pants.
You guys did that against the. Oh, you won 4th.
I want fourth.
You did that in
rock
2012.
bottom.
You did,
I need
yeah,
guys
2012.
like Wijnaldum, Depay, for them to be, you know, like banished. Like there needs to be a guy. I feel like, and then I hope you lot sack my man, and then bring him over. Start fresh. That's what I want. I want this whole Koeman, these
I'm tired of that
these
rotation.
5 OGs that have been getting and Danny
tired.
Blind. I love you. I respect what you've done. Get the fuck out
Time
of
to
my
go.
country. Sounds crazy coming from a black man. Coming from a black man? That's somebody who's in England.
Nah. He's funny, bro. He's from Suriname, man. From Suriname, bro. Just say that. He's from Suriname. Don't think that.
I can get away with it. I'm trying to carry this brand forward.
Thanks, bro. Rudy Hill, that man. That's you, bro.
How much Dutch can you even speak, bro?
Hey, hoe gaat met jou? Bent jij spreken de Dutch? Exactly.
Jeez.
How do I know that?
Kankerflikker.
How do I know what I'm saying is true?
Hey, my Dutch brothers, what a kankerflikker.
What's a conga flicker? What is that?
Don't worry, I don't speak Dutch in it.
What does that sound like the corniest insult ever, bro? Even everything that Dutch say sounds like it's from a cartoon or something like
Sounds
that.
like a posh English
Yeah, everything sounds like it's from a cartoon.
You conker flicking.
You conga flicker.
All right. Belgium versus France.
Belgium versus France.
France.
Ah, la France. Yeah.
England, Italy, the rematch of the final.
This is the quarterfinal.
Yeah, I told you England had a third place team in the first round, a second v second.
Why is Italy still here?
Yeah, that's what FaZe was thinking. Do you think England beat them in the rematch?
Yeah.
No, voice Italy.
They're gonna get their revenge.
Cool down here, guys.
Okay, now it's interesting.
Two finals.
Semi-final.
Every person I've spoken to has the same.
Germany, Portugal, France versus England.
Yeah. I do think there's going to be a surprise.
Where do you
Yeah,
want,
I don't think all
There's
four of them
no
will
way.
be there.
There's no way.
Which one do you want to start with? Portugal, Germany, or England?
Germany, Portugal.
We talked about Germany. Let's talk about
Yeah, that's not Portugal. Have spoken at all.
this squad is stacked. I actually went through their squad recently, tried building an 11. You could build 2 11s. They're stacked. Honestly, the talent at their disposal is ridiculous. My hot take for this tournament, I think the player of the tournament's gonna be Bruno
Okay.
I think Bruno Fernandes is going to have an
I see it. He's that kind of player, man.
Even the last World Cup, he was really good for Portugal. And I just think international football, I think I read the other day, he has, 10 goals, 4 assists, or 10 goals, 6 assists in his last 10 games for Portugal. He ended the season well for Man United.
He's made it his own.
And I just feel like international football is where the players like Bruno, individuals, who kind of make things out of nothing, this is like the stage in which they excel the most. So I think him and his Portugal team, he kind of has the keys to this team. I think the squad is built for him to succeed. He's going to be creating chances aplenty for a really talented front line. The defense seems strong. The midfield is balanced. We're talking about strong midfield. You got Bruno, Vitinha, Painha. You can go with Ruben Neves. You can even put
Ruben Neves.
Ruben Neves or whatever. I know
I was
Bernardo's
gonna say,
play on the right.
I don't like the way you say it. He normally says it. With
He usually says the accent. Yeah.
I've been westernized.
Yeah.
Nunes. No, they got in the back line. You could go with the likes of
Pepe.
Nunes. I was gonna say Dallo on the right. We're gonna look at Cancelo, but I think Dallo the way he ended the season. Ignacio. Antonio Silva. I think the biggest question mark is up front. I think that's the biggest question mark, right? Because he's gonna play Bernardo Silva on the right. I think that's gonna happen. He's probably gonna play Leao on the left. I would think so. The thing is up front, and I think Cristiano Ronaldo's gonna start because let's be honest, I've seen some people recently has been playing as much. If Ronaldo's fit, he's playing.
Drop.
I think it's gonna be Ronaldo. The question mark is, should he be starting?
Ronaldo.
Yeah. He's the captain. I just think at his.
Don't tell me we're gonna be one of those people who say, "Oh, I don't like."
I agree.
Hold on.
Let's not start.
No, he's gonna start, whether I like it or not.
I
He's gonna
saw
start.
on the podcast.
No, I'm not gonna disrespect him. No, I won't disrespect him. Face it.
The Ronaldo stands needed.
I hate that.
Rise up,
I won't disrespect him. I won't disrespect him by saying, look, Ronaldo is one of the greatest players of all time, and I think it's actually a shame. I think it's cool that the best team he's ever probably been graced with is coming at the end of his career. Like, where were these teams when he was 28, 27 years old?
Yeah.
But I do think you look.
18, 19.
Yeah, true. But even still, like in the prime of his career, he never had that team. Barella and Helder
To be fair, his prime was probably after 30.
Yeah, but even still, he never had the team. But this team is like, he would be amazing if he's in his prime.
Yeah.
But
it
I
almost
do
feels like what Belgium were going through a decade ago.
Yeah, I do
And
think though. Ronaldo.
For me, I look at it. The only thing I'm
Do
thinking
you
is,
think
how does Roberto Martinez fit this up?
his name? Because it's just Roberto Martinez.
He is going to some way, somehow ruin this, and that's my only question. It's not even about. See that Ronaldo conundrum? It's Roberto Martinez. It should have been figured out before this tournament.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see.
I would go as far as saying Portugal go as far as Ronaldo takes them, but not in the way that you would normally say that, right? I do think, and it's not even me dissing him, right? Because he's 39 years old now, right? He's towards the end. He isn't the Ronaldo of old. I do think their ceiling in terms of how far they go in this tournament does depend on how much he plays.
But that's the thing. That's the thing with Portugal. We always say stack team, stack team, stack team. Those stack players they just mentioned, the Bernardo Silvas, the Ruben Diaz, they've never delivered with Portugal. Never delivered.
Well, they're young players. Well, who you say? Diaz and Neves?
Bernardo Silva, Ruben Diaz. They're always good with City. Always perform at the highest level.
Yeah.
When it comes to wearing the Portugal shirt, never delivers. Never delivers.
I would agree with that.
Never delivers. I think Roberto Martinez is going to look at the mistake that Fernando Santos did in the World Cup with not starting now the knockout stage.
Was that a mistake to not start him?
Yeah, when he didn't start him, Ramos got a hat-trick. He started Ramos got a hat-trick.
Against who? Switzerland. Okay. And the final game?
Hold on, Ronaldo.
Against Morocco.
Well, hold on. Why are we actually? Hold on. Ronaldo didn't have a great group stage. It's not like Ronaldo.
No. You need to understand. When it comes to knockout games, when it comes to knockout stage, it's all about experience. And it's about decisive moment and key plays. The players that you've just mentioned, over the past decade have never ever stepped up when they need to with their country. Ronaldo, over the past decade, always, whether that was Euros 2012, he scored 4 goals.
Yeah, he had an amazing tournament. He's the best player in the tournament.
Exactly.
Sure. Let him land.
World Cup 2014, he scored a couple. Yes, not the greatest, but he had the thing.
But he was injured. I'm told World Cup 2014. I'm not gonna say he had a good tournament. He had a bad. He was injured. 2014 he was injured. We're gonna give him that. Yeah. 2016 great
Euros 2016 up to the final.
Go ahead. Yeah. 2018 knockouts didn't do his thing.
Not the greatest against Uruguay, but
didn't do his thing.
But he's always delivered when he needed to, in terms of at least being.
But what you're doing right now is taking us through Cristiano Ronaldo's career, which none of us are even going to question. But he's been a big 2012 Ronaldo. Of course, he was unbelievable. It's been 12 years ago.
Should he not be an impact player if you're saying he's decisive in moments like that? Could he not become that?
Since Euro 2016, Ronaldo hasn't been that decisive in international tournaments in knockout rounds. That's not true, bro.
Ronaldo, 10 years ago, his ego would never allow him to play.
He's 29. He's It's Cristiano Ronaldo, one of the best players in the world.
You will not allow him to be, all right, I'm not going to play that for Ronaldo now is more than happy to take a back seat.
As he should be.
Third, fourth,
He should be
and
happy to
fifth option.
flip him. He's 39. He should be like count his blessings that he looked after his body. He's still going to major tournaments.
That's
So
what I'm
it's
saying.
great. He's 39,
That's what
and
I'm
he's got
I'm
a
not
place in
saying
this
never
tournament,
play Ronaldo,
and he's going to
but-
play, and it's going to have an impact. I just think, especially if it's winning the whole tournament, you can't start every minute of every game.
I disagree. I think Portugal's campaign will go as far as Ronaldo starts.
I agree, but not in the way that you think.
I think okay.
I think you got to do like load management on him. That also,
Yeah, I think there's some games you don't start Ronaldo in my
now
opinion.
in like an easy group game, don't play him.
No, I think the easy group game you do play him. I think there's going to be games where,
Tough
say
games.
Portugal
Yeah,
plays
yeah,
Germany
yeah.
and he's up against Rudiger.
Long day.
You're going to tell me Ronaldo at 39? You're favoring him against
Premier
Rudiger,
League,
bro.
So the Premier League against Salisu, centre back, when they were chasing the ball.
And this isn't
he got
dissing.
nowhere near it.
I'm not
He's
even dissing.
39.
I'm not even dissing him.
There's nothing wrong with that.
He's
There's
no
nothing wrong with that.
longer at the peak of his athletic
He's
powers,
39.
bro.
Nothing wrong with that.
I don't know why you're looking at us like that.
Stop. Okay, no. I'm not looking at that with disgust here. Okay, don't start Ronaldo. You start.
Jota? Why can't Jota start? Why can't Gonzalo Ramos start? Why not? Why not?
Gonzalo Ramos?
Why not? Why not? Hold on. Why
Nah,
not?
you had it better with Jota.
Why not? Why can't
Stick with
Gonzalo-
Jota,
why-
man.
yeah,
Leave
hold on,
Ramos
hold on,
out.
hold on. Why can't Gonzalo
Because he's been a
Ramos
scrub all season for
He
PSG.
scored 11, 12 goals for PSG in the league. What do you know about Gonzalo Ramos in the league?
And the same. Hold on.
Hold on. Why are we acting like? Why are we acting?
You
Why
can
are we
even
acting
start
like
João
Ronaldo-
Felix.
Why? No, you know what?
For
Him, I
me,
would
João
not?
Felix or Jota, for me, I would
Why
prefer
not?
either or ahead of
João
Ramos.
Felix in the middle.
I'm not moved by Ramos.
No,
I'll be honest.
Ronaldo will
even
have a
huge fan,
big
but
say
I'm
in
not
what
moved by
happens in
Ramos.
Portugal. Of course he will. It's Cristiano Ronaldo. He will. They get a late penalty. He's taking it. Ronaldo. He might get a header in. It's Ronaldo. But you can't say Ronaldo has to start every game. If he starts every game, they're not gonna.
Yeah, I
they're not
agree
gonna.
with
How long was it United? 2 years ago.
I'm
And
not
we'll
even
say
gonna-
he's
yeah.
almost done.
I'm
He's
not
done.
even gonna say the
And that was
United
2 years
thing,
ago.
but Faisal,
Roberto Martinez,
Faisal, you're telling us about all his earlier tournaments. Why didn't you continue going into Euro 2022? Why didn't you go into the
that's
World
the
Cup?
reason.
No.
Exactly. Tell me when he was 29, 30.
Why didn't you go to Euro 20? Sorry, Euro 2020, the last World Cup 2018. He didn't have amazing tournament. He had amazing moments, of course, and he's Ronaldo. I'm trying not to diss him here. That's my whole thing. I'm not being disrespectful. But the last few tournaments for Portugal, I do believe that they have hit a ceiling because this is the thing too with Ronaldo. Even if he is like he knows his role in the team, he's not the best player anymore, whatever. Ronaldo impacts the way you play. Having Ronaldo on the pitch will inevitably impact the way your team can function. Everyone is going to start looking for him. The way you can press going forward is going to change. He isn't as mobile as other guys. It's going to change.
Tell me the difference between having Ramos start and having Ronaldo start.
I think with Ramos, you have a more mobile guy up front. The way you can press, the way you can operate as a team is going to change. Now, I'm not saying if you have a chance in the 6-yard box, who do I favor, Ronaldo or Ramos? I favor Ronaldo every single day of the week. But the way your front line is going to operate will change.
Also
Profile
will
to
change.
profile,
They're
for
different,
sure.
different plays. Germany, Portugal is winning this game. Are we saying we said the miracle of Germany in the home tournament is going to take it to a final?
Yeah. I feel like Germany home tournament, and I think Portugal will come unstuck at some point. With all that talent, I think we always see it naturally stacked like that. It never seems to go out well. And I'm looking at Roberto Martinez. I think this is the game where he does some type of, whether it's even starting Ronaldo, do you know what I mean? Being the thing that gets him knocked out. But yeah, I see Germany.
Shit's fucking weird.
I look at that midfield too. As much as we just praised Germany's midfield, Portugal's midfield has everything you need. Defensively, they're strong too. You know what? I'm gonna say Portugal to the final.
Yeah.
Faisal? I think Roberto Martinez will fall for the media and will fall for the narratives about Ronaldo and will commit the same mistake as Ronaldo Santos did. Not start Ronaldo, as Portugal. However,
So you think if Ronaldo starts and they
I'm saying if Ronaldo starts for Portugal, if Ronaldo's the guaranteed starter for Portugal, Portugal's win the whole campaign. I've said it right here.
Yes.
But I don't think Ronaldo. I think
You really think this is the last dance?
I think
It's his last
Ronaldo.
dance,
No,
but
because
not-
I've seen. Look, I've seen. The moment he start crying and busting out of tears against Al Hilal, when it's a random Saudi Cup after what he's done,
He's a winner.
for me, what I said to myself, this guy wants to win. This guy wants. That's guy. He's
No one's ever questioned.
Hold on.
I
He's
don't know.
always wanted to win, bro.
But now it's different.
What? No, it's not.
Why did he grab some invisible?
It's different.
What did you squeeze just there? What did you squeeze?
Because Ronaldo is fine. Faisal, what the hell are you talking about right now, bro?
different
No, it's not. The only thing that's different is he's not as good as he used to be.
I see see him different now. I see him with a different mentality now.
So hold on. What's his mentality? No. I'm not letting him get away with this. What's his different mentality now?
You know what it is? He saw Messi winning the World Cup.
Yeah.
That hurt him so much. That hurt him massively.
Okay.
He's already won a Euro.
I know. His mindset is one thing. His mindset is, I was going to retire when I'm 38, 39 years old. I saw Messi win the World Cup. I've got now two options. I'm reading his mind. I've got two options in mind. I need to continue with two things. If I win a Euros, 2 Euros in his mind will overtake his World Cup.
No, it doesn't. Because Messi's got Copa America as well.
This is the craziest
Nations League.
Yo. Honestly, no one tells a story like Faisal, bro. No one tells a story like Faisal, bro. Hey, shake my hand. No one tells a story like this guy, bro.
All I'm saying,
convinces himself.
All I'm saying, if Ronaldo continues, if Ronaldo plays for Portugal and start off with Portugal will win. But I think Roberto Martinez will fall for the same mistake as Fernando Santos did. For that reason, I don't think he will start in the knockout stage. For that reason, Germany will win.
I think Fernando Santos can give.
And clearly the blueprint never worked out.
Did it work with Ronaldo starting?
He clearly trusted the blueprint and trusting Bernardo Silva, who's never delivered with Portugal, and Diaz and Bruno Fernandes never delivered.
Well, Bruno Fernandes never delivered for Portugal. Bruno had a better tournament than Ronaldo did last tournament, bro.
And guess what that led to?
He never played on the same team, bro. This guy's nasty, bro. This guy's nasty. This is the way you read this. This guy's nasty, bro. This guy's
Germany
nasty.
or Portugal? Who's going to the finals? Well, I said Germany. I say Germany.
Germany, that one.
You see the way he's bailing himself out there, right?
If Ronaldo starts Portugal, he's winning the whole I've said from the fact, I'm not.
So you don't think Ronaldo's starting this tournament?
No,
in your head then. So in your whole storyline that you've created, this hypothetical, you think Martinez?
I think Martinez will fall for the trap of the media.
So then hold on. So for that to happen, so you think the whole sorry to take the whole tournament is he starting from the beginning with no Ronaldo, or is he starting Ronaldo?
He will start.
So then for him to drop him, it means Ronaldo during the tournament would have had to have a bad run.
No. Even
so Ronaldo's doing well, and then he's dropping.
No. I don't want it to happen. If he continues.
No, but I'm asking in this hypothetical. Give me the hypothetical.
If he's doing well, why would he drop him?
The way I see it, I think he'll start one game and drop him.
So then in that game he doesn't play well. If he plays well and he scores, he's not gonna drop him, bro.
He wouldn't. It's gonna be Fernando Santos. He scored in the World Cup.
He barely scored, bro. He scored a penalty and then he claimed Bruno's cross. Your story stinks, bro.
We'll see.
Who are they facing in the final? Germany. We've got France or England.
France.
Let's talk about England a little bit. Let's talk about England's whole video. Yeah. Why is it so obvious that England are losing France if they were to run against them in the semi-finals?
That's what these lost.
That's what I'm saying.
This is the Harry Kane redemption story.
Your story stinks. Shut up! Your story stinks.
We had your mic for 5 minutes. Shut your ass up, yeah?
Your story's actually decent.
Yo, Harry Kane. It's redemption time, brother. We all remember the penalty. We all know where we were. All of you watching at home. Shut your ass up, yeah? Because Harry Kane is going to knock Mbappe out. He's gonna send him back to Madrid. Yeah? See your boy? Starting pre-season early. Get that little sweep.
He might as well go Olympics.
Yeah. I think England go final again.
Motherfucker.
And face Germany, the home nation.
Yes. And this is the super story, you know. Your Axis.
Fuck. Give me the shorty battle.
Germany wins this time, unfortunately.
Kane's redemption. Yo. He doesn't even know what his own redemption, bro.
Well, the redemption is just beating France. You got to conquer your foes. You know what I mean? Hey, listen, I didn't say nothing about him delivering the silverware.
Another final.
That's the Harry Kane story.
Another England final.
Yeah, another story of him losing.
100%. Listen, you can't win with Southgate. This is the forbidden rule.
You can't win with Kane.
Yeah, but come on.
Dispute me. Give me an example of you winning with Kane. Dispute me.
Are you going to say that just because he's been playing for Spurs most of his career?
He's played with Bayern.
One season. So one season.
Well, we're gonna pretend.
Liaz, don't
that.
do this casual as
We're gonna pretend that.
Barbarism. I've slandered Southgate and your retort
We're
was
gonna
to
pretend
slander
what?
Kane.
We're gonna pretend what?
Please.
We're gonna pretend that Kane not winning a single
temper.
trophy.
Okay. I know, but
What? That's okay. That's okay. Hold on. Who predicted Leipzig to beat Bayern 4-1 in the Super Cup?
Okay.
Who predicted that? Did you predict that? I didn't predict that.
And that was Kane's fault.
I'm just saying it can't be a coincidence every single time that Kane never wins. And it's not a coincidence that even in his redemption story, he still loses. This is why I don't think England are going to win. Here, you asked me why can't England do it? because I don't trust Trent playing in midfield.
I
don't.
agree.
I don't. Hold
think
on.
he will.
I'm going to give you numerous. Oh, they're saying already today that Trent is expected to start in midfield first game. Hold on. So I don't trust. Let me give you the example. The reasons I don't trust England. I don't trust Trent in midfield. I think he should start at right back. Probably the best right back in the world. Midfield, I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't trust in a center back partnership of Stones and Guehi that have virtually no experience together on the dawn of a tournament, or sorry, the eve of a tournament, where typically you need a center back partnership that's been developed. I don't trust in a potential midfield of Rice, Bellingham, and Trent in terms of the balance, in terms of how much volume passers and volume controllers you have in there. I don't trust in Phil Foden playing on the left. I don't trust in Gareth Southgate as a coach, and I don't trust Harry Kane to get it done when it counts. All of those reasons together are why England are not going to win this
I
tournament.
think England go out in this match as well. I don't think
You
England.
think semi-final as well?
Oh yeah. I don't think England go to the final of the Euros. No chance. But I think I think the Harry Kane thing's on. That's what I'm saying.
No, I agree.
But I agree with all other stuff you said.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not like.
I think in terms
I'm
of
not.
like,
I don't think. Obviously, England.
There's too many
have a lot
question
of
marks this tournament.
There's too much question marks. I agree. And I'm not the biggest fan of like this whole England thing.
By the way, I don't trust Luke Shaw going into the tournament having not played for 6 months.
when you look on the other side, you've got Upamecano and Konate still starting. The midfield trio is
Yeah,
not
but
the
then again,
historic
I agree.
France midfield
But
trio.
once again, we're talking
It's
about
like
tournaments.
Giroud
We're
is still
talking-
starting up front.
I trust all those guys
And
more
we've
than
said that in
England.
club
And-
form about Real Madrid, and they'll still win it.
I trust all
It's
those guys
club
more than
format.
England.
Club format. I mean, it's tournament format. France have that in them over England. That's all it is. Back-to-back World Cup finals now we're talking about. You know, France have that. They're just right now. They're in that era right now with this team where they just believe it's like Man City, where they just believe they're going into a tournament, believe they're going to win it.
And
France have that.
And that's what France went in last Euros, and that's how they got knocked
I
out.
understand.
And that's how they got knocked out.
France's issue
Did
last
anybody expect Switzerland to
They
knock
lost.
them out?
They lost the penalties.
No, but can I say?
understand.
Let's talk about France.
England can do the same.
Yeah, of course. Man City lost the penalties to Real Madrid. The best team can lose on penalties.
Absolutely. England are going to be the team.
I don't think it's as cut and
England
dry.
don't go to the final. England go to the final.
I don't think it's as
and I'll
cut
be
and dry.
honest, I'm looking back at it. Of course, England, they just have to finish first in the group and they go straight to semi-final.
Nah.
They'll beat those teams.
They get third place team in the round of 16, and then they get the winner.
Oh fuck! I want to go first.
England don't come first in the group though. They go out and they come second. England loses to Germany.
You're looking at the typical thing of England almost having like an easy path, and once again, France is going to be that first hard team. That's why I'm almost setting the challenge to England. Overcome the team that knocked you out the last tournament. Previously, you've had easy runs where once you get to the big team, you choke.
Never beat any team you should.
Don't do it. This is Gareth's last run. This could be Harry Kane's last run. Get over the line because I think France can be there to be got at. Could be. I mean, as the main man, I think after this he starts getting looked at as like, do we still need him?
Can I say this on France? France's last Euro was for me an outlier in the entire Didier Deschamps era, and I'm saying this as someone who's never been graded. One thing you can give plaudits to Didier Deschamps is he always picks a balanced team. He always picks a team with no real egos. The camp is nice, and they always come to tournaments prepared. I think the last Euros, the Benzema thing was sprung upon him at the last minute, and I think it completely changed the dynamic of the team. Not saying Benzema played an amazing Euros, but all of a sudden Griezmann was completely non-existent in that team because Benzema was taking up the spaces. Kante had a bad tournament. Mbappe had a horrible tournament. And to be fair, that's switching the game.
There is a lot of pressure on him.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. We'll talk about that.
Because the Madrid move.
Don't worry. We'll talk about the final.
Yeah. But one thing I'll say, I think this France team, in the last World Cup team as well too, he has gone back to what he knows. There isn't him trying to shoehorn a guy like Benzema in when Giroud works best for the team. He's not trying to bring Antoine Griezmann has his role in this team. You know everyone's role in this France team, and I think that's why ultimately they go into every team as one of his favorites. And then let's face it, they have the best international performer on the planet. Kylian Mbappe, bar the Euros, every single time when it comes to France in these big moments, he's the guy.
No, but tonight. Okay, I mean, listen. We're going for France to win against them.
Yeah.
3 out of 4 of us at least. So
Yeah.
What final we have here?
France, Portugal for me.
No, Germany, France for us.
Very actually, yeah.
Germany, France. I like it. In Berlin.
I don't fancy France, man. I think France is just almost like the easy favourite because of that past 6, 7, 8 years, what they've done. I think it's almost like they're being given a favourite tag with Mbappe being obviously the best player possibly at the tournament. I look at Germany and I'm like, Nagelsmann, if he wins his Euros now, it gives him that almost that validation on his career as well. I think a lot of those young players, it's almost like they're coming of age moment. Like it seems like it's whole nation as well. It just seems like it's written for Germany, in my opinion. But then, once again, that could be the reason why Mbappe just says,
don't care about that.
crush
I was
that.
gonna say
Yeah.
Euro 26. Everything he's saying about Germany right now is
could've said
Euro
for France
2016 in
2016,
France
yeah.
at home as well too. The young team, like
Yeah.
Here's you know what's so funny, right? Styles make fights. We want to say, right? I did a different prediction where it was like my pick. So I had France versus Portugal, and I would have had France beating Portugal in the final. But when you tell me Germany in the final,
It's a different final.
yeah, it's a different matchup, and then it's also a different dynamic. Bro. I don't see Germany losing a final. I don't see Germany losing a final.
And I don't see France beating Germany in the final. I think matchup-wise is different. I think the midfield will be crucial.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
I don't think Deschamps will start Camavinga Tremendous. I think he will go to back to his usual shit of Fofana or Rabiot or some. Kante coming back in is wallahi, it pisses me off because I watched him with Etihad. Guy's ass.
Yeah, but
Well,
I
just
don't
let
think
it go.
I think he's there for his.
Giroud start of the Marcus Thuram having a great season in Inter just pisses me off as well.
That's how international football works.
I know, but
That's the time when you gotta let old dogs
just let it go, man. Let it go. But I want
All-time scorer, bro.
All-time scorer.
The fuck?
But I want Mbappe to come to me. I want Mbappe to come
Hell
to
no.
me.
Get that shit out of here.
Hey, yo!
No.
Hey, you
No
think?
Ballon d'Or,
You
no
think? Wait.
You can just let that slide on. Big SDS.
Back
Sorry,
up for a minute.
sorry.
Back it up. Whoa, don't
want
back
what?
it up naked. 1 second.
I don't want to.
Definitely don't.
I want him to come empty-handed, fam. Nothing on him. Nothing, fam. No trophies, no accolades, no nothing. I want him to come beg for Madrid. I want him to be coming to Madrid.
He's a World Cup winner,
Give me the success. I want him to come.
He's a World Cup winner.
Do you know what I said? It would be the funniest thing. Madrid have this decade of dominance in the Champions League. As soon as they get the best player in the world, Mbappe will go for a decade drought.
Mbappe, I've never seen a player. I can't remember a single player in my lifetime since I've been watching this sport with as much pressure.
Oh yeah.
Not even to just deliver, to more than deliver as Mbappe next
Yes,
season.
But I've also never seen a player in my life. Okay, that's a bit exaggerated, but I've not seen many players in my lifetime. Yeah, love that and thrive.
No, for sure.
I was at the World Cup final. I watched closely. I was looking at the screen obviously because the player's a bit far away when they're doing the national anthems. And when the camera went to Mbappe in the national anthem, he was smiling. In a World Cup final, straight face is fine. Everyone's doing straight face, but he was smiling. I was like, this guy's a freak, man. It's a World Cup final, and he's kind of laughing.
He lives for these moments for sure.
And he did nothing for 70 minutes, and he still just woke up and scored a hat trick and scored his penny on top of it.
That's the thing.
He does have a lot of pressure, but he does not mind it. I can tell you that for sure.
He shouldn't. Oh, anyways, that's a whole other thing. But he's your player now, bro. You should be going to these tournaments. Like you're gonna be rooting for all the Arsenal players.
For sure.
I'll be rooting for all the.
Like right now, my winner's Germany. Kai Havertz come back as Euros winner.
You should be rooting for Camavinga, Mbappe, and Chouameni.
No, technically he's not playing yet. Technically he's not playing yet.
Hey, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. He's a burner.
He's not in the squad, surely.
Oh, hold on, please let Werner get in the squad.
Timo Werner's not in the squad.
I was hoping that.
He's not.
He's not in the squad.
I wouldn't even play that one.
Damn.
He's not.
That's your guy.
He's an
but it
RB
makes
Leipzig player.
no, it makes
See you guys for the next year.
no, he's not. But it makes perfect sense for Toni
That
Kroos
bullshit out of here.
with the Ballon d'Or. Because if he wins the Euros, he wins the Ballon d'Or.
You think so?
That's
I
my
don't mind
favorite
that.
narrative.
And I want him to finish his career at the peak
you know what's
where
crazy?
his little age mates next to him, as you say,
Yeah.
Iniesta playing at
Yo.
UAE.
Yo.
Cassie.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy?
But it's competition. It's
Why
rivals.
does it have to be like a narrative?
His rivals.
Both him and Zizou, things they have in common.
Leave it
Retiring at 34,
at the highest.
coming back for the last tournament.
They're both
Zizou.
gonna lose in the final.
Now this is where you can, in the all-time debates and that.
But guess what?
Come on, Tony.
But guess what? In September, the 27th of September, when he wins the Ballon d'Or, we're gonna have a conversation. When at the moment we're looking at the greatest midfielders of all time. Yeah.
Isn't it usually like January to
No,
September?
Oh, fuck.
If you announce the Ballon d'Or winner will be announced in September.
Oh yeah, because they said they're doing it season by season now, isn't it?
In September, we're gonna look at that. You know the all-time greatest.
I'm not doing Fusion Gate. I'm gonna help this boy. I'm not doing
Next to
that.
him, what? Ballon d'Or. Iniesta, what? Still playing you, chasing that back. Messi, Barcelona manager.
Yeah, boy.
Ballon d'Or, with Champions League manager. Toni Kroos.
new entry.
So hold on.
Ballon d'Or winner!
Hold on. So will your conversation, Basil, will your conversation then be that he exceeds them? Xavi and Iniesta, yes or no?
Enters
Will
the
he exceed
chat.
him?
Enters the
No.
Will he exceed Iniesta and Xavi?
Will he then become greater than them?
If he wins the Euros and if he
Yeah.
wins the Ballon d'Or,
Yeah.
مع السلامة Xavi.
Hold on. Ronaldinho or Neymar? Let's do the final. All that bullshit for nothing. All that bullshit for something he doesn't even believe in.
What, Dino and Neymar?
Yeah, Dino or Neymar. Who's better?
What
Who's
happened
greater?
to Euros discussion?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. No. Dino or Neymar? You see how he's so slick? You're so damn slick. You're so damn slick to try and say that. And you almost fell for it. You almost fell for it.
We're having a discussion.
What are you talking about? We're having a
Euros.
midfield discussion. What are you bringing these Brazilians?
Yeah,
in?
Why not? Hold on. We can't.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This is the problem, man. These
Look at this
Americans
guy.
coming in and down even our sport.
Listen,
This
he's
guy is-
right.
Final, please.
No, he's right. Both your countries is the Copa America.
You got it, man. You got it. Oh, it's a gold cup or something, man.
you're right. They're trying to avoid it.
Wait. Who are you rooting for Copa America?
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Jamaica.
our winners,
Jamaica.
our winners, unless anyone has any obligations, of the Euro 2024 are the host nation, Germany.
Danke! Deutschland!
Germany. According to the website, 14% of players predicted Germany to win. In this website, Germany were third favourites after France and England. What a win, Germany. I mean, we're predicting them to have a magnificent home tournament. A goodbye, farewell to Toni Kroos, and Kai Havertz going to be the
That boy.
best player in the tournament.
Whoa.
Do we want to do dark horses and all that stuff too, or like
Nah,
player
we was-
tournament?
I mean, I was going for 2 hours.
Leave him there, man.
We
Leave
give
him
them the
there,
whole
man.
route, and then we'll do that predictions again after.
Yeah.
Well, with the first episode back, and we'll give them 3 hours to come.
Come on, man.
I said player of the tournament. We so quick answer.
Okay, quick answer. Go then. If you have one.
Bruno Fernandes.
Oh, you said it earlier. Bruno Fernandes. I don't have a different one. You want to say a fake one?
Cruz for Germany.
I think it'll be a Germany
Tournament,
one.
not player of the team. Tournament.
Cruz. But if Ronaldo starts for
Nice.
Portugal, it will be
Jamal Musiala.
I'd love that.
And I
would love that.
No, Florian Wirtz. Let me go the other side.
He's the one I'm looking at.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's his first tournament.
I genuinely believe Kai Havertz. He can get like 4 or 5 goals.
If what we predicted, he should be in the race.
Kai Havertz going to come as player of the tournament. Oh, and the Euros with it. Oh my god.
I forgot about João Neves when we talk about Portugal.
Unbelievable player. All right, guys, that's been our Euro 2024 breakdown of the whole tournament. That is our winner. And let's see if we're right or we're completely wrong.
You didn't even know a couple months
Bye.
ago.
Creo que el Barça y Atleti ya tienen una muy buena relación a nivel de negociaciones y fichajes. No creo que se lo vendieran tan caro. El Barça y el Atleti tienen como un acuerdo, parece.
El Barça para mí lo que le faltó a lo largo de la temporada, que se notó en muchos partidos, fue un pivote defensivo. Yo lo que hice fue que en vez de pensar que le hizo falta al Madrid, dije que no va a tener la temporada que viene y es Toni Kroos. Yo fiché a
Oh, al Real Madrid.
Yo fiché a
Wow.
Para mí fue complicado, pues yo creo que tú necesitas ya ir buscando el reemplazo de Salah.
Pero si tú metes al de lateral izquierdo a Grimaldo en ese equipo.
Yo me fui al Smoke. Yo fiché a Víctor Osimhen.
Yo también. Yo fiché a Osimhen. No, es que no es Smoke, bro. No tuvo una buena temporada en Napoli. Sáquenlo de ahí. Ellos tienen 2 posiciones para mí que son muy débiles, que son el 9 y por la derecha. Pero ficharle a...
Yo fiché a el delantero que la rompió esta temporada. Sorpresa, Víctor Gyökeres.
¿Tú sabes qué? Bienvenidos a otro video de Los Futbolitos. Toca decir el fichaje que cada club necesita.
Un fichaje para cada club.
Claro, ¿no? O sea, el fichaje que cada club necesita, los clubes grandes. No estamos hablando ni del Barça, no estamos hablando ni de... Mentira, el Barça está en la lista.
Está en la lista, ¿no? Está en la lista.
Estamos con los clubes de la liga.
Bien. El primero, ¿qué te parece Atlético de Madrid?
Yo tenía el Real Madrid, pero vamos a empezar con Atlético de Madrid, no hay problema.
Atlético de Madrid.
¿Qué tú crees del Atlético?
El Atleti hizo una temporada en Liga mala. Fue una mala temporada. El Atlético de Madrid siempre tiene que ser el equipo que compita con Madrid y Barça por ese primer lugar. Y quedó cuarto esta temporada. En Champions decepcionó, quedando eliminado contra el Dortmund, esa es la verdad. Y algo que se notó mucho de este Atlético de Madrid es que no tiene, que era algo que no pasaba hace muchas temporadas, es un buen central. No tiene un buen central. y se va Savic. Pitts en lo central. José Jiménez bajó el nivel. Reinildo llegó como lateral y acabó jugando en defensa de 3. Hay problema ahí. Yo fiché a un central que para mí puede ser un fichaje incluso realista. Este fichaje yo lo puedo acabar viendo. El Cuti Romero.
Mira, Cuti Romero, un buen perfil.
El Cuti.
Cuti Romero, un buen. ¿Tú crees que él de un salto si él va del Tottenham al Atlético?
Sí, la verdad que sí. O sea, el Tottenham no ha ganado nada en su vida. Nada más sin saber por qué van a competir cada uno de los clubes en la temporada, el Atlético de Madrid es un club mucho más grande que el Tottenham. Mucho más grande.
Bueno, el Atlético tiene varias temporadas seguidas dando nada Atlético.
Sí, pero es lo que te digo. O sea, si él llega nada más por llegué a un club, el Atlético ha jugado varias finales de Champions, ha ganado Liga Española, ha ganado Copa del Rey, ha ganado Europa League en un club enorme al lado del Tottenham.
Entonces déjame llegar al final de Champions también.
Aún no llegó.
Mira, yo loco, lo apoyo completamente. O sea, estoy de acuerdo con el fichaje.
Cuti buen fichaje.
O sea, Cuti buen fichaje. Yo puse a Araujo, por ejemplo, que es como que el mismo central, básicamente. Son cosas muy similares.
Sí,
Cuti, de
gran
hecho,
fichaje.
para mí mejor que Araujo. Lo que pasa es que yo también moví a Cuti Romero, pero lo moví para otro club.
Ok.
Eso hablamos después.
Okay.
Pero yo puse a Araujo porque Araujo tiene historia de central uruguayo.
Sí.
Siento que va con todo lo que va el Cholo Simeone.
También.
Y creo que el Barça y Atleti ya tienen una muy buena relación a nivel de negociaciones y fichajes. No creo que se lo vendieran tan caro. El Barça y el Atleti tienen como un acuerdo, parece. Que
ya.
si tú puedes hacer algo ya como que, mira, quédate con Joao Félix, no me dé nada, dame.
O sea, el
a
Barcelona se
Barcelona.
estuviera pegando un tirón al pie, pero sí.
No sé, loco, no sé. Joao Félix puede ser la nueva era.
La verdad que no.
Vamos con el Barça.
El Barça para mí lo que le faltó a lo largo de la temporada, que se notó en muchos partidos, fue un pivote defensivo. Tú necesitabas un medio centro defensivo. Yo lo hice realista, porque aquí yo te puedo poner a Rodri, ¿verdad? Rodri es perfecto. Rodri es literalmente el recambio de Busquets. Parece el Rillén de Busquets, literalmente. No voy a poner a Rodri porque no es realista y puse a Subimendi de la Real Sociedad.
Ok, Subimendi de la Real Sociedad, no está mal.
Buen fichaje.
No está mal. Yo puse a uno quizá, no sé si más realista, pero ¿cómo te explico? Un jugador que tuvo una buena temporada en la Premier League, Amadou Onana. Un pivote.
Okay.
Es algo barato, porque estoy buscando jugadores baratos, loco.
Okay.
Creo que Subimendi es más caro que Amadou.
Sí, probablemente sí. Subimendi te va a costar entre 40 y 60.
Loco, está en el 94% de los duelos ganados aéreos, está en acciones defensivas en el 81%, o sea...
Amadou Onana es el del Everton.
El del Everton, sí. Es un muy buen pivote, no necesita alguien de gran perfil, solamente un tipo que pueda cubrir en defensa, a los
Sí.
Pedri, a los de John de la Vida, a los Gavi, etc. Yo tengo a Amadou Onana. Real Madrid.
Bien, Real Madrid hizo una temporada casi perfecta,
Sí,
literalmente.
sí.
¿Qué le hizo falta al Madrid? Para mí, te diría que quizá un central, pero no sé, porque yo creo que Militao puede volver a un gran nivel, yo lo creo eso. Puede volver a ser el Militao de siempre y Rudiger está excelente. Entonces, yo lo que hice fue que en vez de pensar en qué le hizo falta al Madrid, dije que no va a tener la temporada que viene y es Toni Kroos. Y lo más cercano, obviamente no está ni cerca de ese Kroos, pero un perfil que es muy bueno en el medio campo, es muy bueno pasando el balón, similar, entre comillas. Yo fiché a McAllister.
Oh, al Real Madrid.
Yo fiché a McAllister.
Wow. O sea,
Era él o Enzo, y yo soy mucho más de McAllister que de Enzo.
pero tú no pensarías
What
que
the
el
fuck?
mediocampo junto a Enzo son las áreas que más,
Sí.
que mejor cubierto tienen en el Real Madrid.
Es que lo que te digo, el Real Madrid realmente hizo una temporada de 10. O sea, de hacerle falta no le hace nada.
Para mí le hace falta un central.
Ya,
Y ahí por eso yo
pero es que
fiché.
Militao va a volver, bro. Tiene que confiar en Militao.
Sí, pero aún con Militao que vuelva, tiene un Alaba que se lesionó a rodillas, que no sabe cómo viene, que ya venía muchas lesiones. Nacho
Bien.
se va. O sea, te falta evidentemente central. Y yo por eso fiché a Lenny Yoro,
Lenny Yoro.
el jugador francés, que tengo que ser verdad, no lo vi mucho. Confío en Andrés Rubio. Y fiché a Lenny Yoro, bro. Siento que al Madrid, el mediocampo no le falta.
¿Era eso o un lateral izquierdo?
Ataque no le falta. Lateral izquierdo, en mi opinión,
Es
le
que tú nada más
falta.
tienes Mendy.
Y Fran García.
Ya, pero...
Pero en los centrales literalmente te falta un cuerpo, te falta alguien, loco. O sea, alguien que te pueda asegurar que sea bueno.
Que sea bueno, sí.
Y yo por eso metí a
Es un buen fichaje.
Lenny yo.
Es un buen fichaje.
Que, o sea, son rumores, no me lo armé de la...
Claro, no tenemos info.
De la nube. Vámonos a la Premier League, estos son los clubes de la liga, vámonos al Manchester City.
Muchachos, ahora un break del video para hablar de la mejor casa de apuestas de la historia, 1xBet, en la que puedes ganar dinero apostando a partidos utilizando obviamente el código de los futbolitos, los FUT5X, que te lo vamos a dejar en la descripción junto con el link de 1xBet para que puedas apostar al partido que quieras de la competición que sea, fútbol, basquetbol, tenis, lo que tú quieras, bro. El deporte que tú veas lo puedes apostar ahí abajo. Y encima, si no te gusta apostar a partidos, puedes ganar dinero también jugando casino, ya sea, vamos a decir, 21 Blackjack, ruleta, el juego que te guste. También tiene muchísimas opciones de juego en 1xBet, que te lo dejamos en la descripción para que nos sigas apoyando. Volvemos al video.
¿Quién debe fichar el Manchester City? Una plantilla tan perfecta.
El City es lo mismo. El City tiene un 11 que es perfecto.
Básicamente perfecto.
Tú puedes mejorarlo, pero si yo, o sea, sería mejorarlo porque sí.
Es
o sea,
que
yo
es
decirte cambia a Doku por Luis Díaz. Pero tú sabes, es como... Yo puse uno que sonó y me parece que acabará siendo titular, pero no hace falta. Rodrigo
Gómez.
Rodrigo
Es que
Gómez.
para mí, yo pensé en Rodrigo Gómez, pero ¿dónde jugará Rodrigo Gómez?
Yo creo que le acabará quitando el sitio al que juega por izquierda probablemente.
O sea, entre Doku
Él
y
es mejor
Grealish.
que Doku y Grealish. Esa es la verdad.
Él es mejor que Doku y Grealish. Es verdad.
Pero lo que te digo, ¿realmente hace falta? No, es verdad.
Para mí las dos posiciones más débiles del Manchester City, evidentemente, son por la izquierda, que es lo que tú acabas de hacer, y para mí el lateral derecho. Para mí,
si no juega Walker.
Esta temporada que yo vi de Kyle Walker, ya
no fue
estaba
mala.
viendo un declive. No fue mala, pero no fue la mejor.
No, a lo mejor no fue.
Y yo por eso no fiché a Rodrigo, porque honestamente sentí que en el ataque al City no le falta nada. Bro.
No hace falta.
Yo creo que tú podías agregarle cosas en el ataque por otra posición y por eso fiché a Jeremy Frimpong. Fiché a Jeremy Frimpong porque siento que ya a Walker no le queda mucho y siento que a Rico Lewis prefiero meterlo en el medio campo.
Sí. Pero
tener
es...
otro medio campo más y meto a Jeremy Frimpong.
Frimpong, lo único que me pasa es que yo creo que en un equipo del Guardiola él acabará jugando de extremo probablemente.
Por eso, o sea, en vez como ya hace Guardiola muchas veces, que cierra a Walker y sube a Guardiola, que sea al revés, que cierra a Guardiola y sube a Frimpong.
Puede ser.
Y le queda un poco de responsabilidad a los Bernardo Silva, a los pobres. Yo fiché a Jeremy.
Es un buen fichaje, es un buen fichaje.
¿Qué otro equipo de la Premier League te quiere ir? No, vamos a Arsenal.
Vamos a Arsenal.
Arsenal. Cuéntame, ¿a quién fichaste para el Arsenal?
Arsenal para mí eran dos
Defensive
cosas.
mid.
¿Qué necesitas?
And a forward.
Lo mismo que el Barça, un pivote defensivo mejor que lo que tienen ya. Esa es la verdad, pues tú puedes conseguir a lo mejor para que juegue al lado de... Sí, pero tú puedes jugar Declan Rice, otro top y Odegaard, que sea ese mediocampo perfecto. Quizás no defensivo como tal, pero otro buen mediocampista, porque Partey es bueno, pero Jorginho es bueno, pero o sea, tú puedes hacer mejor.
No,
Para un equipo que quiere
Partey
ganar
muy
Premier League.
bueno, bro.
No, pero no bueno ganar Premier League.
Yes, she is. Nah, that's a jaula.
O un delantero.
Eso fue lo que yo hice.
Y yo fiché un delantero.
Yo también.
Ivan Toney.
Pero yo no fiché un 9.
Nah, fuck that. No,
Ok,
I
yo
don't know.
fiché a Ivan Toney.
Ivan Toney.
Fichajazo. Literalmente fichajazo.
Para mí es un muy buen fichaje, Ivan Toney.
Esto es un fichaje, mira, es un fichaje de 10.
A mí lo que me pasa es que básicamente el Arsenal tiene a 4 jugadores que pueden jugar en esa posición, que ya los tiene. O sea,
Y ninguno un delantero como Ivan Toney.
Gabriel Jesús puede jugar ahí. Gabriel Jesús 9. Kai Havertz juega ahí. Enketia juega ahí.
Es lo mismo.
Y Leandro Trossard juega.
O sea, son estos.
Sí, pero, o sea, creo que hay otros equipos. Yo moví a Ivan Toney también, pero no lo moví para el Arsenal. Para el Arsenal fiché a Rodrigo Gómez. ¿Por qué fiché a Rodrigo Gómez? Martinelli, honestamente, esta temporada me defraudó.
Fue malo.
Luego de la pasada que había hecho, que ha sido una locura. Me defraudó esta temporada. Y siento que Rodrigo Gómez en el Arsenal se metiera a todos los partidos titular.
Sí, seguro.
Como quiera teniendo a Martinelli de recambio. Y creo que eso mejora mucho el ataque con Rodrigo Gómez.
Es un buen fichaje también.
¿Quiere ir a Liverpool?
Liverpool.
Vamos a Liverpool.
Liverpool, ¿qué hizo falta de Liverpool? Esto para mí fue complicado, pues yo creo que tú necesitas ya ir buscando el reemplazo de Salah, 100%. Yo creo que ya tú tienes que buscar, pues si va a llegar un entrenador que es más o menos estilo club, que en pressing, la verdad es que Salah no presiona, o sea, pero tiene sentido, o sea, está bien. Central pudo haber sido otro y medio campo. O sea, aquí en verdad tú tienes que fichar por todos lados. Yo fiché un mediocampista.
Tú fichaste un mediocampista en el libro.
Que puede hacer pivote realmente para que McAllister pueda jugar lo que lee, que es un...
¿A quién fichaste?
Mediocampista adelantado. Manuel Ugarte. Yo fiché.
Manuel Ugarte.
Del PSG. Ya llega, tú tienes un amigo en la plantilla con Darwin Núñez. Eso al final Darwin Núñez también le va a ayudar. Tú necesitas un mediocampista defensivo. Yo fiché a Manuel Ugarte. Pensando, obviamente, todo esto que yo estoy haciendo es realista, pues es lo mismo de siempre, que yo te puedo poner a Tchouaméni. Pero realmente yo voy a fichar a
Fuck,
Tchouaméni.
¿Y tú crees que Manuel Ugarte mejorará a Wataru Endo?
Sin ningún tipo de duda. Que me gustó Wataru Endo, Yo soy defensor de Endo.
Mira, yo quizá la cagué, porque ¿sabes qué yo hice? Yo fiché el lateral izquierdo.
Bro, how many fucking dark holes you have?
No lo hubiera hecho. Por
Piece
el
of
lateral,
shit.
por el lateral, no por el perfil.
Yeah.
Porque
Get
el
that
lateral
bullshit
izquierdo
out of
es
here.
defensivo. Pero quizás tú quieras jugar con dos muy ofensivos en Trent y Grimaldo. Yo fiché a Grimaldo, sí. Acabo de spoilear. Yo fiché a Alejandro Grimaldo para Leo. Porque yo vi la lateral izquierdo de
Get these shits out of here too.
O sea, Andrew
Get
Robertson,
all that shit out of
vamos a
here.
hacer la verdad, no lo está
What?
haciendo.
Ya bajó el nivel.
O sea, ya bajó el nivel. Metieron muchas veces a Joe Gómez ahí.
Y él, en verdad, el suplente que se lesionó, pero cuando está jugando no es malo.
Simicas.
Él no es malo.
No es malo, pero no es una posición vaina. Joe
No
Gómez
es
jugó más ahí
Grimaldo.
que Simicas. Yo puse a Grimaldo. Quizá pensándolo más profundo, es mejor quizá Gómez tenerlo ahí solamente porque Trent va a subir.
Claro. Y ya te quedas con 3 atrás.
Pero si tú metes el de lateral izquierdo a Grimaldo en ese equipo, GG's.
Sí.
GG's. ¿Con qué equipo nos vamos ahora?
Vamos con...
Big Six.
Sí, vamos con Chelsea.
Chelsea.
El Chelsea necesita todo, también, es lo mismo. Chelsea necesita portero.
Evidentemente necesita un jugador. O sea, Chelsea es el único equipo que yo no duré ni un segundo pensando. Fue de que toma.
Necesita portero,
Y el
necesita
Madrid.
centrales, necesita
La verdad que
laterales.
necesita todo, sí. Necesita porteros, sí.
Yo que fiché, yo me fui al Smoke. Yo fiché a Víctor Osimhen.
Yo también. Yo he fichado a Osimhen. No, es que no es smoke, bro. Es que yo prefiero jugar con Petrovic en la portería que jugar con Jackson de nuevo.
Sí.
Yo fiché a Víctor Osimhen. Evidentemente necesitan a Víctor Osimhen. No tuvo una buena temporada en Napoli. Sáquenlo de ahí.
Sáquenlo de ahí. United, otro equipo que necesita absolutamente todo. A United tú le puedes fichar delantero, extremo, mediocampo, central, lateral. Portero no, porque Onana es joven, ¿verdad? Pero yo qué hice, yo fiché un central.
Yo
porque
también.
se va Varane,
Yo también fiché un central.
el Licha se lesiona mucho.
Yo metí el Cuti Romero en el United.
Tú fichaste al Cuti Romero.
Claro
Yo
que
fiché a Bastón.
Lo que pasa es que mira qué pasa. Al final del día, loco, ¿tú sabes por qué estos fichajes no son reales? Porque el Tottenham no, o sea, el
Quizá
Tottenham
no te
juega,
lo venda.
el Tottenham juega Europa League. Tú no vas a dejar de jugar Europa League para ir al United. Y Bastoni juega Champions League, él no se va a ir al United.
Ya.
¿Tú me entiendes? O sea, yo
El
puse...
fichaje realista, ¿tú sabes quién era? Era el Gonzalo Ignacio, ese del Sporting de Portugal.
Sí, pues.
Era probablemente él.
Yo meto a Cuti Romero ahí porque me gustaría Cuti Romero en el United. Siento que necesitamos un central ASAP.
Yes, I back.
Nos metemos en el Tottenham, que es el último que queda.
El Tottenham es el último que queda.
¿A quién fichaste en el Tottenham?
El Tottenham, yo viendo la plantilla del Tottenham, no me parece mala, la verdad. Cuando fui nombre por nombre dije, oye, pero yo tengo buena plantilla. Yo fichaba a un jugador, o sea, mi idea fue, yo lo que voy a hacer, voy a fichar un jugador que pueda ser suplente y titular de Maddison y si Maddison está bien, que él pueda jugar por derecha. Yo fiché a Dybala. Porque si Maddison se lesiona cada rato, Dybala puede jugar esa misma posición perfectamente y si Maddison está bien, él puede jugar por derecha. Porque me parece mejor que Kulusevski, la verdad. Yo jugar a Maddison, Dybala, Son, Richarlison, por decirte un nombre.
Es que también tú miras el 9, loquito.
El 9 puede, mira, diciendo ahora la alineación, puede ser 9.
Yo lo que hice fue que yo moví. Ellos tienen dos posiciones para mí que son muy débiles, que son el 9 y por la derecha.
Sí.
Pero por la derecha tú tienes a Porro, Kulusevski no lo hace mal, y tienen al americano, o es americano o de Wales, se llama Johnson algo.
Ajá,
De
Ben
Wales,
Johnson.
Brennan Johnson.
Brennan Johnson.
Entonces yo fiché a Leao, humo. Pero ficha Leao. Porque meto a Son de 9. Que ya Son de 9 esta temporada lo hizo muy bien cuando jugó ahí.
Es un crack.
Y ficho a Richarlison. A Richarlison no. A Leao.
Ok, nos vamos.
Hablando de Leao, ¿nos metemos en Bundesliga? No, nos metemos en Serie A.
Exacto, sería en Serie A, sí, nos metemos en Serie A. Ok, ¿cuál primero? ¿El Milan?
Vámonos al Milan.
En el Milan, ¿qué yo hice? Yo fiché un delantero. Se va Giroud, tú necesitas un delantero.
¿A quién fichaste?
Yo fiché a el delantero que la rompió la temporada sorpresa del Sporting Portugal, Víctor Gyökeres. Fichajón.
¿Tú sabes qué? No vi un solo segundo de Víctor Gyökeres.
Pero hizo mucho.
No sé si un tronco y metió 50 tappings. La verdad que no sé.
Bueno, ojalá lo hice.
Aquí yo vendí Smoke. Aventado ahí. Puse a Ivan Toney en el Milan.
O sea, pusiste a Ivan Toney. Ah, no, mentira, pues tú pusiste, ok, ya.
Puse a Ivan Toney en el Milan.
Fue un poco smoke, sí.
Es que no lo vi en ningún otro equipo de la Premier League.
Ok.
Y lo puse ahí. Quizá Ivan Toney debería ser para el Tottenham, pero yo puse a Ivan Toney en el Milan. Es que imagínate a Ivan Toney, loco, en el Milan, en la Serie A, delantero inglés, en Champions. O sea, pasaste de una vez a Champions.
Tuvimos a... ¿Cómo se llama? A Tammy Abraham en la Roma y la primera temporada fue muy buena. Ya después ahora bajó, ¿verdad? Pero fue todo.
Yo lo metí en el Milan.
Inter de Milán, mira, viendo el 11, para mí él tiene un 11 muy bueno. Es lo único que yo dije, mira, ¿tú sabes dónde yo lo puedo ayudar? Es en el medio campo. Porque, ¿cómo se llama este niño? Mkhitaryan tiene como 35 años o por ahí, tiene pal. Entonces dije, mira, para tener rotación, porque después las otras posiciones son muy buenas. Y fiché a el hermano de el Timber que está en el Arsenal, que está jugando en la liga holandesa. Está jugando muy bien. Es bueno, bro. El formato es el crack. Siempre crece.
Yo vendí mucho humo, Marinda. Para mí, Mkhitaryan ya GG's. Para mí le falta un mediocampista ofensivo al Inter. ¿Y tú sabes quién yo fiché? Arda Güler. Lo que es que me imaginé Calhanoglu, Arda.
Ese fichaje es completamente humo.
Loco, que imagínate a Arda en el Inter titular, loco, todos los partidos. La rompiera la Serie A, bro.
No, bueno, fuera, pero...
Entonces, fue como préstamo. Yo le pedí la préstamo.
Ah, bueno.
Yo le pedí la préstamo.
O sea, el Madrid dijo que no, él no va a salir para ningún lado, pero...
Es que yo como que tuve un sueño mojado para con el Inter.
Fuera como un cambio, tuviera sentido, o sea, que tú me quitarías y pusieras la gol ahí.
Es como que tiene sentido.
Tiene sentido.
Mira, tú trabajaste en otro fichaje más, porque Juve, Roma y Napoli, la verdad que yo vi 0 minutos de ellos.
Yo hice Juve, nada más.
¿A quién pusiste en Juve?
Juve, si tú miras la plantilla, es fácil lo que le hace falta y un central. Tú no puedes tener a Danilo jugando de central, es imposible. O sea, que yo fiché al Scalvini del Atalanta que la rompió toda esta temporada.
Sí, yo también, mira. Tú sabes que te voy a copiar.
Chato.
Sí, también te voy a copiar. Vámonos a la Bundesliga.
Bundesliga. Yo tengo primero, vamos a decir, Dortmund.
Vamos a decir
Dortmund yo vi la plantilla, la verdad es que no vi que pudo haber sido yo, ¿verdad? No vi como algo de que muy flojo. O no me dio la sensación. Yo fiché a un mediocampista.
Todo flojo en realidad.
O sea, en nombre sí. ¿Sabes qué decir? En nombre sí. Yo fiché un mediocampista que esta temporada, la verdad es que me basé en números porque no lo vi jugando. Me basé en números.
Yo hice trampas que tú vas a ver por qué.
Ok. Yo me basé en los números y dije, ok, se te va Reus, otro mediocampista que pueda jugar ofensivo así que sea bueno. El Manu Koné del Mönchengladbach. Hizo buena número.
Pero para mí tú te inventaste eso. Para mí lo buscaste en
Google. No, me basé en números, te digo.
Loco, yo ficho a Sancho. O sea, yo compro a Sancho.
Fue trampa, sí.
Para mí el Dortmund se debe quedar con Sancho.
Definitivamente
y quizás le pueden dar un rol más importante con la salida de Royce.
Bueno, si uno se queda en esa dinámica, te digo que fiche a Madsen también. Que fiche a Madsen. O sea, ya, ficha a Madsen y ficha a Sancho. Tú no puedes dejar que se te vaya.
¿Por qué no? ¿Eso ficha?
Bayern Múnich.
Bayern Múnich.
Para mí, al Bayern, tú tienes que finalmente poner a Kimmich donde él juega, que es el mediocampo, y fichar un lateral derecho bueno. Esa es la verdad.
Tú sabes que yo estoy de acuerdo. ¿A quién te fichas?
A Hakimi.
Archa Hakimi. Yo pensaba que yo no iba a mover nadie del PC. Yo estaba entre dos. Yo también me fui al lateral derecho.
Sí.
Hakimi o Walker.
O Walker.
Hakimi
Buen
o
fichaje.
Walker.
Buen fichaje.
Hakimi o Walker. Mira, nada más cambiar para no decir mismo que yo voy a poner Walker.
Bien.
Pero
bien.
en verdad, si yo tuviera el dinero, yo ficho antes a Hakimi, evidentemente.
Claro.
Hakimi que ya lo hizo en la Bundesliga y lo hizo muy bien con el Barcelona.
Lo hizo muy, muy bien.
Vámonos al Paris Saint-Germain, ¿te parece?
Paris Saint-Germain.
Dime a quién tú fichaste, yo sé a quién yo fiché.
Mira, el Paris Saint-Germain se le va el mejor jugador del mundo y tú necesitas obviamente a alguien arriba que haga goles. O sea, ese es el fichaje. Ya juegue por izquierda, juegue por derecha, juegue en el centro. Tú necesitas a alguien que haga goles.
¿A quién fichaste?
Yo fiché, es un poco smoke, a Harry Kane.
Demasiado. No, o sea, eso ni se puede en modo carrera, o sea, eso está mal.
Si no puedo, mira, si es demasiado smoke, pues yo puse aquí de nombre, puse a Leao. Él o Leao.
Leao está bien.
Son
Leao
él o
para mí
Leao.
también. Leao para mí también. Yo puse al del Stuttgart que la rompió, que es Sergio Guirassy.
Ya, pero tú ves, eso fuera un un excelente fichaje, pero no es nada PSG, porque el PSG necesita venderte el humo de que
Y
fiché un nombre.
yo porque le diera mucha más confianza a Barcolá que a Colomboani y a Gonzalo Ramos.
Esa es buena.
Entonces fichaba a Sergio Guirassy. Quizá no, mira, te digo lo de las Rodrigo Gómez no cayera mal.
También. Lo que te digo, lo que es Rodrigo Gómez, Leao.
Una se me queda.
Algo top. Kvaratskhelia.
Que un vende humo total. Chicos, hasta que ha llegado el video, ¿qué le pareció? ¿No? ¿Se le olvidó a alguien? ¿Se le olvidó algún equipo? ¿Tú cambiarías algún
¿Olvidar
fichaje?
algún equipo? No, yo creo que no.
¿Sabes quién para el PSG? Garnacho. Diva Garnacho.
Mira, es perfecto.
Garnacho.
Rashford porque bajó,
Diva
pero
Garnacho.
como el Garnacho tiene el humo aquí, hay que ficharlo.
Señores, el pilo favorito. Adiós.
Chao.
Manchester City's charges seem to be coming up on the horizon in the next few months, and they have reacted angrily by suing the Premier League, saying that the charges against them and the new rule sets that have been put in place are discriminating against them. Villa are also now suing. I think, ironically, these new rules were brought in to stop Newcastle. And it's in turn just pissed all of the other superpowers out off potentially. What's the current thoughts on the table about Man City taking powers in their hands and going after the Premier League?
Yeah, the wording of it is quite funny. They're saying that they feel they've been discriminated against, and they feel that it's being done to preserve the elite. So this is a team that have won 5 of the last 6 Premier League titles, who believe that the elite are not letting them in.
Aren't they the elite?
Exactly. Mate, it's like that Mitchell and Webb sketch where there's 2 Nazi officers looking at each other going, are we the bad guys? Yeah, you're the fucking bad guys, mate. It's ridiculous. And it's the way I look at it, and I remember saying to you boys a few weeks ago, I was like, I've heard whispers that these charges are coming and it could be big. And everyone's like, I don't know. You get fatigued with it, don't you? You hear so much of this, you think it's never actually going to happen. Mate, I'm asking myself, why are they going up against the Premier League? Why are they attacking the Premier League? Attack is often the best form of defence.
Yeah, I mean, it proves their guilt, doesn't it?
It proves their guilt.
The fact that they're actually going at something that they were charged in the 115 charge.
Yeah.
The fact that they've inflated their sponsorship fees by taking money from their owners.
It's like me telling you you've broken the rules and you go, well, you know what's bollocks? The rules.
Yeah, exactly.
What they're saying is, on a business level, which is what the Premier League is, they're saying we should have the right, as with many, many different businesses, to sponsor another business. And if we want to inflate our sponsorships, that's our legal right. And what you're doing is anti-competitive.
I think what they're questioning is the value. What they're saying though is that who's defining those values? Like, what independent body can say this sponsorship is worth this amount of money? It's very difficult to sort of say. And the difficulty that we have around the legislation is that it was rushed through. So basically, the Saudi takeover happened very quickly because of Newcastle, and the Premier League shut themselves, and all of the clubs said, we can't have Newcastle breaking all the rules with FFP, so what we've got to do is rush through these rules, and that's where City taking offence.
Think about the fact that the King Power Stadium was sponsored by King Power, both owned by the same company. So many sponsorships, going all the way back to Manchester United's AIG sponsorship, both owned by the same people. This has been done for time. Nobody cared when Mike Ashley was paying a $5 for Sports Direct all over St. James Park. No one got involved. Now they're involved because they're a risk.
No, but didn't they started, there was no legislation when Chelsea, it was first from Roman Abramovich millions that came into the game, and it was like they started shaking up the...
We were sponsored by Samsung.
No, but I'm saying there was no rule.
We weren't sponsored by clubs.
I understand. I'm saying there was no real legislation. People could do what they wanted.
They could put money into their club however they want.
However they wanted, and now they're trying to tighten it, and they're trying to make up for things that have happened in the past. Now, my question to you was, as a Newcastle fan, do you want Man City to win this case of discrimination? legislation? Because it will allow, like,
Well,
the killers-
Newcastle are on their side.
That's a great question.
Newcastle on their side.
No, because interestingly, I noticed the Aston Villa chairman came out and he said, as a football owner, as a chairman, I want to look at my club and go, what do we need in the way of players, and supply that to make my team better. Whereas the role has changed so much where now you're worrying more about balancing the books than actually what your club needs. And it's completely redefined what Sir John Hall did for Newcastle back when we signed Alan Shearer. It's a completely different role.
How many clubs would need to agree with Manchester City? Is it 14 in the league?
To get majority, yeah.
I think there's a chance you get that. I do think there's a chance you get that because you listen. You were saying originally about when Newcastle had the takeover, the way the Premier League had dealt with it, it's almost shattered the dream of smaller clubs. I'm not calling Newcastle a smaller club, but say for example, there's a club down the bottom of the league has a takeover like Man City did all those years ago. Now the rules that are in place are there to stop you being able to do that, and like you say. It's the hope that then takes away of knowing that there's always that chance that someone could come in, buy your club, and it could transform your history, transform the club, right? So I think that there will be clubs at the lower end of the league that will go, actually, it might benefit us, because either way, right, if they vote against it, I don't think it's going to massively benefit them that way.
The vote itself is on the specific ruling of inflating funds via commercial sponsorship, as opposed to the general PSR rules that have been implemented and actually passed.
But is that not one of the main ways to be able to
They connect on there, and kind of the way Joey says it is kind of the way I see it. As a Newcastle fan, before the takeover, I was like, all right, we've got two choices. We either never win anything, or we have a chance of winning something, which is getting bought out. Most clubs like Bournemouth and the like, that's your only hope. So if you're voting against it, you're condemning your whole fan base to an endless life of never winning a Premier League title. At least if you vote for, you have a chance. The problem is that the Premier League didn't get a hold of Man City at the start of this. So now we're in a situation where the horse has bolted, and you trying to put on sanctions against them now, while you can maybe relegate them for a season, they come back up, they win everything anyway, because the infrastructure is so unbreakable now. It does feel like it's the only way to do this is spending money.
That's because Everton are in favour of this as well. Everton are on the City side
because Saudi have just got an interest in them.
But this is at first I was looking at this, I was like, why are Everton like on the case?
Because they're about to go bankrupt potentially.
Right,
so they're needing investment.
I was like, it's almost like a guy who's got a 9 to 5 retweeting a load of Andrew Tate stuff about billionaire mindset. Do you know what I mean? It's like, why do you think you're one of those guys? And then I realised it's because they're up for sale. And then this is the other thing: if you're trying to sell your club now, you want these Saudi powers to be able to buy your club. If
those rules are in place, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, if we clamp down as a league and stop investment to the level that the Saudi takeover could have been for Newcastle, which is what the reason Saudi bought Newcastle clearly was so that they could have fun and build it into a huge club and make it a massive team. The fact that they can't now do that the way they thought is going to massively discourage all other investors, because they're looking at Newcastle and Aston Villa, who've both achieved Champions League football in the last 2 years, and yet both are now being told you have to sell players in order to progress here. Like, back in the day when you'd make Champions League, it meant everything. It meant you could then build the club into something else. You can't do that.
The example that you're using, though, Aston Villa have broken the status quo in that they are a very well-run club that have broken the norms of the wage bill. The wage disparity between Aston Villa and Newcastle is significant, even now.
Yeah.
So the point that the elite cannot be as in they've broken the sort of status quo. They have challenged it and they've got up to the top 4. They've done something
they've spent money to do that, though.
Aston Villa.
Sorry. I'm going to have my point here, because Aston Villa are £40 million over Newcastle in wages. They have had to spend all that money to then break into the top 4. And by the way, does anyone here feel completely confident that they stay in the top 4 next season? I don't. No. I'm not saying that they can't, but it's very debatable. They haven't solidified themselves there, and they're already being told you have to sell players. So what we're seeing here is, yes, you can do that, and Newcastle and Aston Villa have both broke in, but it's temporary. It's not sustainable. You're allowed to spend more money,
but
because the only way you can keep going is keeping spending.
They've just sold Douglas Luiz, Villa. You're probably going to have to sell Bruno Guimaraes.
Could happen.
And that's too... Mate, I'm not saying that I'm on the side of City who are challenging these rules, but I do agree that the rules at the moment don't work.
Yeah.
Because if you have to sell Guimaraes and they sell Douglas Luiz, that's 2 teams getting work.
Yeah. I sort of am on the side of City in terms of I would like it if clubs were able to do it, because I just think it makes it easier for everyone going forward. And I get you can look at the clubs at the bottom of the league, but ultimately, I don't care. I support a club that's not at the bottom of the league, and I support a club that could benefit from this. So then I'm going to be on their side. But the main thing we're coming away from here is, let's be honest, it's more of a distraction tactic, is it not? Where are the Premier League going to have to now put all of their resources over the next couple of weeks into this hearing that City have brought upon them, right? The season before last, the Premier League's annual sort of court fees, whatever you cost it,
£30 million.
Call it, right? They've quadrupled in the space of a year. You know, this is because of the case City had put upon them in retraction or in sort of reflection to the case that they had put upon them.
Let's not get this twisted. Let's not get this twisted. If City, regardless of what happens, if City win the case or if City lose the case and they do get relegated, the Premier League loses either way. Because if they win the case, then that means that they haven't been able to sort of charge them and actually bring them to account, and then all of the other teams go, this team has cheated, we can just cheat as well. If we can just get off it and bury you in legal fees, and we'll just get off it anyway. If they lose and they get relegated, it's a fact that the Premier League haven't been able to get them until this point. All of these charges, by the way, are from like 2011 to 2017.
But
these are years and years gone.
People get stuck in this though. Just because we should have done it years ago doesn't mean we shouldn't do it now. And I agree with your point, by the way, that teams like Newcastle and Villa should be able to improve, should be able to spend a bit of money to get into the Champions League, and shouldn't have to sell their players.
It's very strict now.
But we were also still sat here 4 weeks ago, all of us going, this is fucking shit.
But there's a happy medium.
Win it again.
There's a happy medium, and we're so far. So what they did, as Josh pointed out, we've gone from the Wild West, where Man City could do whatever they want. Oh shit, Newcastle are coming. Slap that on, so they can only go so far and no further. Can they go?
But that's
can Villa break in the top four? Can Newcastle break in the top four? Yes. Will they go any further? Probably not.
But that's talking about the PRS rules, which might change.
But they all need work.
But also, it's like the charges against City, they have to happen. But like they actually have to, because let's be honest, this league will die, and it is dying. Like we were sat here. How enthralled were you by City's last 5 games? How much did you give a shit? Right. The final game of the season, by the way. Right. City won a league, record-breaking, 4 in a row. Liverpool said goodbye to Klopp. 70% more people watched Liverpool's final game than Man City's. The product is fucked.
On the charges against Man City, for me, they've already won the titles. I don't care about that, because stripping people of titles when we've all watched them lift the trophies, what are you going to do? Have the old players wheeled out and do bus parades for Man United, Liverpool? I'm not that bothered about that.
No.
What I'm more bothered about is moving forward, fixing the system, and actually sorting out what players are allowed to be bought for, whether it's a reflection of, like, in terms of how much money you're allowed to spend, is it a reflection of the TV money from the bottom clubs or whatever however they want to do it, but just get a system in place that fucking works.
But let's not conflate it though. Let's not conflate it. The charges that Man City have got, they've overpaid players, and the hidden charges where wages were paid to other companies. So with Roberto Mancini, they paid another company that was associated with Mancini an additional fee to do that, allegedly. Right? But we all know, unfortunately, with the excellent work that some journalists have done and leaks, and bear in mind that wouldn't be present in the case, because obviously you can't do that because it's leaked information, it's been hacked effectively. But we've all seen the evidence. It's not like we're going, oh, we don't know if Man City are guilty or not. We've literally seen the evidence. The evidence is publicly available, right? So allegedly they've done that.
It's an awkward thing to feel, right? Because on the one hand, I'm aware that that's shady, and I know. But their fight is Newcastle's fight.
Yep.
I don't think
it's not the same fight.
It's not. I disagree.
You're not cheating. You're not
Brian,
cheating.
we want the same thing.
What I'm saying is I don't agree with them defending themselves on such charges. But I know if they can put a dent in the Premier League, it will give Newcastle the ability to potentially get a bit of fucking fair play around.
I disagree with that. We want the same thing. We want a competitive league. We don't want City to win the next 6 in a row. We want clubs to be able to actually grow. Sell Jack Grealish, spend a bit of money.
Actually, we don't mind if City do win 6 in a row if it's fair.
If it's fair.
If it's done fairly.
But as you say, we all know it's not fair. Now, this whole thing of like City taking on the Premier League, I think people sometimes forget what the Premier League is. There isn't a great big fucking head office with 200 million like, it's literally the group of clubs. The 20 clubs are the Premier League. We can charge City for hiding money, for fucking around, for very clearly cheating, and then we can fix the PRS rules so that people can invest fairly.
But part of their argument is that these rules are not fair, and I'm just saying, if they win that case, it will open the door for Newcastle to spend what we want.
What you're doing is exactly what they want. That's why they've done this. They've done this because they know that most of the Premier League don't like the rules. Nottingham Forest don't like the rules. Everton don't like the rules. You don't like the rules. You don't like the rules, right? So they've very cleverly gone, hey guys, who doesn't like the rules? And everyone goes, yeah, us.
But the rules
right,
are
you're on our side then. No, you're not on our side. You're the fuckers. We are the rule makers. All of our clubs can just change the rules. We can do it whenever the fuck we want. They nearly did it at the end of the season. Wolves put their hand up and went, hey, do you want to get rid of VAR? Everyone nearly did. This is the whole point. Like, we can fix PRS. We can get better rules in place. We can also say, City, fuck you. You're not on our side.
But I think done this thing. And now, a word from our sponsors. It's Father's Day. Give your dad something to shave his balls with. There's two things dads generally have that are bad: jokes and presents. It's time we change that. The jokes bit we can't help them with, they're fucking terrible. But the presents, smooth balls, that's the gift of a lifetime. And as his son, shouldn't you be the one to give him that? Show him that dad, the 70s and 80s, they're long gone. We've got a new way of doing things around here now. And also it's beneficial for your mother, right? I mean, everyone sort of wins. She's down there. Think about her doing that with smoother balls. She'll love life. And dads also, they're using old beard trimmers. And half of them, they've got nose hairs hanging out their nose that Spider-Man can swing from, for Christ's sake. We just need to sort this lot out. And that's why Manscaped is the perfect solution for all dads out there. And also grooming stuff, it's usually very feminized. It doesn't feel very manly. Look at that. It's beautiful. It's called Manscaped, for Christ's sake. He's not going to freak out when he gets this. He's going to love you for it. Even if he never loved you growing up. Maybe now you'll get some. Think about that. Bar your dad's love. That's my advice. And if your dad loves rocking a beard, the Beard Hedger Pro Kit is also the ultimate beard maintenance kit. It's Manscaped's most advanced trimmer, along with shampoo, conditioner, oil, and balm for his beard. Once he's done with all that, he'll be feeling like a new man. And with summer just around the corner, the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra is the perfect gift for your dad. And the Lawnmower 5.0 is included in that. So you've got everything covered. And if you want to be the best son in the world, all you've got to do is go to manscaped.com/thekickoff and use our code THEKICKOFF at checkout for 20% off and free shipping. You absolute bloody legend. But for now, enjoy the video.
They've done this thing that like politicians do, where they try to make you believe they're a man of the people.
Exactly.
These lot are super elite.
Exactly.
These lot, they're like, come on, guys, it's not fair how you've been treated.
It's literally, mate.
Come with me.
It's
no.
Rishi Sunak going, you wouldn't trust the government with your money, would you? You trust yourself. You are the fucking government.
Yeah. If you own Newcastle, if you owned Newcastle, and you hear this lot are taking on the Premier League and saying we should be able to pay for our sponsorships whatever the fuck we want, and it's none of your business because it's our company and we should be allowed to do that. And legally, on a footballing sense, it's unfair. But on a legal sense, they might have a fucking case there.
They have a case, but then again, it always goes back to the original case of we were doing this anyway, and you lot now said we don't like it, and it's out of order.
And many clubs have done that, right? So that's another problem. Many clubs
pumped up things and said that we got money that we're not making.
No. I mean the inflation sponsorships, specifically that. Obviously, the other stuff of whatever accounts is a whole another ball game. But going back to Jacob's point, he's saying, you want a fair league. Well, Newcastle owners know it's not fair what we can do. So if City win, we're more likely to be able to spend whatever the fuck we want and guarantee Newcastle go right to the top just let me finish. Then if City don't win, if it becomes a fair league, it's a lot harder for us. Whereas if it's a Wild West again, well then we're fucking kings.
But that's why you're in a shaky ground, and we can't really. It's hard to listen to you now because almost like you're almost been bought up.
I'm not saying that's my opinion.
You've got your own interests right now.
No.
All you're thinking about is how many trophies can Newcastle win if Saudi are allowed to do anything they want.
We're conflating three different things.
Yeah, exactly.
We're conflating three different things. There's a case against Man United, Man City. Sorry, I should say. I was looking at you there. 115 charges that they have to associate for. There's then the case for Man City suing the Premier League, which obviously we have to talk about as well, and they have their right to challenge the rules. But that is again separate from PSR. It's purely around sponsorship.
And that's exactly what I'm referring to.
Right, but those things are separate. And then there's the general PSR thing, which the Premier League are resolving and are increasing the budgets for. We just had that pass through.
No, actually,
not for this season, but it's being pushed through.
You know what's mental? that budget of 105 has been the same way for however many years. We know how inflated transfer fees have become even in the last 5 years, and that it's been the same for. And Aston Villa tried to challenge it and go, give us 135 so that we can have a little bit more leeway.
So they are trialing. They're trialing that. They're doing a soft launch of that at the moment, whereby there's an accounting period they're looking at for the current season, where they're going to see how successful that is. If that's then successful, they'll bring that in, and then it is being increased. The PSR
So
amount.
to my knowledge, that was voted against by all of the clubs. So yeah,
for this season,
Do you not think in terms of other clubs back in City, it more just comes down to what is quicker to do? Do we redefine what we see as fair, or it's like the old debate in boxing? If everyone's secretly doping, do we just let everyone dope?
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but then it's the thing of going, if everyone's doping from the same stash,
exactly,
maybe. Problem is, you've got a whole fucking pharmaceutical company, and so have Manchester City. So,
but then again, it comes down to what's quicker, because when we're saying about the hope of a club going, like a Bournemouth, for example, going, oh, we might have these richer. How often do clubs get taken over? I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but how often? So then the clubs look at it and go, okay, it might just benefit us more to go along with this and hope, or we got to shut this down straight away. That's why everyone's so divided on it, because there will be clubs with underlying interest. Say, for example, City, right? Their owners are based in Abu Dhabi. Their 4 main sponsors are in Abu Dhabi, or come from Abu Dhabi. So there are going to be clubs that are ultimately looking at this and thinking, we'll just back Man City here, because we could hopefully benefit from this down the line.
Do we think there's a bit of foreshadowing going on at the moment, though, in that Ederson is looking to leave? Guardiola has said there's a potential that he leaves at the end of the season. There are other players that are aggravating for moves.
Guardiola's got some cheek, by the way, because he was like, I'll basically giving it the big one, and now like we hear about this on the horizon, and then it's sort of fed to the media of this will be his last season. Oh, imagine my shock.
Mate, Omar. He went to you.
When the open checkbooks get closed, all of a sudden
the rats are running, and again, as soon as he came to Man United, it started in the tapping up.
Do you not think there's signs though that they're a guilt? Like the fact that they are countersuing right now and they're going after the Premier League. Well, they are countersuing them.
No, I'm just talking about the rats running away. I just thought.
Yeah, in terms of the signs of guilt, I mean, look, from everything that you've said and a lot of what we've read up on, it's not looking good for them in their case. And I think that's why they're going on the...
But I think this is the dangerous thing, though. They would love if fans of other teams, Villas or Newcastle's, whatever, were going, yeah, let's have the Wild West back. That's not what they're promising. Let's be honest, they're not doing this. They're not suing the Premier League because they want other people who've got money to be able to spend it. They're suing the Premier League to try and slow down their own legal case. Right, as Joey said.
But if they somehow won their case in that it was, on a business level, not fair operating, not a fair operating standard, it would enable Newcastle.
It would.
Also, it's different. After that, as soon as this happens, if this is the case and they do win, you say in 5 years' time, the top 4 is a completely different top 4. You're talking about, I believe, a Spurs takeover. I believe, what's his name that was running about our club? Was it interested? Everyone's waiting to see what can we do in this league. If they say now, do what you want, it's the Wild West. You'll
get more people buying, because imagine back in the day, does Roman Abramovich buy Chelsea if he is completely handcuffed to what he can spend, and that it's going to take 10 to 15 years to
Look how they made him sell it.
To even win an FA Cup? Like, no. No fucking way does he buy them.
Not at all.
Roman Abramovich wasn't even going to buy Chelsea if we qualify for the Champions League. That goes to show how much hinders on the opportunity of what you can do in the short-term future when you come to...
Mate, these guys aren't trying to do 10 to 15-year projects. They want immediate success. That's what they're buying it for.
But I think the problem is we get stuck in this debate where we're going, it's either you have Mike Ashley vomiting into fireplaces at board meetings and not giving you any money, or you can have Saudis. There's a happy
That was literally what happened.
That was literally what happened. Yeah. So fair enough.
Imagine.
Fair enough. But for the rest of the table, and for most of the Premier League, American owners, Arsenal, we've spent as much as anyone in the last few years, but we play by the rules. Liverpool, same. And we are the top 2 teams that have challenged Man City for the last few years. And that's not been because of rules. That's because they hired good people in good jobs and did things well. So why can't we all just look at that model and go, well, why doesn't everyone just do a bit of that?
The reason being is for if you're not in that window of your Liverpool and Arsenal, which is a very lucky fan base to have, right? Because you're a well-run club, you've got a great manager and a great setup, and even that feels like a temporary situation that could collapse at any moment. What the rest of us have is a fortune. That's what we've got to look forward to. That's the only hope. And if we remove that, then the likelihood of us, of regular fans seeing a trophy lifted for their club, that level of stature, it feels very unlikely.
But Brian, get on it, and you're not going to believe this. There's a club in the Premier League, right, who've got owners that their fans fucking hate. They've got different coloured flags for them, everything like that. They've got a manager who got a -1 goal difference last season, and you're not going to believe this. They won a trophy.
Yeah, well, a miracle.
Yeah, there you go. I was listening to that because I was thinking,
you don't even need investment. You don't.
Do you know what it is?
The worst owners in the world, they all hate them.
There are some clubs though that have just won trophies for a long time, and they just pick them up every night.
It's called heritage.
Yeah, it is. Look,
I think you got a fucking magnet in that stadium, mate, instead of a roof.
But for regular clubs, regular mere mortals, we need a miracle, right? We need a financial one. So, look, just to round this up, lads, what's your expectation of where this goes on both Man City's charges and their case against the Premier League?
I'll tell you where I think it's going to end up. I think they're going to get a huge point deduction, probably 90 points, and I think they will. And I think that will come in sort of like midway through this season.
90 points?
No, but hear me out here. That will not go through because they will go to arbitration. They'll go through a court case, another court case that will last a significant amount of time, probably 12 months, maybe even more. It will drag out into another season, and I think then it will be reduced into an insignificant number, maybe 20 points.
Question on that, though. Why did it not drag out that long for Everton and Nottingham Forest? You think because
that's a singular charge on a PSR thing, rather than what has happened with Man City. It's 115 charges. You have to litigate on every single one of them. There's so much more work, and also Man City have been obstructing.
In that case, what do you think about their case against the Premier League? Do they win?
I think it's unlikely, but again, it depends on how much you can spend. I think the Premier League is going to be so worn down.
If they win, doesn't that weaken the Premier League's position against them? Because if they win, they prove the Premier League to have been unlawful, and then
they're two separate cases.
I'm going to bring in...
They are two separate cases, but they're involving they're involving the two same parties.
I believe it's going to similar to boxing. You see when what happened with Conor Benn and how
it is similar to that situation.
How they're still spanking him right now, and anyone that tried to get in bed with him, British Boxing Board of Control realised we look really shit right now, even though they have been shit. But they said you are not going to defeat us in this moment. I believe the Premier League have to show teeth, or guess what's going to happen? They lose control.
That's why Newcastle are sitting silent.
They lose
remember though, this happened with UEFA. This happened with UEFA. The charges were that they went to court. UEFA gave them a 2-year ban from the Champions League. They took it to CAS, and the 2-year ban got completely absolved. They got a £45 million fine, and that was it. We all walked off. We all forgot about it. I bet you didn't even remember that they got charged. But that's the thing. Like we all just forget. So what the strategy of Man City is to draw this out for as long as they possibly can, so that we all forget about it. And it's working.
Here's what I think is going to happen, and the house always wins. Premier League will win. Odds on who's going to get relegated next season: Leicester 1-2, Ipswich 9-10, Southampton 6-4. They're the bottom three. Highest odds 2,500 to 1 for Arsenal to get relegated. Liverpool 2,000 to 1. Manchester City. Do you know what odds you get for them to get relegated?
25 to 1.
16 to 1 now.
Well, it's gone down as well. It's gone down.
The house always wins.
So they're not thinking they will get relegated, but they think there's a high chance.
They are not letting any of you fuckers make a million if you put loads of money on City to get relegated, because they know something's coming.
So now we're going to move over to the Copa America predictions. We're going to run it the exact same way. This time I'm going to go first, though. If you want more in-depth previews of each team, though, we have it. We have it on every single team at the Copa America. Check out our channel, because there's a lot to say about these teams, but this is going to be more of a speed run type of predictor session. Group A at the Copa America, well, in first place I have Argentina. I mean, the reigning Copa America champions, the reigning world champions. They're going to have fun in this group, and they're going to entertain millions of people in the U.S. this year. Second place, it's going to be Chile, actually. We have more problems.
Finesse. There you go.
There we go. Chile, Really interesting team. I can't wait to see a veteran Alexis Sanchez, but also that left side of Victor Davila and Gabriel Suazo, I think have a lot to say from an international perspective. They're going to be really fun to watch. Chile are on a bit of a rise. Canada's going to finish in third, Peru in fourth. There's zero hope for Peru, but for Canada, I actually think they're going to be able to fight for second. That Canada-Chile game is going to be an absolute banger. Jesse Marsh might have something to say and might get Canada in that second place spot. Group B, though, I'm going to go Ecuador, and yep, I'm going Venezuela in second place. I have to do it. Mexico will get third, and they will fight for second. They're not going to go out without a fight. I will give Mexico that. Jamaica have a good team, and they're going to fight too. This group honestly is pretty wide open. I just think Ecuador played the best football. What's interesting about them is that statistically they have poor Copa America showings unless it's in Ecuador, but you know, spoiler alert, it's in the USA. So let's see if Ecuador can kind of get rid of those past demons. Venezuela are playing the best football I've ever seen them play, so I think that's why they're going to get out of this group. Mexico, again, they're going to try, and you know, let's hope to God they can get out of this group, because it'd be such a disaster if they don't. But unfortunately, I have it ending in disaster for Mexico, so third place there. Group C is really interesting because I do think this comes down to scheduling. The USA play Uruguay last. And USA, I think, have the best first game in this group because they play Bolivia first. I think they're going to take advantage of that. They're going to beat Bolivia. And then when they do play Uruguay, they'll know they'll only have to go for a tie. And if they get that draw, they'll finish above Uruguay in this group. Even though I do think Uruguay played the overall better football, I think the schedule actually helps the USA more because Uruguay have to play against a feisty Panama first. And I think Panama can have some sort of like sleeper advantage in this first game. Panama are going to try. I think they're in a really tough group. They'll unfortunately finish in third, and Bolivia I just do think are one of the worst teams at this tournament. They'll finish in fourth. Group D, I have a very similar take here. I think the scheduling is actually going to help Brazil finish in first because they don't play Colombia until the last group stage game. Brazil play Costa Rica first. They're going to get their goals in that game. Costa Rica will adapt after taking a beating, and they won't lose as bad to Colombia. Brazil and Colombia, I think, will finish on the same points, but Brazil will have a better goal differential. If Brazil played Colombia earlier, I would actually have Colombia finishing over them. But I think the schedule helps Brazil here. Costa Rica will unfortunately finish last. Paraguay will use their defense to get a third place finish. Colombia, though, are in insane form, and I think will do just as good as Brazil in this group. Going to the next stage, Argentina, Venezuela. That'll be really interesting. I think Venezuela will be a decent test, but Argentina are just too good. They're just too good. When you have the GOAT on the pitch, anything's possible, especially when it gets in the last 15, 20 minutes of a game. He will take over, and then you have Julian Alvarez, you have Lautaro Martinez, you have Alexis McAllister. It's just too much for a team like Venezuela. Ecuador, Chile. That's going to be a fun one. I think this is wide open. Chile will, I think, have a lot better of a chance than maybe most people will give them, but I think it's time for Ecuador to make a big statement. I really do. They have the coach to do it. Unfortunately, there's no Estupiñán. I do think that will hurt Ecuador, but there's such good center backs in this team. There's really good midfield creation. Gendry Páez is an unknown factor. I like this Ecuadorian side. I think Chile will be good, but maybe in 2 years' time. USA, Colombia. Yeah, well, we saw what happened a couple days ago. But I think the USA will be completely different in their approach to this. They will have a completely different mentality. It will be a knockout stage setting in the USA. They'll know what's at stake. The USA is getting the dub here. Brazil, Uruguay, this is going to be an absolute banger too. I mean, this side of the bracket's ridiculous when you compare it to the other side. Brazil, Uruguay, I just got to go Brazil. When it gets to quarterfinal stage, Uruguay, I honestly, I think Uruguay can win, and they honestly might. I'll give them that chance, but just Brazil, I think trying to undo the demise that they had at the World Cup, I think they're going to get through. Argentina, Ecuador, it's the same thing. I think this will be a hell of a test, but Argentina will pull through. USA, Brazil. Well, I think the reason why Brazil beat Uruguay will be the reason why they beat USA. I just think this team is really talented. When you have players like Henry, Vinicius Jr., Gabriel Martinelli attacking in a knockout stage setting, it might be too much to handle. This will be a really good opportunity, though, for the USA to gather data and see how they can adapt for a World Cup type of tournament that's coming in 2 years, but I do have Brazil winning.
There you go.
Then we have Argentina, Brazil in the final, and I think Argentina are going to get a three-peat here. Copa America, World Cup, Copa America, back to back to back.
Dynasty.
It's going to be a dynasty for Argentina, and it'll cap off an incredible era for Lionel Messi, the GOAT, the greatest player who's ever played the game of football.
God damn.
And if I guess there's a bronze final match, and let's just say USA.
You gotta get your USA love in there.
not?
All right, folks, what you just got there was a diluted man's take. It's time for you to get the truth. It's time for you to get the 100% truth. If you're a gambler, it's time to start listening because Reynoso's got 100% predictions coming your way. In first place in Group A, I got Argentina in first, Chile in second, just like how you said, and I'm actually going to go Peru, topping Canada, getting third place. I believe that Peruvian South American grit will overcome the weak, questionable Canadian side we've seen when the bright lights are on. Going over to Group B, I have Ecuador in first place, and then second place is where this conversation gets really fun because people have said I've been flipping and flopping more than the fish lately. You know, I kind of said I was going Mexico was getting second. I kind of said they were getting grouped. What does Reynoso ultimately believe, bro? I've been thinking about this for days, man. I still can't fully pick. That's tough. But I just think Mexico has that home field advantage. They got that Reynoso optimism right behind it. I don't know why I'm talking in third person, but they got the Reynoso optimism right behind them, and they got the refs. They're gonna get second place in this group. Venezuela gets third. Jamaica gets fourth. Group C, I have Uruguay topping it. I just do think that they're coming for the trophy this year. They're coming for the trophy, and they're going to go guns a-blazing from the beginning of this tournament. I have Panama getting third, Bolivia in fourth, USA in second. I'm interested to see how the USA finally performs on a competitive stage, and I'm excited for it, man. I actually really am. I want to see how that USA-Uruguay matchup goes, given that it's in the third round. I hope it's competitive, and if not, I'll get my answer in the quarterfinals. Group D, I have Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, Paraguay. I almost said Brazil topping it, but I got to think twice about this one. And I'm actually going to go Colombia because one thing I did learn from the friendlies is that Colombia does have goals, bro. They got goals, and them getting 5 on the USA. I think they can level up to this Brazilian offense right now because of the form that they're in. I'm going to go Colombia stuns the world, gets first place in this group, Brazil second, Paraguay third, Costa Rica last. Demise for the Costa Ricans. Moving on to the knockout stage, we have Argentina, Mexico in the quarterfinals. That's a banger just on paper, you know, classic Argentina, Mexico matchup. Repeat of the 2022 FIFA World Cup group stage matchup we saw. Argentina's winning this one though, easily. I don't even think Mexico competes in that match, I'm being honest. Ecuador, Chile. Thought about this one, man, because everyone's got Ecuador in that semifinal, but Chile, with the preparation I've seen from them, defeating Paraguay 3-0 just yesterday.
Yep.
I don't know, man. I think there's got to be one upset in the quarterfinals, and I think it happens here with Chile defeating Ecuador. Uruguay, Brazil, I think is going to be a banger, an absolute banger. Must watch TV. If you love football, you're watching this game. I agree, though. I think the Brazilian flair, the Brazilian abilities will be on display here, and they're going to try to overcome the really bad form they've been on in the CONMEBOL World Cup qualifiers. This is their chance in the States with the bright lights on them. Vinny going for the Ballon d'Or. He ain't gonna let it end here in the quarterfinals of the Copa America. He's trying to go all the way. I got Brazil winning this game, but hey, I will say now, won't be surprised if Uruguay wins. Won't be surprised at all. Lastly, Colombia, USA. I think the friendly that we saw kind of showed the difference in levels, the gap in quality, the gap in talent, and right now the gap in chemistry, because Colombia, man, they are on red hot form. It's unfortunate for the USA that they'll probably be facing one of the hottest teams in the world in the quarterfinals, but it is what it is. I have Colombia winning this matchup and going through. Semifinals, we have Argentina, Chile. That's fun. That's fun on paper. A reminder what happened back at the USA Copa Centenario with Argentina facing off against Chile in those finals, but I have Argentina overcoming those Chilean demons in the USA and winning. Lastly, Brazil, Colombia. Man,
it's a crazy game, yeah.
If Colombia makes it to the semifinals, by that point,
they should go, yeah.
They should go to the final, man. And since I'm guessing that they're topping their group, since I'm guessing that they're going to defeat the USA, I really want to go Colombia in the final, man.
Yeah?
I really want to go Colombia in the final.
It's a good pick.
Colombia in the final. Colombia in the fucking final. Colombia, Argentina. Oh, man, that's crazy. Because you have a Colombian team that's on such good form going up against the world champions. Ah, man, what a matchup. But Argentina has shown time and time again that they can overcome any sort of adversity. They're winning this tournament. Argentina is winning this tournament. Brazil's getting third place. Colombia second. Chile fourth. and it's just going to be an absolute demolishing of CONCACAF teams in this tournament. Things aren't looking good for CONCACAF teams. I hope the USA can prove otherwise, but for now, I do have CONMEBOL finishing in the top 4 spots. Folks, let us know, what are your Copa America predictions? Let us know if you agree with us, where you have Mexico going, where you have the USA going, and who's going to be your winner. Till next time, guys. Peace.
¿Qué pasó? I got on the podcast.
And we are live. Hello, bhai.
And we're live. Okay, we're live right now. Damn.
Introducing the new game that is taking over mobile phones. This another match. I'm here live because they can. Right, I am getting beat. Right, I'm 34, 30, 62. That's coming back. Destroying screen. Oh, you advantage video. Ten Hog stays.
Yes.
And then
yes. Yeah. Stop, you lot what you lot are not gonna do is be pricks about this moment, yeah? I'm really happy, yeah?
We're really happy.
We're happy for you.
No, don't try it, lads. I know what's going on this table, yeah? And this table has been a nightmare for me last season. Next season, it's gonna be totally
That's why
different.
we're happy.
No, you're not. No, you're not happy.
Why is it going to be different?
Mate, we're happy in the same way Ineos are happy.
Yeah.
They were happy that Tuchel didn't want the job. They were happy that Poch didn't want the job.
No, I don't think
Ipswich's manager didn't want the
No,
job.
no,
I watched KG's video and he was like, see, the media said he wasn't going to stay. Shows they didn't have a clue what they were talking about. And I watched that and I thought, no, they didn't want him to stay. Man United tried.
They had meetings with every other manager.
They literally went everywhere.
Yes.
And they didn't find a suitable replacement, so they thought, we'll just let him
Imagine your missus goes on a date with a different bloke every night of the week, and then on a Sunday comes home and goes, I'd like to stay with you, darling. How would you feel?
80-20 rule. She went out and realized the grass ain't greener, and she's got 80% at home. This is what happens, bro. I'm telling you, and I don't want to bring up certain Man City players, but I'm telling you, go outside and you realize I like what I got at home, and now you're doing crap.
Yeah, but it's just better if they just don't go outside.
Huh? No, it's mad. Look, check this out. Let's get this right now. Let's get this right now. Raise your hand if your team won silverware last season. Boom! Just me. Hold on.
We did win a pre-season.
Put your hand down. Put your hand. Everybody, put your hand down.
We won the community shield.
We won.
That's the
and
same level as
you lot was giving it. You lot was. No, it's not. You know that's not true as well. We won a cup, yeah. And I'm telling you right now, none of you lot believed in it. None of you lot believed in that moment. I'm telling you now, I can say it on record. Where's the camera? Here's my camera. Man United will be successful next season. Man United will win many trophies next season. I'm saying 2.
Okay, so let's.
You're saying 2. You're saying 2 trophies.
Let's do this.
Which ones? Which ones?
Europa League, FA Cup.
Okay. Let's break this.
Why? Why is it funny again?
Let's break this down.
Why can't we defend our
Let's
cup?
talk about Ineos, right? Because if we're looking at the track record up to now with Ineos, as an outsider looking in, when Ineos bought the club, I was a little bit, bought into it. I was a little bit like, okay, this could be very serious. They could really... And Sir Jim, with his stature and the way he speaks, he came across with an air of confidence, arrogance even.
Billionaire.
Which, you know, gives you a feeling as a competitor of maybe this is going to be someone who can be taken seriously. every single move up to this point now could not have made me feel more confident that this man is a fucking imbecile.
No, he's not.
And has not a clue. Let me finish.
I'll listen.
The Dan Ashworth situation could not have been handled worse. Literally, we've now got a situation where Ashworth is dragging Manchester United in a situation where they've been clearly tapping him up and breaking the rules. I'm not even bothered about that. But they've now not got Dan Ashworth.
Yes.
And that man is sitting in a fucking garden apparently somewhere, right? Didn't go well.
That you're paying for.
You then, the days before the FA Cup, provably leaked the fact that you had no faith in the manager, wanted to change the manager. Absolute shambolic, amateur behaviour from an owner of a club. Since then, the man wins the cup. So you're thinking, at that point, you should do what you want him to do. If that's what you were going to do all along, you give him the job immediately. Go, we've decided we back the manager. Instead, you then offer out every single possible lady in town who all seemingly reject you. According to who was the coach of Bayern Munich? Sorry, Tuchel. He basically put a statement out going, "It's not me. I'm not doing that. I'm going to have a time out." Maybe that was a mutual thing, but I don't think so. Given that they interviewed him.
All I'm saying is
he probably heard what they were offering and thought, "Fuck this." But maybe he didn't. Maybe I'm wrong. But the fact that you've cut your manager's balls off in broad daylight, humiliated him in public, shows the level of power that Ten Hag is going to have over those players right now is the bare minimum any manager in the Premier League has. Every footballer in that dressing room knows our chairman doesn't really believe in you, and one bad half a season, you're gone, mate. So this couldn't have gone worse.
Well, listen, I'm going to fill in the colours, you know what I mean? But there was a good outline that he painted, but you got things wrong. This is what the main thing that you got wrong right now is they had to do their due diligence. They had to go and check, because end of the day, they've taken over this club. They need to know, they need to interview managers. They need to see what's going on and compare him to what they have at home. Now, what he did look at, he spoke to Tuchel. They spoke to McKenna. I don't think they wanted to give McKenna the job. I know Gareth Southgate was someone that he really considered. That scared me. That's the first time that, as a Man United fan, when we were linked to Gareth Southgate, I thought, what the hell's going on? The last time this guy worked was 2000 and something, Middlesbrough, and he's never won against Man United. I looked at his record against all the other big teams. Gareth Southgate should never be in a contender. Anyway.
Have you heard the rumour?
What's that? So he's going to get a job later?
The new contract's got a clause in it that means they can sack Ten Hag quickly and get Southgate in.
It's not going to be that. What kind of contract is that? That don't even make sense. By the way, we're going to just get rid of you for Gareth Southgate. It doesn't make sense, guys. What they're doing right now is they've looked, they've checked, and they're saying one thing that you can do is with the youngsters, don't forget our route to the final. We beat Liverpool and beat Man City. That has some cachet. Even if you can say, this guy's a fraud, this guy's whatever, but they think about mitigating circumstances. You're talking about 63 different injuries, illness, and that with this squad. You can't deal with that. Now, if Man United, they're saying that they have a structure. They brought in these people, even though we can cuss and say Dan was crap. We got Wilcox, we got Omar Barada. We said that we finally got a team, and they're changing his title to head coach. You don't have the same power, but you're still, with me giving you a new contract, that now tells the players that I'm here to stay, you're going, and that's what Jadon Sancho, he ain't going to be here anymore.
You mentioned head coach. The reason they've changed that is because of the nightmare of a transfer window he brought and the hundreds of millions that were wasted by this man. So obviously that's impacted that. But the way you described that, they had to go and do their due diligence.
They had to.
We, all football fans here, we've been following football decades around the table. Tell me a big club that has ever openly embarrassed their manager, put them on ice after winning a trophy, and literally went and interviewed a bunch of managers and then settled on him. Tell me any time that has happened.
Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich's done that. Bayern Munich was totally foolish. Bayern Munich said that he can't have the job. First of all, Bayern Munich had a manager. I'm talking about Flick that won them everything, and then after they said, "Nah, guess what? We're gonna get." Was it Nagelsmann that came in next? And then after they went in for they got Tuchel. Tuchel, they said he's getting sacked, and then they begged him to stay.
You're comparing Man United to one of the worst run clubs in the moment. I'm saying that you said tell me a time. No, I'm saying tell me a time
and I told
Like,
you
they are chaotic.
No, but in the Premier
end of the
League-
day, and then after
in the Premier League, we
let's
don't
not
say
even
that.
get to what you lot have been doing.
hold on.
Let's not
Rishi Sunak
get to what you've been doing.
Don't
No,
Rishi
because
Sunak
I
me,
went
mate.
to Germany and I thought, hold on, I can talk about the problems at home, bro, because you men are no better. I'm hearing that.
Well, no, but hold on. For right or for wrong, when
Yeah.
Chelsea have gone out and done it, at least we stuck to our guns and actually then pulled the manager.
So, wait, hold on. You're going to look me in the face right now and tell me, yeah, they searched far and wide and Maresca's what they came up
Are you going to look me straight in the eye and say that Tuchel isn't a better manager than
I
Ten
want to
Hag?
hear from that man
I'm
right
telling
now.
you right now, one thing that this shows unequivocally is that Manchester United don't have a fucking clue of what they're doing. And
I
they've
don't know.
tried everything, they run out of ideas, and they settled on, let's just stick with this guy. That's what it's smacking. Look, it might just
work. It's gonna work out. It's gonna work.
But
It's
the
gonna work.
issue is with the recruitment, with the Dan Ashworth situation, and with the constant, we won't be held to ransom by these clubs. I'm afraid, Sir Jim, it's called paying the going rate, you fucking arsehole. You know what I mean?
Now, listen, check it out.
He's doing it with Everton. He's doing it with Branthwaite. He's doing it with Dan Ashworth. This man is delusional. He thinks he can walk in.
70
And
million.
let's be clear, the state he's left the French club in ain't fucking amazing. So the track record ain't mind-blowing.
It's not
and everything
mind-blowing.
I'm seeing from it, Man United right now is being like, what are you doing yet?
Right now-
Because if let's be clear, if he had a plan and there was a clear execution of that plan, the way he has handled the last 2 months, it's shambolic, mate. It's not giving someone who really knows what they're
But
doing.
here, they've never spoken. They've never. What the funny thing is, the whole thing.
They
even
didn't want
when
to speak
they
'cause they
never
didn't want to
spoke.
reveal.
They never,
We don't know what
No,
we're
but then again, you can't say other people leak this information.
Mm.
When the Chelsea, the pro Chelsea journalist that came out and said, what's it, Jacob Steinberg? He was the one that leaked that we spoke to McKenna, and it made sense for Chelsea because Man United are playing the biggest game of their life that has a reaction. It has whatever happens in this game affects Chelsea.
It wasn't
So,
just
yeah,
him saying it, KG, it wasn't just him saying it, though, was it?
No, but I'm saying he was the one that ran out with the
Why
with
are you
information.
talking to this guy when you've got an FA Cup final to prepare for?
Because everyone believed, like everyone at this table, we was going to lose. And I understand it because I had to be drunk to say Man United are going to win this game. But I just had a feeling. And now,
But
and I
winning an
believe
FA
that-
Cup,
I
is
believe,
that enough for you to completely
well,
rewrite?
a FA Cup saved. It's FA Cup saved Sir Alex, and I'm not saying he's Sir Alex, but I'm saying the FA Cup did save Sir Alex. We can't.
Did it get you goal difference?
FA
Did it
Cup,
get you
no,
goal
it
difference?
didn't. No, it didn't. But it gave me a trophy.
Fourth
That's something
in
that
the
you lot didn't
UCL
have.
group.
Something that you lot didn't have, by the way. Something it's a reputable
no, but
cup,
KG,
and you lot don't have one of those right now.
Stop with that. It's bollocks.
It's true.
That argument is stupid.
Yep. What did you celebrate at the end of the season?
Mate, I didn't celebrate anything, but our
There you
fucking
go.
owners
And I
weren't
said it.
doing.
I
Our
went to
owners
Wembley.
weren't trying to sack Arteta.
I went to Wembley.
Our owners weren't doing due diligence, interviewing every other fucking manager who was ready to
And
take
how
the
long
job.
does Arteta get before you say that, what'd you call it? Maybe next season you're saying he has to win something, right?
You know, if he gets minus goal difference, I might start asking
No.
questions. Yeah.
If he doesn't win a major trophy, because it's about trophies.
Yeah,
Let's
but-
not pretend
yeah,
that
of course
it's
it-
not.
of course
It's
it's-
about trophies. It's about good days out.
You win trophies by winning games. You lost 14 Premier League
I
games.
understand that, but again, what would you now not take a trophy? You love
We've
that.
got one. We've got an FA Cup under Arteta. We've done it. We're done.
That's a
Your
long time.
biggest
That was a long
achievement-
time ago with
Exactly.
Emery's players.
Your
With
biggest
Emery's
achievement,
players.
we did it in 6
With Aubameyang and them man there. What about with these man?
And
I'm
we
saying he
moved
has to
on.
win something. You man have had no European success. You don't, what do you call it, in the cup competitions.
No
you haven't been
European
good
success.
enough.
You
So
went out in a fucking group stage while we went into a knockout stage.
And what did you do?
It doesn't matter.
Same old Arsenal, bro. Next season,
you're not
we're going
in
to
the
be better
Champions
next
League
season.
next season.
But again,
You're not in the Champions-
again, I won't be in the Champions League, but I can say confirmed that you are not going to win it. And I know you're never going to win it. I know that. That's what I'm saying.
Do you know what?
I know that. Arsenal are shit.
Do you know what,
They're never
KG,
going to win anything,
you can go to the bookie today.
Yeah.
You can put money on Arsenal not winning the Champions League. I can't do that about your club. You're not fucking in
Well,
it.
we can win the Europa.
Okay.
There you go.
We got two comedians. so let's talk about actually what we see the Ten Hag next season looking like, because
I'm
they've
glad.
given him it now.
Yes.
So. In theory, you should not get the same amount of injuries again.
Yes.
Right? And even still, I just hope, for God's sakes, that there's no excuses, because after having 400 million over 2 seasons, and you're going to get more money, and now it's not even in his hands, surely, what is progress? What are you expecting from Ten Hag now?
2 cups. I know you lot think this is crazy.
The league position. Because you know what? Can we just clarify? Just you can fluke a cup. You can't fluke. Your league position doesn't lie.
2 cups
so
and
what? Third place.
Third place.
That's what I would like. That's not bad.
Mate, but
And that's
where's
the-
that? No,
wait,
let me ask. But where's that coming from? Like, where is this confidence coming from?
You're going to go
Because
from
the record
negative
isn't
goal
good.
difference to
Yeah,
third place.
yeah. You kept the
Well,
manager.
you
The
lot went
squad's
from-
still the
you
same.
lot
You haven't
went-
signed any new players. So, like, honestly, I want to know where's
I'm
the
saying,
confidence coming from.
see that
this is how
developing?
this is how I see this developing. And by the way, let's not forget that again. I know we're not Arsenal, but it went from 8-6 to challenging. I don't know how it happened. It happened. Yeah, you bring in what Man United need is a spine. Now again, he's learned. He's made mistakes this season. Ten Hag can never be able to say I didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing I didn't play a part in this. Ten Hag played a big part in this. Now what he can do is you get a fit centre back. You have a fit a fit midfielder that complements Kobe and Bruno, and you have extras in terms of support when it comes to strikers.
Are you worried about Bruno's rumoured transfer?
Well, again, if Bruno does go, there'll be big money for him. We're not going to let him go on the cheap.
Arguably, they need to sell. They need to sell it.
Does your first priority not more hinge on getting players out the door? Because you say about bringing these players in, you got like Varane, who obviously
he's gone. He's off the book.
He's leaving.
Jadon Sancho's gone.
Casemiro.
Jadon Sancho isn't gone. Jadon Sancho is not. He's going to be gone. To who? Because no one's. Because Sir Jim has a delusional state of mind where he thinks he can get X amount of dollars. He is going to fucking.
But someone's going to come in for Jadon Sancho.
I don't know, mate.
You lot all telling. Wait, hold on. What one is it? You lot were telling us we're stupid. We didn't recognize how good this player is. And look at him. He's in the Champions League final. Now all of a sudden he's not good enough to play for anyone.
Because the reason is you've done the dumb deal in the first place of putting him on massive wages, so everyone else is going to look at that and go, would I want Jadon Sancho like Newcastle? Yeah, we would. Yeah, but not for the price that you need him for. Yeah. Therefore, you're fucked.
But he has to go for something. So even if we'll take a short, we like it or not, the sins of the past have caught up with us. We can't do nothing about the mismanagement of funds and the mismanagement of spending. That's why Ten Hag's role has changed. But then you can't tell me even that thing that you're talking about with Greenwood, Juve. That's DiMarzio is the one that's breaking that. But he's been quick with a lot of things. DiMarzio saying Juve is already putting a 25 million bid. Man United are holding out for 40. That's so we are actually that is happening. that one is happening.
What about the striker? Do you think because Hoyland,
Ivan Toney?
Do you think you're going? Yeah.
Ivan Toney again. Like Man United, we need a couple bastards in the team. And like it or not, even though he's not as exciting as he once was, there was a moment when Arsenal you could imagine where Ivan Toney could have picked his places. This is probably while he's on the ban.
Didn't Radcliffe literally just do an interview where he said he wanted to sign under 25 players?
He did say that, but he said that we might need to bring an older striker because we can't have two. How many young players do you want to have in this team? You still need someone that's been there.
You're putting too much reliance here, though, on the board about getting these players in, aren't you? Because when you look at it, right, we're already saying that potentially Man United aren't paying up the going rate, at least, what is expected of the players they want to bring in.
Yeah.
Also, we speak about players that are going to be harder to move on. Let's say, for example, if they don't want to accept 25 million for Mason Greenwood, will Mason Greenwood go? If they don't want to accept a cut price deal for Jadon Sancho, will Jadon Sancho go? I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility that you start next season with a collective of players that ideally Man United fans might not necessarily want there. And then what's it come down to?
He won't go on tour with Jadon.
Oh my gosh.
He won't be. Them players won't be in the team.
Okay, but say for example, right? You mentioned a top quality centre back brought in. If you don't want to pay up the money for Bramthwaite, right? If, for example, you don't manage to move on a few of these players, if you start the season in this position, because so far, whether it's for right or for wrong, what we're saying is the board haven't come in there with a game plan straight away ready to act on it, much like Chelsea owners actually have, for example, right? Let's say you start the season without moving on some of the players that need to go and without bringing in some of the players that need to come in. Then it comes down to one thing and one thing only, doesn't it? Ten Hag's management.
It does, but right now the ball is in Ineos's court. It's right now in the off season.
It feels like that's the easy excuse though as well. Like not every manager gets the ideal scenario from the board, but it feels like Man United fans for so long have hated their board, and I do understand why. Yeah, but I feel like Ten Hag's been given a lot of grace given how much money he's been spending. Yeah, and next season, whatever the scenario,
there's no excuses.
There can't be.
There's no excuses.
And Man United fans have to accept now that he's got another season. Yeah. Third season. It is on him now.
Now, this is one thing you can say. In this time of him his job being on the line and them interviewing all these people, he's known about that. He's shown character. Even him coming in and speaking.
He's been sunbathed.
He showed character before this. The FA Cup in.
Know what I mean?
I'm talking about in the lead.
He's got him.
He's got me there. In the lead up to this FA Cup final, you heard his job was pretty much gone.
Yeah.
He knew that they was having conversations. He knew that these interviews would happen. You have to show character to get over the line, because what they started talking to them from that Crystal Palace game when he got decimated, Mateta and them, man. Yeah, he knew from that moment, bloody hell, these are moving on. But he had a little bit of it within him when he was fighting back with the media and says, listen, we can do something. The final day, he gave a speech and he's won the FA Cup. Like it or not, he coached this team to do that.
When you say about him getting over the line, he didn't show that much character and didn't get over that much.
Well, no, you can't beat.
He won the FA Cup. He didn't have the end of the season that Pochettino had. He won a game. He won a game in 90 minutes. But when you say he showed the character to when the rumours started coming about, from that point, the form was what it was.
Let's not
for
forget
most
Crystal
of the
Palace.
season.
We had Crystal Palace, and I'm saying that's when literally after that, and we did make changes from the Arsenal game. We tried to change the way we approached how we played Arsenal, and he's always preparing. That's when he dropped the striker and he went with the false nine. This guy was preparing for this final, so we can say that.
April and May.
But I'm saying, but even if it was a bad time to make the change. He probably should have become more pragmatic before, but he was stubborn.
I definitely think that, and like for that FA Cup final, when the starting lineup came out, I remember thinking, fair play, he's done the obvious thing to do. That's the thing that would also worry me if I was a Man United fan, is that starting lineup for Palace, for example. There's been multiple times where you go, it's obvious that this ain't good. Yeah. And it's taken them a long time to catch on to the obvious. So that's why next season, Man United fans should be watching him like a hawk.
They will be. There's Man United fans that want him to leave right now.
But
there's Man United fans that do want him to leave. They're not happy about it.
But you've shown a lot of support, and I kind of give you credit for it, because you must be a glutton for punishment at times, because fuck me.
Nah, mate, I'm a glutton for winning trophies.
But look, you have
2 trophies in 2 years.
And somehow, that is a bit of a madness, right? The fact that Ten Hag has been that bad that season and still got a trophy.
We weren't winning. Man United was not winning trophies for a long time. We had a couple wins with Mourinho, and was like, bloody hell, if it gets to the point where
that wasn't good enough.
No, I'm saying Mourinho. I made a mistake in the Mourinho time. I chose Pogba, and I was player FC in that time. I can honestly admit that. I was thinking, why is he coming down on this player? Love this guy. You know what I mean? And in the end, the rot continued, where the players were just ruling the roost and doing a madness. Now I think some Man United fans have seen the error of their ways. Let this man run it.
Okay. You've made your position clear. Let me go around the table now. How are we feeling as opposition fans about what we expect? Because on the one hand, Ten Hag has managed a fucking trophy and our club's didn't. So fair play.
Go.
I don't know how the fuck he's done it. But on the other hand, everything we've seen in terms of all of the working out, it looked shambolic a lot of last season. The worst version of Rashford we've seen. Bruno Fernandes carrying them, and a really disorganised team. Are we expecting him to transform this over the summer?
I'm not expecting it, but at the same time, it wouldn't shock me. I said this towards the latter stages of last season. It wouldn't surprise me if Man United had a better season next season than they did last. In fact, every probability says they've got to have a better season. They do have decent players in there, and once they bring players back from injury, I understand it. But the main thing that I would say is there's too much of a reliance here on a board that at this club we haven't seen operate yet. We haven't seen anything from them to be able to say, right, they're going to come in, they're going to get the transfers right. So far, no one's telling me that Ten Hag's talent ID is going to hold him in good stead at Man United. I just don't think it's there.
They're not even going to listen to him by the sounds of it.
Exactly, right? So I just think that, especially now the seed has been laid, when you went and interviewed these other managers, when you explored the options, the seed's then been laid. I just don't think he survives the first bad run of form.
Apparently they're signing a new deal with him. So what would be really, really funny for us, obviously, not for KG, but is if they sign him a new 3-year deal, and then he has 6 months of hell, continuation last season, they sack him and have to spend a whole load of money. What's your thoughts, Josh?
I just think the expanded contract is a bit mad, isn't it? Like, I understand when you're trying to back your manager, but for me, any other club in the top 6 wouldn't be giving him an additional contract.
Is that them going...
They have to let
sorry for interviewing other people.
Sorry, on the date night. Sorry, it's a guy that's cheated. It's a guy that's cheated
and he's popped out a ring.
Yeah, put out a promise ring and said, "You can have a family now."
I think what concerns me
to be fair, that's always worked for me. So. It's a contract with a worth job title on it. Yeah. It's a contract with a demotion on it. It's a contract going from manager to head coach.
What concerns me the most as well, right, is that Man United, I think you would even admit this, you need to go through a complete rebuild. In terms of transfers, you need probably 5 players. And not only do you need 5 players, you also need to replace Sancho and Rashford because they're not going to stick around under this new manager.
I think Rashford him and Rashford have a good relationship. That's what I'm saying.
What?
Well,
Where's that come from?
Rashford does a lot of walking for someone who's got a good relationship.
That is not a good relationship. How has that come from? Where? What are you seeing?
What substantiated claims right now that you're making? Right now, I'm telling you, him and Rashford have a good relationship. He's put his arm around Rashford, and where can I make that claim from? Well, first pre-season, he said he put his arm around him and said this guy is going to do something. He believed this guy could score 30 goals a season. That's why he only bought one more player.
He believed that, but Rashford has, for the first time in his whole career, lost his England place under this manager. I don't think personally that Marcus Rashford is the type to look within himself and blame it all on him. I feel like there will be a little friction.
The England one will do that.
There may be some friction towards sign up from that. We don't know what's going to happen, but we do know Sancho needs to fucking go.
This was the time, I really do believe this. This was the time to turn the page, close the book on the Ten Hag era and move on, because that's the only way you're going to be able to integrate players like Sancho back. I know you're saying it's going to be relatively easy to sell him. I think it's the complete opposite of that. You're going to have to get a lot of money and you're going to have to offload a lot of wages. Much like the way your club's being run at the moment, you have high wages, which is therefore difficult to sell. If you don't sell players, then FFP is difficult because as much money as you ever bring in, you then can't afford the new players to come in, right? You need to completely change your strategy, get the new players in, get young players in that then grow and develop, right?
And then again.
But the thing is we aren't seeing that thing. You need to move really quickly in the transfer window because all of the best young players will be gone. By July and August, they will be gone. Chelsea will have snapped them up. Arsenal would be looking at them. Even Spurs, Villa are making serious moves already, even if they have got FFP concerns.
And they haven't got the director of football in place because they're not willing to pay the money. So that's on hold, and you've now just cut your manager's balls.
So this is
Can
the
I
thing.
ask you a question? Can I ask you a real question? Yeah. Do you believe Ten Hag is good with young players?
I absolutely do. I think that's one of actually his most redeeming qualities.
That's one of his redeeming qualities.
Yeah.
So now, again, you already saw him even in the final talking to there's Wheatley. There's a couple players that are in that academy that are gonna come through. He doesn't feel any pressure of bringing up the young players. And even when the Ineos are making their decisions, they know that. If you're saying with all the financial issues and burdens that we have to promote, and those kids are actually winning trophies. Those youngsters are actually winning. So it's like, well, guess what? We might even focus on that. Because he can't, when it's the prima donnas and the players that he can't get to run for him, he needs players.
But remember, they've got to be integrated in a time where it's going to be the most pressure in a club, not only on the manager, but on them as individuals. So Cobby, I think he's done an unbelievable job. Like, he's come out of nowhere and has succeeded in a high pressure situation. There's no guarantee that other players won't do that. But what was your defender that came in at the tail end of last season? I think he didn't deal with the pressure. So you.
No, he had what? He had
quite a few mistakes.
No, he didn't have many mistakes. Kamawala didn't have many mistakes.
But regardless of whether they dealt with the pressure or not, you speak about Kobbie Mainoo there. Personal accolades, he got a lot of plaudits for this season. Ultimately, it didn't result in Man United finishing any higher. Garnacho had a good season at times.
But they're going to get better. They're going to get better, whereas, other players, Casemiro is going to get worse.
But I'm not saying you are, but if you're banking on the fact that Ten Hag's good with young players and you're going to bring through a few of the youth academy products and they're going to get in the team, they're going to establish themselves, they may well do, but that still may well not result in you finishing higher up.
Is he good with established players? Because
that's the part where he struggles. That's the part where, but then again, if you've got these young players running through brick walls for you, you will be successful. Even like it or not, you're saying, what can it do for you? Well, those two players scored in the final.
But we've evaluated managers for time. When we look back at lower managers in the league, we see how they deal with average footballers and they get the most out of them. But the question is always, but what are they like with the biggest stars? At Ajax, you don't have that situation. You're overachieving, you're in the Champions League, you're doing wonders. At Man United, all these established guys, Ronaldo, Rashford, Casemiro, I don't think he's handled them as well as he could have done. And I think that's another unanswered question that he has to actually sort out this year.
Do you know what it reminds me of? And it's a lot of people make the comparison with Arsenal in terms of like the evolution Man United needs to go on. We played a Europa League final against you boys. Absolutely spanked us. Remember?
Great game. I remember it vividly.
End of Emery's first season. Now, Emery's first season, There was a lot of good times. There was an unbeaten run at the start of it, and there was a lot of stats nerds telling me this isn't actually working. This isn't actually good. And the big one, we conceded way too many shots. You conceded more shots than Luton Town last season.
Yep.
Right? Now, after that game in the Europa League, I was like, I think we should move on from Emery. I don't think it's working. We had a similar thing. Smith Rowe would come through, Saka would come through. Oh, the young guys are doing well. The established guys were not doing well. We had a lot of players on big contracts we should have moved on from.
Yeah.
I was like, we should get rid of Emery now. We let him go into the next season. We waited till January. We got rid of him then.
Yeah.
If he'd have won that trophy, that Europa League, maybe we'd have given him a contract.
Yeah, he would have done.
You're doing what we didn't do.
Yeah, and then how
you're sticking with
Emery's
something.
a good manager.
Emery's a good manager. Everyone at this table knows that we did the right thing by going to Arteta.
I don't know.
And everyone's been saying for a long time that what you guys need to do is find your Arteta. You need to rip up some bad contracts.
Yeah.
You need to put faith in good players.
This could be it. This could be it.
This isn't it.
This could be it.
Well,
You
this
don't
is a
know.
continuation. We got to round this up. We got to round this up just roughly. You've said top three.
Top three.
Man United.
Two trophies.
What group of teams would you put Man United next season? Top
Well, the
six?
bookmakers, just quickly, the bookmakers all favour Chelsea,
I didn't even go to
Newcastle,
this.
Spurs to all finish ahead of Man United next season at this moment in time. And I think you're around joint with Villa. I would say that probably Man United are looking at a sixth place finish next season.
I definitely fancy Newcastle to finish above Man United again.
Your manager getting sacked.
Mate,
The one.
mate, you know what? I don't know if you've seen. Isak just hit this goal top corner for Sweden from outside the box.
Doesn't mean anything.
He's not going anywhere.
Don't you have an FFP
We don't need to
situation?
worry about.
Don't you have an
We don't
FFP
need to worry about.
situation?
Oh, can we get a striker?
Do you only have an FFP situation?
Okay, we'll leave it. We'll leave it. Move on.
Para mí no hay forma que España pase cuarto final. Lo siento, españoles, no hay forma. Tienen a Wirtz,
Bien.
Musiala, Havertz, Sané, Gnabry.
No puedes decir Havertz así como emocionado.
¿Para ti Morata es mejor que Havertz?
100%.
Tú estás loco.
De calle, piedra, papel, tijera, ya.
¿Y esa cara? ¿Por qué tú tienes esa cara como que te gané?
Te gané.
No hay debate que estos van a ser los dos campeones. Si estos no son los dos campeones, me tatúo. Bienvenidos a otro episodio de Los Futbolitos con sus anfitriones Vincent y Will. ¿Cómo estás, bro?
Muy bien, feliz de estar otra vez en un episodio de podcast. Hacían
Wow,
falta
loco,
ya.
tenemos pilas sin hacer una, en
Uf.
realidad, loco.
Nos fuimos a México 2 semanas y no hicimos. Te amo muchísimo
Pero
ya.
Yo sé que tenía pilas sin decir eso.
Sí. Y hoy,
Está,
como
bitch.
el viernes, empieza la Eurocopa.
Sí.
El viernes 14 en Alemania, Escocia. Vamos a hacer nosotros nuestra predicción de la Euro.
Vamos a hacer literalmente nuestra propia Eurocopa. Aquí estoy yo viendo que el último episodio que hicimos, mi madre, fue episodio 90 y fue hace 3 semanas. Y estaba yo solo, o sea, no estaba tú ni siquiera.
Exacto.
O sea que el episodio pasado antes de ese, 89 previa cuarto de final de la Champions League.
No se hizo ni semi.
Wow. Pero sí, otra vez, otro episodio más. Tenemos nuestra propia Eurocopa, hay muchas cosas que hablar. Messi dijo que Madrid es el mejor equipo del mundo. Messi está basado. Brasil le ganó a México. Inglaterra, que para mí son pechos fríos, parece que quizás es cierto, porque perdieron contra Islandia 8 años después. 8 años después de aquella triste Eurocopa 2016. Y además, al final tenemos preguntas. También pasó la Kings World Cup. Porcinos.
Campeones.
Campeón del mundo. Así que hay muchas cosas de que hablar en este fin de semana. Recuerda que también eso está solamente versión audio. Si lo quieres ver, también está nuestro link en Spotify, que está abajo en la descripción. Si tú quieres ver solamente la versión audio.
O Apple Music.
¿O qué?
O Apple Music.
O Apple Music, sí, como sea. Eso está, los favoritos audio. Suscríbete, dale tu like y empecé. Tenemos nuestro propio simulador de la Eurocopa. Así que vamos a predecirlo. Ustedes la predicen con nosotros. Esto va a ser bonito cuando después veamos la predicción y que no tengamos nada en lo correcto.
Bueno, mundial, acepté el campeón y ya. Y quizá algún grupo.
O sea, nada.
Bueno, y algún grupo.
Algún grupo, pero no te acuerdas qué grupo. O sea, tú estás
El
diciendo que
campeón,
sí.
pero el campeón.
Bueno, vamos a la Eurocopa. Grupo A, Grupo B, Grupo C. Grupo A, Alemania, Escocia, Hungría y Suiza.
Fácil.
Fácil. ¿Cuál es tu predicción del Grupo A?
Alemania 1.
¿Está grabando?
Sí.
Alemania 1, ok.
Alemania 1.
Ok. Ajá, Alemania 1.
Yo voy a decir, yo. Escocia 2.
Escocia 2.
Suiza 3, Hungría 4.
Suiza 3, Hungría 4. Mira, yo el único cambio que le voy a hacer a esa predicción es Suiza 2. Suiza 2 y Escocia 3. Pero para ti es Alemania 1, Escocia 2, Suiza 3. España, Croacia, Italia, Albania. Grupo B.
España 1.
¿Tiene chance Alemania de ganar la Copa en su país?
Sí. Y están jugando ahora. Están jugando muy bien.
Vamos a estar presentes en la final de la Copa. ¿Tú sabías?
Eso está... Ya te lo acabas de spoilear.
Vamos a estar presentes
ya.
en la final de la Copa, así que vamos a hacer un video de eso. Vamos literalmente a la final. Ojalá llegue quien puede llegar a la final. Bueno, está bien. Eso lo voy a predecir ahora. España, Croacia, Italia, Albania.